Mighty healthy to need healing. What can possibly be your problem?
Well, my heart is troubled and my mind is weary.
You're sick at heart, and your mind is troubled. Confess to the congregation, the Lord loves the truth. Amen.
My wife slept with another man.
Have mercy. Did you hear what he said? He said his wife has lain with another man. Now, what kind of low-life dog, scoundrel, snake in the grass would lay with another man's wife? Who is this person?
You lying son of a bitch. You the one that slept with my wife.
Oh, Lord, please forgive this man that has come into your church to blaspheme. His mind is filled with lunacy. Have mercy on his soul. Now sit down, nigga, before I put this glove on your ass.
You made love to my wife when she came over here for spiritual guidance. And all you laid on her was your Johnson.
Oh, that's a lying sin. I know.
He's telling the truth. You have wronged this man and wronged me too.
I believe there's an attack of lunacy going around here that...
See? You've been messing around outside and not taking care of business at home. Now, you done gave this man's wife a baby, huh? Well, I'm having a baby for him. An eye for an eye and a baby for a baby.
You mean that's not a tumor?
I've known I've needed HR for a long time. My assistant and Google aren't going to keep me out of trouble forever.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side Dannon shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, air will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and air will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life.
You started with a beginner's guide to League of Legends.
I got all kind of stuff going on today. That's Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Shout out to Brother Eric. Make sure if you get a chance, go on over there and subscribe to Brother Eric, 16 to Life. And go ahead and get some of his music, get some of his merch. You got t-shirts, you got pullovers. Or you can go to his webpage, 16 to Life, and you can just go over there and listen to some really funny stories. He also does live streams and stuff, man. I mean, real interactive dude, man. Just a good dude, man. Good dude. Shout out to Brother Eric. Okay. Y'all know it's the Sunday show, so you know what? Y'all know this is going to be a little longer. Well, the front part is a little long because we do the news, we do the Black History Minute, we do the Job of the Week. So we got a jam-packed show for y'all today, man. Jam-packed. I mean, jam-packed, man. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes. There's so much going on. You know, I did a show, I think it was the last show I did, and I was just asking, what is going on with Black people, man? What are we doing? What are we doing, man? I mean, we are just doing some stuff that we never used to do before, man. Never used to do this kind of stuff. But here we are. We out here doing it, man. It's like, what? You know, I was telling Rico, there were certain things, man, that happened that when you heard it, you said to yourself, man, Black people ain't doing that, man. Black people just don't do that. I don't have to even worry about whether that's us or not. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm going to call you guys out in just a second. But it was a certain time, man, where Black people, we just didn't do stuff like this, man. But, man, those times are gone, man. Those times are gone. We could easily identify who was doing what, you know, race-wise, basically. We could say, oh, that was a Black person did that. Yeah, definitely, for sure. Oh, that was a white person that did that. That definitely, for sure. But you can't do that no more. Not today, man. Not today. Today, Black people are involved in almost everything, man. And I don't know why. And especially just murking for no reason, man. We used to, when we used to murk people, man, it used to be a good reason for it. Well, I would say good, but we had a pretty solid reason for doing what we were doing. Not today, brother. Not today. Not today. So we're gonna try and look into it, find out what's going on. Let me shout out everybody in the chat. Shout out Mr. Zen Master. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, man. It was man. I mean, all of them are tragic, man. I got about 3 of them. They're all tragic, man. They all are tragic, brother Zen Master. Shout out to you, man. Glad to have you in the building. Sister Enya, always supporting. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Yeah, man. The good Dr. Hood said, homie got bars. Yeah, man. He's a funny dude too, man. If you ever get over to his channel, man, and just listen to, especially for me, the funniest stories are the ones when he was living in Billings, Montana, because he was on the streets out there, man. Not living on the streets, but hustling out there, and he got some funny stories over there, man. But appreciate you, Dr. Hood. Hope everything is going good with you today, brother. Shout out to Von Bryan, man. Good to have you in the building, my brother. And if y'all are lucky, man, and y'all be real good, Von Bryan may jump on the stream at some point, man. Shout out to all of y'all in the chat, man. Shout out to everybody in the bushes, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Glad to have y'all in the building, man. Unfortunately, we got to talk about a situation that's growing, and it's unfortunately becoming all too commonplace that Black people are involved in some really heinous stuff, man. And so to kick that off, man, first we got to go through everything. It's a Sunday show, so it's jam-packed. So let me get to everything, man. Let me get to it, and then we'll get to everything we're supposed to get to. Let's jump right into the news, y'all. Let's jump into the news. Let me share this screen. I used to print all this stuff out on paper, and I was like, why am I printing all this up? Right. Y'all want to see a real dinosaur? Do y'all want to see a real dinosaur? All right, y'all can see a real dinosaur if y'all want to. Good morning, Mr. Rico. What's going on with you, brother?
Top of the morning. Would it kill you for once to be on time?
Oh, I know, man. Today was hard. Today was hard because I had to go get some ice so that I could have my little fruit punch and drink some ice, man. And so the line was a little longer, right?
You and your peoples.
It's your people always,
You
man.
and your
You're
people.
like, man, you're right behind that old lady, right? And you're like, man, okay, cool. Then she's like, wait a minute. What's the difference between this drink and that drink? Oh, well, let me call my grandson to see what he wants. Man, you're like, damn, I thought I was going to just smooth right on by.
So that 12 and less lane ain't worth a damn, is it?
This is the Starbucks lane. I was like, oh man, I'm in there, man. There's only 2 of us in the 3 of us. I'm like, I'm out of here. But no. Wow. All right, man. How's your Sunday going, brother Rico?
It's going good. Going good. Actually, it's going pretty well.
Yeah, man.
Oh, we talked about this a while back.
Yeah,
You got more details on it? Something else came out about it?
I think it was a state case. I think it was a state-by-state case. But I think the feds are jumping into it now, man.
Well, they had supposedly, it was nationwide then. I don't think the feds was involved.
But yeah, like I said, I think it was state by state. The states were doing it, but I think the feds, because Rico, once you cross those state lines, now the feds got to jump in there. So I don't know, man.
The way they described it, I hate to say it, it's like, the Southern Baptist Convention. It's like, I'm like, y'all motherfuckers sound like the Catholic Church. But from what I heard, when we talked about a couple of months ago, it was mostly a lot of but not mistaken, the cover up. How like they knew about this for decades. To me, what struck me as odd. It's not like, oh, y'all just found out about this. They were like, this shit been going on forever, and the top people at the top echelon knew about it.
They did, brother. They just kept moving people around. Just basically the same thing that basically like the what do you call it? The Catholics. They just basically moved everybody around. But let me read the article real quick. Southern Baptist Convention says it faces a federal investigation for XCS abuse. Holy smokes. The leadership of the SBC, the country's largest Protestant denomination, said on Friday that the church was under investigation by the Justice Department for SCX abuse and that it will fully cooperate and completely cooperate. Church leaders said in a statement that multiple branches of the denomination, which include seminaries, missionary organizations. Now, so there you go, right? That's the ones that's in Africa, Haiti, wherever they. That's the
all over Latin America, even
correct.
parts of Asia.
There you go.
We're in plasticizing, whatever they call it. Yeah.
Yes. Here's a shot, but here's something else with it, right? We are under investigation, and the church was continuing to grieve and lament past mistakes. In May, leaders of the church published a scathing review that reports SCX abuse were suppressed by top church officials for 2 decades. Yeah, you were right, Rico. That investigation was conducted by an outside consultant, covered reports of abuse from women and children against male pastors, holy smoke, church employees, and officials from 2000 to present. One of the report's most striking revelations is the existence of an internal list of 703 people suspected of abuse that have been compiled by an employee of the denomination's executive committee, its national leadership body. For 2 decades, survivors of the abuse, while others concerned of the Southern Baptists, have been contacting the Southern Baptist Convention, the report said, to report molesters and other abusers who were in the pulpit or employed as church staff. Yikes. They made phone calls, mailed letters, sent emails, and appeared at meetings and held rallies, the report continued, only to be met time and time again with the resistance, stonewalling, and even outright hostility. The church subsequently published a 205-page list of hundreds of ministers and other church workers who had been described as being credibly accused of SCX abuse. In June, at an annual convention in Anaheim, delegates voted to create a way to track pastors and other church workers credibly accused of SCX abuse. On Friday, church leaders vowed to continue reforms meant to combat SCX abuse in its rank. We recognize our reform efforts are not finished. They said our commitment to cooperate with the Justice Department is born from our demonstrated commitment to transparently address the scourge of SCX abuse. The leaders included seminary presidents, executive committee members, and the heads of missionary organizations. A spokeswoman for the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department would not confirm the investigation on Friday and had no immediate comment. Pastors and church members have been openly frustrated in recent years at what they described as inaction by the Southern Baptist Convention. Crisis blew up in 2019 when an investigation by the Houston Chronicle and the San Antonio Express News revealed that roughly 380 Southern Baptist leaders and volunteers, from youth pastors to top ministers, have pleaded guilty or been convicted of SCX crimes against more than 700 victims since 1998. What do you think about that, Rico?
I want to read this last part about the creation of it.
Oh, okay.
The last paragraph.
Okay. The Southern Baptist Convention was created in 1845. Do you think that you were there when they were creating that? When Southern Baptists split from Northerners over the issue of slavery. Oh man, wow. Well, that's a nice little spin on it, right?
Yeah.
Which the Southerners at the time supported and the Northerners opposed. The SBC now has almost 14 million members and more than 47,000 churches in all 50 states.
That alone is the reason why those motherfuckers, just that old piece of history, they need to be sued out of fucking existence. And then today, so in spite of the fact in your history, you supported, you split, you actually created yourself over keeping my people in bondage. That was the reason for your sole creation was slavery. And then here in 2021, 2022, you're still covering up for fucking pedophiles who are going around molesting adults and children. They need to be, I hope that the Justice Department lock up every damn body from the top on down that they can find of a crime. And I hope the survivors sue their ass out of fucking existence, because they created a list to track them. Why are you tracking them? If it's credible, they should be expelled. And people for 2 decades have been reporting to you this. So you chose to ignore them and to be hostile to them. So no, at this point, Fuck the SBC. Fuck them. I don't care if you want to affiliate it with a church membership or whatever. Fuck them. They were told, they were constantly, they said they were going to rallies, they were sending emails, they were making phone calls, they were going to, and not only did you not do anything to help them, but you were outright hostile to them for doing the very thing they were supposed to do. And now you telling me you making a fucking list, but I had seen nothing about, oh, we're going to expel these people, we're going to, make sure that they get prosecuted. What the fuck your reforms? Your reforms is prosecution.
They're going to get sued into oblivion, Rico. They're going to get sued into oblivion.
And I pray they do.
Yeah.
I don't
Shout out to Sister Annie.
I'll get on my knees for that. I will get on my knees that they are sued into oblivion.
Once they have a list of everybody that they knew it already.
Yeah, and they made the list. That's what's crazy about it. They made the list. And they determined that these people were credibly accused. So what the fuck more was there to do other than sit there and see that they were prosecuted and punished?
The only thing they could say is that, hey, we went to the cops and the cops didn't do anything. That's the only thing that saved them, but I don't think they did that.
No, they didn't. Yeah. Did the Catholic Church go to the police?
No.
Okay, because again, unfortunately, these religious institutions think that they're even higher than the law. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the problem, is that what they say, God's law. Okay, well, that's all well and fine. You can do that after we get a piece of his ass. Okay, let man's law get a piece of his ass, and then you can still do your God's law. It's not enough to say that only God's law should judge and punish. No, we need a piece of that ass.
Yeah.
So, and if you didn't do that, you didn't do that, pray that God gonna pay this judgment that we about to put on your ass.
Yeah.
We put this $1 billion judgment on your ass and sue you out of existence. Get on your knees and pray that God pay it, because it's coming.
Yeah, they're gonna blow them out of existence, man. They're gonna swim into oblivion.
They should.
They're not even gonna have a penny for every dollar that they're gonna have to pay out.
I pray to God they do.
Yeah, man.
I pray they do.
All right, man. Let's move on to the hit parade, man. Let's see what we got here. Orange County youth coach arrested for sex misconduct with minors. Okay, keep telling y'all, you gotta watch these children. Okay, let's watch the news. Let's see.
Under arrest tonight and is being charged with the sexual assault of a.
This is the swimming coach. You muted, Clarence.
I might have to just read the article. Let me just read the article.
It fast.
Orange County youth coach arrested for alleged sex misconduct with minors. Oh no, here we go.
Best Reviews is an unbiased.
You know what it is, man? It's you, man. You're throwing it off, man.
Give reliable recommendations on just about everything.
All right.
For the best reviews, go to bestreviews.com. Seriously, before you buy anything, ever.
Where a prominent Orange County youth sports coach is under arrest tonight and is being charged with the sexual assault of a minor. Chris Flores was taken into custody today in Bakersfield just days after allegations of sexual misconduct surfaced. Santa Ana police say Flores sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl from Riverside and a 15-year-old girl from Irvine. They said that he had coached the 14-year-old while working at the Stars Preparatory Academy. A recording of a phone call between a girl and Flores shared with us here at KTLA includes Flores appearing to pressure her to join him on a date and asking if she was sure that she, quote, got rid of everything. Flores was fired earlier this week from the Stars Prep Academy and Stars SoCal in Orange.
Okay, Rico, I don't have to read the article. What do you think about this, man?
Well, man, with them heavy hitters, let them heavy hitters get a piece of his ass.
Man,
let them heavy hitters know we gotta what they call them, chomo.
Yeah, man.
Call them chomos or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Chomo on the yard. Chomo on the yard. Let them heavy hitters deal with them.
Hey, man.
I just don't even stress out of you. You just got to run the fucking gauntlet, and I hope you can run.
You hope he can run?
Yeah,
he got to. He probably be in hell of a shape if he can, because he had to run every time them gates open. He gonna have to run. He had to run to the shower, run to the food.
Everybody in there looking to get a piece of a chomo.
This is crazy, man. This is crazy.
And
Rico, let me ask you a question.
Hmm?
Do you think this type of activity is on the rise, or is reporting it on the rise? In other words, it's pretty much the same, just we're reporting it more? Or do you think
actually this is one of the few things that I think is a little bit of both. I think it is all. I think the reporting has increased, but I also think the incidences of it happening has increased, because I think with social media and the internet, it created the perfect storm where victims and perpetrators, we created a conduit for them to have easier access. So unfortunately, like obviously this 14-year-old child and this 15-year-old child, they're children, they're the victims here, plain and simple, because he's a fucking adult, so no excuse about that, anything like that. But so think about when you and I was 14 and 15. We could only have limited contact with coaches, maybe only when we were at practice. But when we got home, we didn't have cell phones, social media. We didn't have opportunities where we could still reach out to the coach, or the coach could reach out to us, and they can do it in secrecy.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? We just didn't have that ability. So even if I was, jonesing on an adult female coach, only the time that we were around them was all we had. But now, these coaches now be looking up these young girls on their IG.
Exactly, right?
In their DMs and shit, It's just, it's so I think that so I would say even the predators had fewer opportunities to prey in the past.
It was much more harder work. Yeah.
Now they have an abundance of opportunity, because it's like, oh shit, this is a all you can eat predator buffet online.
Right.
Social media, IG, TikTok, Snapchat, and all this other shit. So I think it's making some of these predators more riskier, more greedy. It's raising their appetite to prey. And it's also, and they do these mind games, they manipulate, these young victims. And then of course, they're not old enough, mature enough, or wise enough to know that they're being preyed on.
Right.
Well, and so they give into it, like, oh, meet me at the park, I'm just gonna hang out at the park. And their dumbasses go to the park.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
they groom them, Rico. They grooming. It's a grooming process. It's like people that want to do something to you, they'll groom you for it, good or bad.
Yeah,
they groom you for a purpose of what they want to purpose. And
you're on social media, you're dealing with maybe some body issues or pressure, and they pick up on them little clues, and they say just the right thing that they know you want to hear, to make you feel better. Oh, Coach Clarence, he's the best. Oh, he understands me. He gets me. Nah, he ready to fuck you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's it's a conduit that's created, and all these young. And we're putting kids on these conduits. So even when people are like, oh, I'm not gonna put my kid's picture, I'm like, yeah, but you still gave him a cell phone, and he got access to all these social media in middle school.
See,
some of them as young as elementary school, they have access to all these social media platforms. And then,
but here's the thing, Rico, we as parents, we letting these kids tell us, you're invading my privacy by going through my phone and going through my computer and all that. You invading my privacy.
Why you on my IG page?
Exactly.
What the fuck you doing with IG?
And what my pops used to tell me was, this is my house, this is my room. You can't put nothing here.
We didn't have access to the tools like they got today.
But what I'm saying is, that doesn't give them the right to have any privacy just because they got that stuff.
But
that doesn't give them the right to have privacy.
But I'll tell you this: by the time that kid is 14, 15, or 16, I'm like, what are you gonna do as a parent? Okay, Clarence, I want access to all of your social media. I got all the passwords, right?
Right.
You know what your little slick ass gonna do? Like, or your slick ass son or my slick ass son?
Right.
They're gonna give me all access to everything. I'm just going right over here and create another one that nigga don't know nothing about.
Right. Right.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they do that shit too, right? I know my son. Like, I'm gonna see. He ain't doing none of that because I'm.
Right. To the police knock on your door.
I mean, you know, and I'm what I'm sitting there saying is I feel for parents because it's a lot to deal with. The best thing you can try to do is just drilling your kids' heads, you know, like, hey, this, that, whatever. And if they go out there and they do it, I always try to put the fear of God in my kids. You don't know what motherfucker out here gonna try to do to you.
Yeah.
But if you get out there and you get stuck, then fuck, and I can't get to you fast enough. What do you want me to do? You won't listen. So that's all you do. You do a lot of praying.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of praying and just constantly talk to them and observe them. See, one thing about people that are going through things, their behavior will show that they're going, even though they may not be, your child ain't going to tell you that I got an adult trying to have sex with me. Your child may not tell you that, right? But you got to see how weird they're acting, man. All of a sudden, they starting to wear tighter skirts. They starting to hang out a lot longer. They got a new group of friends. I mean, you got their respect level for you is dropping. See, we got to notice these things in children so that we can avoid this stuff or jump in there, and it's nothing wrong with being suspicious. We should always be suspicious of our children, man. Their friends, their coaches, their teachers, whoever's spending time with them, we should be suspicious of them and force those people to show us that they got good intentions, right? But no, what do? Most of us as men, we wait until they start dating somebody, and then we're gonna clean the rifle in front of that dude, right? We need to be cleaning the rifle in front of everybody, anybody, antibody, family members, antibody that is going to put themselves in a awkward situation with your child. You need to be letting that person know, okay, just to let you know, I got my eye on you. I got my eye on you, so don't make no false moves because I don't want to have to hurt you. See, I think back in the day we could do stuff like that, and it wasn't considered threatening anyway, right? Because you threaten them in the right cause, and now so you got to be very careful with your verbiage. You got to be very careful. But I, as a dad and as a grandfather of a 4-year-old girl, beautiful little girl, I'm going to let anybody coming around her, let them know that if something happens to her, she comes back different than the way she came, it's going to be hell on wheels for you, brother or sister, whoever it is, right? Okay, y'all, that's the hit parade. We got to keep moving, man. We got to keep moving because we got a stack show for y'all today, man. Stack. All right, Rico, can we rescue some black boys? Can we do that? Let's rescue some black boys. Why? Clarence, why? Everybody needs to be rescued. Everybody's having problems. I know. Everybody is. But black boys are in serious trouble, man. They're in serious trouble. And we got to get in there and start. This is Dr. Confuju, and this is his lecture from 1988. We're still going to come there. We're going to do about 5 or 10 minutes of him, and then we're going to move on. But this is he's done an excellent job of going into why black boys have so much problem in American school systems, and is there some things that we can do as black parents to help them adjust to that situation. All right, so let's listen to Dr. Confuju.
Give you a secret. When you want to reinforce academic achievement, especially for black boys. It becomes suicidal if he's not also involved in the martial arts. In other words, I was still in honors programs, but I was allowed to run track and also martial arts because my peer group did not respect my honors achievement, but they did respect my martial arts belt. We have to begin to look at those kinds of areas. Before we move on to the next area with regards to parents, any comments about the peer group? Its tremendous impact on academic achievement. Any comments or questions? You got 30 seconds, so I'm moving on. Yes, sir. First name? Michael.
What can teachers do to influence this in the context of a classroom situation?
Well, I tried to mention a couple, Michael. One, I wanted you to identify who the leaders were and begin to sell your value system to them. Secondly, I wanted you to bring more role models into your classroom so they can see blacks in high professions that have advanced themselves. Three, I wanted you to provide, or with your school, to provide more academic achievement in terms of glorifying that, in terms of pepper rallies and trophies and the like. Any other comments about the peer group? A major source of competition. Another area, parents. We're very concerned about the role of parents with regards to our schools. And one of our concerns, there's a distinction between involvement and support. These two words are not the same, but they're used synonymously. And we want to begin to look at that. Parental involvement and parental support. Parental involvement is attending a PTA meeting, baking baked goods for a bake sale, selling raffle tickets for a raffle sale. Look, if I never attend your PTA meeting, but I monitor my child's peer group, I monitor television, we go to the library on a regular basis, that's support. Now, I know you want them both, but between the two of them, I sincerely believe support is a lot more significant than parental involvement. But I do agree, after we get the support, we also need the involvement. So I've begun to look at Head Start, to begin to look at Chapter 1, to look at some effective principles in terms of what they do with our students. And I found there are certain things that they do. First of all, we have to find ways to market our programs. I often ask principals, how many parents are going to be there tonight when I speak to them? Well, I don't know. I sent out 1,000 flyers. That tells me right there, they don't know a thing about Black culture. Because the rumor is, if you want to make sure Black folks don't find out about it, put it in a book. In other words, we are not a written people primarily. It's the oral tradition. If you want me there, call me up. So 1,000 flyers may only generate 10 parents, but a personal invitation, a personal phone call, that's what Head Start does. That's what Chapter 1 does. So they use, first of all, the oral tradition. They find ways to communicate in other ways besides a printed flyer. And then secondly, who determined what the workshop should be about? You see, most schools teach parents the same way they teach children. Well, we decide for them what the workshop should be about. That's a mistake. In other words, if you know that parents are younger these days, are less mature, are changing demographics, then before giving them a workshop on their child's development, why don't you give them one on their own development, on relationships? If you want Black men to be there, give them a workshop on a conspiracy to destroy Black boys or how to find a job. In other words, one school district in this country, Cleveland Heights, has a 50-50 Black-white school population, but a 97% white PTA. They wanted to bring me in to get more parents to come out, but they were concerned with the title. The title says developing positive self-images and discipline in Black children. If they kept the word Black in, the white parents may not show up. But if they don't keep the word Black in, the Black parents may never attend. They decided to keep the word Black in and broke a record that night. And Black parents say it was the first time you finally gave me a workshop about me. Now, of course, let me be honest. There were very few white parents there, only about 43 of them, about 400 Black parents. So the next day, I had to meet with the white PTA council. We're still working on how to get both groups together. But we at least solved the objective. We got more Black parents to come out. In other words, what I'm really getting at with regards to this is that Black parents have told me, Jawans, I know I need to be there. But if all we're going to discuss is last month's minutes, some budgetary changes, and a couple of personnel changes with a boring speaker, I'm simply not going to be there. I gave you a clue, a boring speaker. Remember in the oral tradition, the strength of the Black church, a charismatic speaker. If you want Black parents to be there, not only have an interesting topic, but also the speaker has to be one that's able to keep their attention. It's unfortunate we have to do this, but we do. And we have to find ways to continue those kind of marketing efforts. And then, of course, there's always those we always can depend on. For example, providing food. It works almost every time. Providing childcare. It works the majority of the time. Providing transportation. If your meeting is at night in a low-income, crime-ridden area, you may need to provide security. And then the one that works every time, have the children perform. In other words, parents, black, white, and Hispanic, and Asian, they all love to see their children perform. You know how many programs I've been on where the choir, not the class choir, the school choir sang before me. And then the principal, oh, and by the way, we're bringing Dr. Juwanza in for a 30-minute parent workshop. And to make sure you stay, and then the choir will then come back with their clothing selections. It works every time. We have to find those kinds of ways. And why do we have to do that? We have to do that because before 1954, when we had teachers who lived on the same block, who went to the same church. See, black parents have always trusted the teachers. They've always felt that you were the primary educator. I'm now telling parents, unfortunately, you may not be the primary educator. You may not know what's best for their children. A little later.
All right, Rico.
Yep.
That's the good doctor.
Hey,
what do you think? Is it still relevant?
Yeah, I just have to take a second to say thank you, BBC Zen Master. That shit is hilarious. Taking devices is the new ass whooping. Well, that's a good one there. I need to trademark that shit because it is.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's so tough.
I mean, shit. You almost have to kill a little motherfucker. You take your device.
I mean, really, because if you take their devices, they're gonna go down the street to their friends, use their device. You know what I mean? So,
right. That's why I was gonna say that too. But I mean, at least it shows that you're trying as a parent.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Better than like just throwing hands. Well, Tommy, it's his phone, so I'm gonna let him. Like, nah, fuck that shit. I fought mine tooth and nail, and they, like you said, they still did shit behind my back, but still didn't stop me from fighting their asses.
Yeah, me too.
Fuck it. You know, I'm take everything. So I'm with you, but I just saw that shit was.
Yeah, shout out to the Zen Master, man. Shout out to him. Yeah. All right, y'all. Let's move on, man. Any comments before I move on, Rico?
No, it's good. I mean, the good doctor be killing. I don't know where you found this guy at, but he be killing it every.
Oh man, he been around forever, bro. He been
around forever. Yeah. I'm just saying. I mean, he just everything he dropped. I be like, man, sweet Jesus. And they say we don't. He just no comment. Go on. This is good. All
right. So, y'all, we're gonna finish this video of the good doctor, man. We just doing 10 minutes or 5 minutes every time, and until we finish it. All right, so let's move on, Rico. We got to move on. We got. Do you know who Harold Washington is, Rico?
Oh yeah, mayor of Chicago. Yep.
The mayor of Chicago.
And I don't know much. The first black mayor of Chicago.
Okay.
So other than that, I'm not gonna say that I know anything more about him.
Okay, so let's read a little bit about Brother Harold Washington. Brother Harold Washington, born April 15, 1922, passed on November 25th, 1987, was an American lawyer and politician who was the 51st mayor of Chicago. Washington became the first African American to be elected as the city's mayor in April 1983. He served as mayor from April 29, 1983 until his death on November 25th, 1987. Born in Chicago and raised in Bronzeville neighborhood, Washington became involved in local third ward politics under Chicago alderman and future Congressman Ralph Metcalf after graduating from Roosevelt University and Northwestern University School of Law. Washington was a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from 1981 to 1983, representing Illinois' 1st District. Washington had previously served in the Illinois State Senate and the Illinois House of Representatives from 1965 until 1976. Okay, let's do his military service. Military service. In 1942, Washington was drafted into the U.S. Army for the war effort, and after basic training, sent overseas as part of a racially segregated unit. How about that, Rico?
Yeah, that's World War
U.S. Huh?
That's World War II.
Yeah. Of the U.S. Army Air Corps, a unit of engineers. After the American invasion of the Philippines in 1944 on Leyte Island and later Maine, Luzon Island, Washington was part of a unit building runways for bombers, protective fighter aircraft, refueling planes, and returning damaged aircraft. Eventually, Washington rose to the rank of first sergeant in the Army Air Forces. Holy smokes. So I don't want to go into everything, but I just want to make sure that we let the people know
Who he
that
was?
he was the 51st mayor of
Chicago.
and I think
the first African American mayor.
the
of
first,
Chicago.
and they didn't have another one till they got the one they got right now. I believe.
You know what? You might be right.
I think she's the second African American mayor.
Yeah, you might be right. She may, you may be. She's the second African American, and I want to say she's the first female mayor.
I
don't think they've ever had a female mayor either. But for a long time they had, I forgot what that guy's name was, the union busting mayor of Chicago, because they had the it don't matter, the other crazy white boy.
They had a lot of them. But
But this one stood out because I think that he, when they did the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, I think he sucked the dogs and the tear gas and National Guard and everybody else on. But yeah, I definitely remember when he ran, because shortly thereafter, I want to say maybe a few years after that, Washington, D.C. got their first black mayor. People like to think it was Marion Barry. I'm like, but no, Marion Barry was not the first black mayor of Washington, D.C. So that was kind of the thing. Yeah, because it's like, you got this predominantly black city that's never had a black mayor, but there was a guy before Marion Barry that won it before, and they've had several since.
Yeah, man. So definitely Harold Washington. Harold Washington did a lot. He did a lot, man. So I want y'all to go check it out.
Yeah, I think the first one for New York was David Dinkins.
David Dinkins, you're right.
And they got their second one now, which is Eric Adams. I don't think LA's ever had one.
LA?
Yeah.
A black mayor?
Oh, yeah, did. Y'all had what's his name?
Tom Bradley, man. Tom Bradley.
That's right.
He was the mayor so long that the cushion was around his butt, man. He was.
But he's the only one y'all had, right?
Yeah, he's the only black mayor we had. Yeah.
Right. Okay, and you guys got a Hispanic one now, Garcetti, right?
No. Garcetti's white. He's Italian.
He's Italian?
Yeah, his daddy was a district attorney.
Oh, okay. I thought he was Hispanic. So you never had a Hispanic mayor in LA?
Yeah, we did have a Hispanic one, the one before Garcetti.
Right, the guy Becerra, right? No,
Villaraigosa.
Becerra. Javier Becerra.
No. Villaraigosa, Antonio Villaraigosa.
Okay. All right.
That's who was before this guy now.
Okay.
Yeah, he was he was a piece of work. But I mean, that's a hard job to have. But anyway, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, any of those cities, Chicago, DC, LA, Atlanta, them some hard fucking jobs.
Yeah, and then to be black on top of that, But Tom Bradley made it look easy because he was in bed with so many different business people.
Right.
So he made it really look easy, and they.
And I will say this too. I will tell people this too. I mean, if you ever decide you want to be a black mayor, like Washington D.C., it's not a bad job, because we've had a long successive history of black. I want to say DC's last 8-9 mayors have all been black. And they've had they got a current black woman now that's the mayor, and they had a previous one that was the mayor before. So they've had black and female mayors probably about the last. And I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to change, because now the city's dropped down. The demographic has dropped down to like maybe 50% or slightly under 50% black now.
Okay. Like
in the 40s. They're still the largest demographic, but you were talking about the years they were 70, almost 80% black. So it made sense. Marion Barry was mayor for 12, 16 years, and you had you got now, I forget her name, and then we had Sharon Norton or somebody, and then on and on. So
all right, man. Well, that's Harold Washington, y'all. Y'all go check out Harold Washington, man. I mean, dude was 51st mayor of Chicago, man. And, I heard he was doing a pretty good job. That's what I heard. I don't know for sure, but Patrice could tell us when she come up here, because she was probably, and also Vaughn, probably were those two were probably in Chicago when Harold Washington was around. But don't just take our word for it. Dig that. That is your Black History Minute. Go check out Brother Harold Washington and read all about him and see what he did. All right, so Rico, we almost there, brother. We almost there. We're doing really good on time. Let's see. Let me get into the job of the week. Man. Rico, you need a job, man. You're gonna do Uber when you get down there to the DR, man. Rico, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, man. I think they're gonna need you in the DR, man. They're gonna need you to do that.
They're gonna what?
They're gonna need you to do that. They're gonna need you to do the Uber, man. You can do Uber while
I ain't
you
got no damn Uber.
Because Mama gonna say, Rico, you sitting around the house too much.
I'm gonna sit around and get fat until I explode.
All right, let's see. I forgot what I had. Oh, this is one.
So who was Alderman Fred? Was he Mayor Von Bryan?
Who?
He said Alderman Fred C. Davis. I remember that.
Yeah, Fred did that. That was good times, man.
Oh, this son of a bitch got my ass.
My favorite project family.
Oh, yeah. And
because Walona used to call him Balderman Davis.
yeah. Alderman Davis and Bookman.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay. Damn, you got me, Vaughn. You got
now Winifreda. He never got her name right. All right, we go. Let's go. Let's do the correction officer, man, because we got a lot to get to. Corrections officer. He's got a corrections officer. I think it's for the when you become a peace officer with the CDCR, join a family of dedicated, hardworking men and women who secure public safety in California. So this correction officer job is particularly for California people. But let's see what the age requirements are. The age requirements are 20 years of age at the time of application, 20 years at age of time of appointment to the academy. Education, graduate from U.S. high school or GED equivalent, or California high school proficiency examination is required. Possession of a college degree, Associate of Arts or higher from an accredited university. So basically, all you have to do is graduate from high school, right? U.S. citizenship, requirement background investigation. You must have no felony conviction and eligible to own and possess a firearm. Pay from $104,000 per year. See, we can make High Value Man right now. Bam, right? All right. Basically, whenever you guys looking for a job, first thing you need to go to is the qualifications, because it doesn't matter. You can see the job; it's a nice, good job and everything, and then you don't qualify for it. So first thing you do is go to the qualification. See if you qualify with education and everything that they're looking for you to qualify to at least take the exam, right? I think that you got to apply for this, but it may be an exam you have to apply for. But correction officers can be all over the country, so don't just take that's just California. Nah, you look in your state, look in your county. They have corrections officers. Just find them and then decide, okay, this is what I'm gonna go for, and then you can go from there, right? I'm just trying to show you guys there's jobs out here where you don't have to have a college degree to get started. My youngest boy just went to a job fair yesterday at the post office out here, down here in South Central, right? So, you didn't have to have nothing but a driver's license, right? So, it's a lot of jobs out here that's paying some good money. All right, so that is your job of the week. That is on Indeed, and that's with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. But like I said, you can go into you got a Wi-Fi, you got your phone, you can put in correction officer for any state you're in, and those jobs will pop up, right? All right, Rico, that was the job of the week. Yeah, Vaughn. You talking about Alderman Davis? All right. Now we got some really crazy stuff to talk about, Rico. Really, really crazy, man. I mean, this one. When I saw this one, man, I was literally just blown. I was literally blown away, bro. I was literally blown away, man, to see somebody in this bad of a mental state. And you know, we have children. You know, sometimes you have children that are in a bad place mentally, but you never think, man, they're gonna do anything like this.
Yeah, this is what, Oklahoma?
I'm not sure if it's Oklahoma,
I
man.
think it's
but we'll
Oklahoma.
find out. Okay.
Yeah,
We'll find
something Francois Little John, because I saw this on somebody else's end. Let me just say this: he's a piece of shit.
Okay, yeah, man.
He's a
You ain't gonna believe it how bad of a piece of shit he is, man. Really, really.
Let me tell you why. I'm telling you what the moment that probably broke me watching this fucking piece of shit. It was bad enough that he decided to delete his 3 children.
Right.
That where I just think that the thought of that was horrific enough beyond belief. But what the cream of the crop to me that just drives him to the epitome of the piece of shit. I hope he burn in hell. I hope nobody fucking go fuck them off, fuck his pure existence, is the fact that he wasn't satisfied enough. Yeah, this motherfucker's pure evil. He wasn't satisfied enough to do the evil deed, knowing he did it for the pure intention to inflict this emotion on their mother or some of the other stupid fucking people he was calling out. But what made it worse to me was he terrorized those babies before he deleted them.
I mean, come on, man.
That's the part that got me. When I'm sitting there watching this live, you could see and hear the terror in those babies' voices. I'm like, I'm just sitting there. It's hard for me to, I'm like, you couldn't wait till they would sleep and just fucking,
I mean, that would have been at least merciful. More
right.
merciful.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, he never was a father.
So we got to.
Bastard was never a fucking father.
So
let's why would you not sit there? I hear about all these crazy people deleting their kids, but like I said, they look for a merciful way to do these things.
Shout out to Mr. Newberg.
What made me mad was he was going on and on this diatribe. His kids are realizing what the fuck is going on. He's even making statements about he's going to delete them. And
wait, Rico, let me play some of it.
Yeah,
and let's talk about it.
Let's
talk about it. Let me play some of it.
This shit's so fun. Look at my son right here. I just told him I'm finna kill his ass. You hear me? That's fucking fucked up, cuz, on my soul, nigga. But see, everybody think I'm joking, right? I'm playing, right? Everybody think I'm fucking playing.
I want to bring that nigga back so I can kill him myself.
That's what Dr. Collins said. Dr. Collins used to say that. He used to say, you need to kill him and bring him back and kill him again. And they say, why?
What kind of sick, twisted
because he just didn't die hard enough.
He can't. He can't die. That motherfucker need to be buried alive, encased in cement, after being shitted on by everybody. Because the fact of the matter is, why would you tell that child that? Why would you inflict that terror on this child before you're gonna do something
innocent
with
person,
this shit?
right? The child
and he knew he
innocent.
was gonna do this shit. So even if you know you're gonna do it, don't fucking tell him. Okay, if you're gonna kill me, walk up behind me, do it the fucking Italian way, two to the head without me seeing it coming.
Right.
Don't sit there and give me the whole fucking speech in my face, and I have to live through 30, 40 minutes of your bullshit diatribe, listening to it being filled with terror before you inflict that. That's crazy.
But then, oh man, that's terrible, Mr.
Yeah,
Nimrod.
Mr. Nimrod,
That's
this
terrible.
motherfucker, and this narcissistic piece of shit decided he want to fucking live stream about it. Like what he thought he was gonna get, he was gonna get. No, motherfucker, the whole world hates your fucking ass, you piece of shit.
But Rico, he was at the point of DC. This young man was at the point where logic and reason just gone.
I don't care.
Logic and reason is gone.
I don't care.
But we need to be
Throw
able to
the
spot
whole
these
nigga
people
in the
before they
trash.
do stuff like this. That's my point. We got to spot these people. Like if you in a relationship or you in a situation with this person, and you know that this person got screws loose, you can't be leaving your children with them or having them have a key to your house.
And let me ask you this, and let me say this too.
And that's terrible.
Not only do you question the judgment of the mother of the children, I question the judgment of his fucking mother. Because this shit started before.
Well, maybe he don't have no mother. Maybe his mother's passed, Rico.
Well, before you start throwing all these excuses for him, I don't know. She might be, and she might be alive and well. But what I'm just saying, typically, this level of narcissism in 2022, unless you're going to tell me this is some new shit, Clarence, I'm like, why ain't nobody seen this?
Because Rico, they hide this stuff, Rico, and then they get to a breaking point.
Okay, you can hide it, but can you? Well, I'm not gonna say maybe they are. Maybe they just that good. But Clarence, stop saying all of them are hiding it. I'm telling you.
I'm just saying the ones that get to a certain age. No, listen to what I'm saying. Rico, listen to what I'm saying.
It's just as many.
I know what you say, and I want you to say what you're about to say. But let me just qualify what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they don't get to 20, 30, 40 years old and be among regular people without hiding it. They got to hide this type of thinking process from people because people have already just jammed out of their life. So they know that if they let this kind of thinking go, that and the people start seeing it from them, then people gonna leave them. So they have to hide it a little bit until they get more comfortable.
Well,
that's when
Clarence,
stuff start coming out. Or they get stressed and triggered and it pops out like this situation in my opinion.
And I'm going to push back and say to you that for more than half of these instances, when people look back, people say they saw this shit and they chose not to want to believe the very thing that's in front of them. They just choose not to believe. They don't want to believe. So it's not that fact that these motherfuckers are always that good. In more than half of the cases, they're not that good at hiding it.
Well, brother,
the very people that's close to them refuse to believe. So in other words, like the same thing with the woman getting the brakes beat off her ass. It's not like all of a sudden he became a woman beater. He been beating you for the last 2-3 years. You just refuse to see the abuse for what it is. You tell yourself. So sometimes we as a society and the people around them, we victimize ourselves by refusing to see the very monstrosity that exists. And I'm saying that a guy who would be, and I can't say 100%, maybe first of all, that nigga don't look smart enough to hide it.
Shout out to OG Patrice.
He just don't look smart enough. I just think that he looks like he comes from a community full of monsters, and if you reside in a community of monsters and people who are uncaring and people who are detached and so on and so forth, they walk around, they have monsters that live within them because all they care about is themselves. So I think he lived in a community where nobody gave a fuck about his children. Nobody cared.
Rico, do you really think she would have left her children with somebody if she had half the notion that he might have did something like that? You really think she would have? Of course she would not have left them. This is what I'm talking about, Rico. They hide this type of.
Let me tell you this. I don't think for a second that woman did not leave them children with that man, knowing he had some highly suspect and highly questionable judgment around and about her kid.
Even though he might have shown some behavior, she never connected that.
He don't delete them, but he don't delete them, but he severely abused them. What the fuck is the difference? Why does it matter?
I know, but
you still leave them with someone who has shown behaviors that they would inflict this type of damage on your children. Don't tell me. I thought he was the same. Now, if you're telling me someone who goes from one position, one behavior, completely to the other, it's like, oh my God, he used to always take them to the park. He used to always read to them. He used to always, and then someone who completely changes from a personality that they had. It's like, my God, they would go to church. He would take them to the park, bike ride, and all this stuff. Yes, I get that. You don't see that coming. But somebody who's been borderline abusive, narcissistic, this motherfucker don't like he ever been a good parent.
Correct. I believe that.
He's never been a good parent.
I
He's
believe
never
that.
been remotely near a good parent.
I
You
believe
should have a shitload of questions about him. Play the tape, listen to the way he talked. And I'm like, this is probably a better day.
Yeah,
he
this
probably talk like this horribly forever. I never leave my kids around this piece of shit.
Hey, well, let's do this. Hey, if you have children in the room or you have a weak stomach, this is the time. Shout out to Brothers Film. This is the time to leave the room. And this dude is really on one, and you know, it's really sad and sick the way this guy is actually going to talk. He's already threatened to assassinate the one boy, and you know, he's gonna do even worse. So we're gonna play a little bit more of it so you guys can see. If you select poorly sexually, you are gonna be in a bad way. All right.
Yeah, right, okay. This gonna be the last time. This be the last video I make. Nigga, God rest my soul. Wook, Ovia Foreman, you are responsible for your part in this too. You chose to be a destroyer, right? It's okay, fine. You can hold this. Take this with you. Tater.
Okay. Now he's blaming the fact that he decided to delete everybody. He's blaming it on the girl. Okay. So what's happening is the girlfriend has been, I guess she just started realizing that this dude is mentally unstable or emotionally unstable. She decided that, well, let's be real. She's probably been in the streets, been for the streets. He sexually selected her, and she kept on being in the streets and for the streets. He got frustrated because he could not get her to switch and get up out of them streets and view him as what he wanted her to be. And his frustration, he now is going to take it out on the children and himself and on her, by the way. All right, listen.
No, he didn't get her. Did he?
No, I'm telling him emotionally going to do it to her by taking the children.
Okay. But he didn't do anything, right? And I'm be honest, at this point, I don't believe a motherfucking thing he said. I don't think she was no queen.
Why do you think he did it, Rico?
Nothing he says, huh?
Why do you think he did this?
I mean, I just think I don't know why he did. I can't put my head in the mind of
you already said it. He's just evil.
Just evil. I think obviously there's been some sort of rip. I'm just saying I don't believe the indictment. And maybe she was out there holding the street. So
I'm sure because he's there by himself. What kind of woman would leave their children with a crack pot like this?
We don't even know how he came into possession of the kid. I don't know. All I know is unless you know more about the story.
Well, we're gonna hear more. We're gonna hear more of the story. We're gonna hear how he came to kind of have.
So all I saw was this live stream and the shit he was saying. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Well, some of it we got to deduce.
So my question is this: then he's upset because he cries about her fucking around.
Correct.
Her giving him an STD. So I'm like, so you ain't never gave a fuck about your kids. All you gave a fuck about was this broad.
Right.
So so you ain't never gave a fuck about your kids.
But see, the whole point, if you do the math, it wasn't about the children. He wanted her.
Yeah,
the children were just incidental.
He deleted those children to inflict a level of pain on her.
That's it.
Which I'm like, why? And I'm not proposing this. Why not try to inflict the damage on the person that hurt you? Because those 3 kids never did.
But see, he didn't ever look at those children as
children or his.
Exactly.
He had never looked at them as children, and he had never looked at them as his. Because if he ever looked at them as his children, he could have never been moved to do the very thing that he did to what is a part of him.
But Rico, he had such a bad thinking of himself that
then take yourself out. Inflict the pain.
Right.
Inflict the pain on what's hurting.
The plan was to take yourself out.
Right. If he's hurting himself and she's hurting himself, God damn it, go do a murder-suicide between the 2 of y'all. Them 3 kids should still be here.
That's what should have happened, right? But that girl got away, right? but
But
she
them
never
three
thought
kids
he
should
would
be
do
here.
this.
You can't go, well, the person that hurt me got away, so I'm gonna go find a random
Well,
innocent
he was
people
gonna
like my
delete him.
fucking children.
Well, he was going to. The plan was to delete himself, but
Then
even
delete
that
your
was
fucking
that
self.
wasn't gonna hurt her. That wasn't gonna hurt her. What was gonna hurt her was the fact that he took the three children
Then
with
stick
him.
around
That
until
was
you
gonna
can
hurt
get
her.
the pain.
He
Then you
thought.
what would not make you a weak motherfucker is then you stick around till you get at the person who caused you the pain. Those
Agreed.
three children didn't cause you any pain. You can't
Agreed.
get this bitch today. Wait.
Agreed.
Okay, those three kids did not cause him any pain. So why
That's
would
better than
he
taking the
put
children out.
that on them? If it was her, go at her. If it's you, go at you. What do those three babies have to do with any of it?
But see,
Nothing.
this is we're raising children that are dysfunctional, because we're raising children that are
These are
emotionally
motherfuckers. Yeah.
unstable.
All right.
And-
Play,
and-
play it.
and
Let's
so-
play it. Let's
all
go.
right, all right. Hold on.
Wow, nigga. After everything I gave you, cuz. After everything, all I wanted was a conversation, nigga. I told you, nigga. All you had to do was talk to me, nigga. All I wanted was conversation. That's it. I wanted you to be woman enough to look me in my fucking eyes, nigga. After 13 years of my life, nigga, I'm giving to you. Nigga, and
Okay, Rico, real quick. We've all cried. We've all had our feelings
Many a
shattered
time.
into our hearts.
Many a time.
Right?
Many a time.
We ain't never thought about deleting ourselves, deleting someone else.
Never.
You've been mad. We've been mad. We've been
Never.
like, man, you know what I mean? We want to get
Never.
the other guy or whatever, right? But
Never.
never have thought that.
That
But-
nigga ain't felt the pain that I felt. Never.
Right.
Never.
But my point is, this is the see, because the fathers are not in the home.
Man,
there's
don't miss
nobody-
me with that. I ain't had no father, Clarence. Miss me with that bullshit. I'm not doing
No,
it today.
I'm telling you, Rico.
It ain't got a damn thing to do with
Rico.
your
That's
father.
not the way
It got
it's supposed to go. Rico, that's good. You came out very well, but that's not how it's typically.
No, I
supposed
came
to
out
go.
damaged and fucked up, but there's nothing
But
in
I'm
the
saying-
world that's gonna move me to deleting my children, and I'm not accepting the fact that because the reason why there are too many, especially in our community. Y'all, everybody spouts the fact, 80% of the single black kids are saying, okay, then 80% of them are not out here fucking murking their children. They're not doing it. So that
But-
cannot be the cause of it.
Yeah, but I can't, Rico.
Go.
This is a dynamic world. I can't say this is every cause is this and every cause is this is the reason.
But
I'm
then,
just putting out reasons
it's,
why it does
but
happen.
then it's uncomfortable or it's disingenuous to say, well, see, because I'm like, too many fatherless children are being raised in our community and being raised in poverty, and the vast majority of them don't do this shit. So it's something else. I do think there's a problem with fathers not being in the house. I agree with that. I'm just not going to let it be in an instant that's the reason for this
I
level.
didn't say that. I
but-
didn't say that. I said that may be a contributing factor. I'm not
Okay.
saying that's a.
You didn't say that.
Guy obviously
You're
has
saying it now, but go ahead.
emotional. He has some real serious problems.
Yeah.
Maybe the mother, the way she brought him up and antagonized him in such a way that he developed this way. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that father's not being there. That's the only reason why
like you said,
that
that's
stuff
a part.
happened? No. What I'm saying is he may have been abused. Who knows? I'm just saying that typically, if the father is there, it's less likely something like this is going to happen. That's less likely. That's all I'm saying. Vaughn, did you want to say something before we move to?
It's some killers that, and let's be clear, there are some murderers that come from two parent
Exactly.
households as well. So
Exactly.
let's be clear about that. There
I'm
are
not saying,
instances
like I
where-
said, I'm not saying
I'm
it's
just saying. I know you didn't say that. I didn't say you didn't say it. I said let's be clear.
Okay.
That there
Very
are
clear.
also murderers who come from, because I don't want people to believe that all these killers and all these people that do egregious things all come from single. We don't even know if this motherfucker daddy was there or not. I don't know.
Correct.
He might have been there.
But
And he might be another one.
The way he's behaving,
You think it. We assume
that he wasn't there. But maybe Vaughn has something to add to the conversation.
Yeah, greetings, gentlemen. Greetings. Listen,
Greeting Alderman Fred Davis.
you didn't even catch that one.
No, I didn't.
It took Clarence to catch it.
Rico was about to look him up.
He was about to Google him, huh?
Wikipedia.
I wish he would have Googled him. That'd have been even funnier, man.
I'll
man. Yeah, man. But this is a serious topic, man. And I'm just, just looking at this young man's face and the place that he's in right now on this video, a true exhibit of mental illness. I don't believe this is something that just popped up all of a sudden. I believe it was chronic. His illness has been chronic, for you to get to this place, because rational people don't do this. Even if they're pissed off because the young lady doesn't want to be with you anymore, rational people don't think this way, and so definitely there is some mental illness going on, but then at the same time that it's it's got a little evilness there too. Now, you can hear it in his voice and see it in his tone, so you got two of both things going on here. And I know we just recently had this conversation, but man, this is so very unfortunate, that you would think enough of your children. You don't think enough of your children, to at least let them live, let them survive, let them live their life, and it's a very narcissistic spirit and attitude, because it's all about him at this point.
It gets worse for him.
And so, and I haven't even seen all of this, so I'm just like, wow.
Thank you, Brother Von. That's my take on it. The level of just it's about him, and it's just like, so again, Bro Clarence always come, well, maybe now when I see this level of evil, I'm not reaching for nothing, because it's and it could be paranoid. Leave that up to his lawyer. That lawyer gonna argue that shit. That, Clarence. Oh, he was molested. He was this.
Oh, there's no arguing for him. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. He's toast. That's the only good thing that came out of this situation, is that at least he put himself down too. At least,
but you know what? He should have considered that first. Go somewhere, sit in the corner, and take care of your own self.
That's
instead of bringing innocent lives into the matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
It's like, why? What is this whole thing? And we see it repeatedly, where I got to take everybody out plus myself. What is the purpose of that?
Well, see, this is what I'm saying, Vaughn. We especially women in particular, well, men do it too. We're not looking for this type of disturbing behavior, right? Because when you first meet somebody, they're on their best behavior. They're good. They're opening the door for you. They're calling you their queen and everything. By the time they calling you a bitch, or they just leaving you or whatever, you so far in it, you say, "Oh man, I got so much invested in this situation. I'm gonna try to make it work. I'm gonna try, hopefully, get them around." Instead of saying, "Hey, this person is telling me who they are. I poorly sexually selected. I need to get out as soon as possible, because it may have, ramifications for not only myself but for the children."
But he's addressing this video that he made to the young lady, right?
Correct.
Now, had he deleted her? Well, apparently he hadn't deleted her yet.
No. Well, he don't want to delete her.
He didn't delete her at all.
He's such a.
He didn't delete her at all.
No,
Okay.
he's a coward.
I see.
He's a coward.
Okay.
He cannot face himself,
but
because he loves her. Listen to how crazy this logic is. He loves that girl so much, and he's so connected to her in his own head, till he cannot face doing something to her, but he wanted to have her in pain, feeling the same pain he's feeling. So he won't take himself out, but he knows that wasn't going to give her the pain that he was looking for to inflict on her. So he's going to take her children out.
He took it out on the children.
Yes.
So he's a piece of shit.
And how many children was it there? I know I'd seen one young man, one young kid in the back seat.
And
all three of them were in the back seat.
Yeah.
And he told them all that he was going to take them out. Tell them all. So you can hear them crying in the background. You can hear him crying. He's waving a pistol around. You can see, and they can tell he's serious. So obviously he's had breakdowns like this before, right?
So that's the part that gets me, Von, is like the terror that he inflicted on them.
I mean, it's just so cruel. You know what I'm saying?
It's one thing, right, Von? So it's one thing if like, I'm gonna kill you. Wouldn't you rather I sneak up behind you and then just shoot you in the head rather than me staying there for an hour? I'm about to kill you, and go like, I don't want to know I'm gonna die for the next hour and have to live with that fear and that terror. I just rather everybody hopes that they just go peacefully in the night in their sleep. Or if it does, let it be in a car accident or a plane crash, or
you just hear the pop and that's it.
You just don't want to see it. But when you see, that's why like these people who kidnap people, it's like you inflict that level of terror on them while they're alive. Before you end their life, it's a level of evilness that defies logic. So I'm like, dude, if you're going to take your children's life, sneak up behind it. First of all, I can never even imagine it, but do it in, like you said, the most merciful way. So even when women who are like, okay, I'm gonna have to take my kid's life, just that whatever, they'll sit there and hold them and rock them to death and then just suffocate them, smother them. Shit like that, because they're trying to make it.
Well, I'm curious.
The most loving way possible. This dude's a piece of shit. He's doing a fucking lie.
No, and apparently, he did it for God and everybody else to see, But I have a strange feeling that this young man probably abused those kids prior, and that young lady as well. Now, I don't have any facts for that. But clearly his behavior right now on this video, it shows that. So wow, man, this is tragic. This is so tragic.
This is really effective, mainly.
And Brother Clarence, when did this happen?
Where?
No, when did it happen?
Oh, I think about a week ago.
When and where?
I think about a week or so. Rico says in Oklahoma, but we'll find out. But I think it's about a week or so ago, that some kids playing. It's like Goodfellas. Some kids playing walked up on the car and saw all four people not gone. You know what I mean? So, not to mention that how do you? I mean, as a little kid, you walk up on the car and you see that. How do you get over that? Okay, so let me respond to Brother Sim. Brother Sim said, Brother C, you talking from viewpoint of a good partner. He's saying she was doing him dirty. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing. We've all been done dirty, Brother Sim. But we never had these type of thinking process. What I'm saying is when you sexually select poorly, right? You have sex with somebody who you don't clear their mental, saying that you don't make them pass a screening of how clear their thinking is. You can have children with somebody like this, and then and you can see little red flags here and there, but you're not putting it all together. What I'm saying is there's always some breadcrumbs. There's always some breadcrumbs. Rico.
And you know what? And wait, and doing someone dirty does not warrant a life being taken.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest here. You know what I'm saying? Because you did me dirty. What do you mean did you dirty? Did I lie on you? Did I put your information out there? Did I say I want to quit you? Or what? When you say you did me dirty, I don't believe that it warrants. It doesn't warrant a deletion.
No, it doesn't. But what I think what Brother Sim is talking about is earlier he was talking about. Well, later on he's going to talk about how she was, just living in the street, man. She just, I guess at some point
he couldn't take it.
Finally realized that this is not working, and so she decided to go back into the street. Now it looked like to me it's a situation where he tried to take somebody up out the street, and he thought if he put these children on her, that was going to some kind of way, and a lot of us make that mistake, some kind of way that's going to turn her into a housewife type thinking process. That was just going. But if somebody is for the streets, they for the streets.
And that classic phrase,
right?
We don't even have to say it, but you know what it is.
Right. So you gotta have your head on straight to be able to say, okay, this person is good for a good time, but they're not good for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So You got to have that understanding. But he tried to, make a 304 into a housewife, right? All right, so let's get back to it. Let's finish it up because we're gonna do a news reveal on it as well. Yeah.
And cut me loose. Look me in my face and break me loose, nigga. Look, break my heart. Look me in my eyes and break my heart, nigga. But you couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. You want to go lay up with niggas and get fucked and nigga, whatever the case. You're slick, my nigga. You lied, my nigga. You're a habitual cheater, my nigga. And you have given yourself to men. You have given me STD behind this shit. Like, I'm not paranoid, cuz. You hear me? You fucked other niggas recklessly. I forgave you for it. You won't even.
Gentlemen.
Good Lord. I could hear the kids in the background.
They're crying.
I mean, this is so very hard to watch.
But
this is crazy.
I think all women should be watching this because they need to know that, hey, any deviant type of situation where you see this dude doing something crazy, you need to start saying, this is a situation. This might be crazy.
Yeah.
Or any abuse you see. The first time you see that abuse, get going. Don't listen to the I'm sorry, it'll never happen again, and this and that.
Wow.
No, the first time you hear that abuse, you jet, right? Because this may be coming. Now, obviously, I agree with Sim that there's no way you can foresee something like this happening. That most people are not going to say up front, I'm going to do something to those children if you leave them with me. They're not, right? Because they know you won't leave the children with them. Right?
So Brother Clarence, would this fall under the category of crime of passion?
No.
I wouldn't think so either.
No, not to me. Not to me. To
I
me,
wouldn't think so either.
To me, this was just a hurt individual, and he was so afflicted with evil spirit that it turned off his sensitivity to and empathy for other people. He was in such pain that he no longer was empathetic to the situation with his children or how his children were feeling about it or whether they were innocent or guilty or participated in whatever. That was irrelevant to him anymore. He was afflicted. He was afflicted with an evil spirit, and unfortunately, it drove him into this insanity where he decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the nuclear option to end this pain. I'm in such pain because of his frustration. He was so frustrated that he couldn't take this 304 and turn her into a housewife that he decided, I'm going to just, if I can't make her feel my pain, I'm going to give her some of her pain of her own to feel. And so that's, in my opinion, that's what was happening with this young man, unfortunately.
Man.
But it gets better. It gets better, Vaughn. Let's
it gets worse, you mean? It can't get any better.
Right. It gets worse. Let's see. Here we go.
Then come home, baby. You want him to come home like I'm a sucker. So watch this, Gayla. Watch this. Yeah. And Carrie.
The city neighborhood is in mourning.
Okay, wait, can you pause for a second?
Woman walking her dog found a car with 4 people dead.
Okay, so I'm really taken aback by the way he goes from being dead angry to just being very calm and just speaking.
Yes, classic.
You know what I'm saying?
That is classic narcissistic behavior. Classic.
I mean, he's literally like going berserk, and then instantly he stops and says, "Well, let me tell you." You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But see, here's the thing, Vaughn. There's women out here and they're hooking up with dudes like this.
Yeah.
And because dudes like this will put up with their drama. But see, there's a breaking point for all this stuff. I don't know if have you ever seen the movie Boogie Nights?
Yeah, a while back, long time ago.
Okay. Remember the scene where
It's an old movie.
Yeah, remember the scene where they had the big party at the prime producer's house, and the guy and this guy was a porn star and his wife was a porn star. They get to the place, and then everybody's inside the house. They're mingling and everything, and then somebody comes and tells them, "Hey man, your wife's outside," and she's you know, out there in the driveway with so and so, right? So he thinks he's going out there to see the wife standing out there talking to somebody, right? The wife is in the driveway having sex with another prime worker, right? The people are all standing around. This is outside, broad daylight, outside, right? So the people are standing around looking at it, you know, cheering them on and everything, right? So he goes up to the wife and says, "Hey, get up! What are you doing? You know, you don't do something like this. You ain't working. This is just." So she was like, you know, just leave me alone. I do what I want to do, right? Basically, just disrespecting him, right? Obviously, which she had been doing their whole marriage, right? Guy goes to his car, gets a weapon, takes out the guy that was doing the work, takes out the wife, and then points the gun at himself and takes himself out.
Yeah,
See, that's the problem, man. You never know when somebody's gonna snap, right?
Yeah.
You never know when somebody's
Man,
gonna,
it's
you
just
know,
crazy, man.
I can't handle it no more, right? But in this situation, obviously she'd been doing this stuff. She'd been doing this stuff, but he would not stop. You know, and he got frustrated. I'm trying to make this 304 into a housewife,
There you go.
and I
Yeah.
can't do it. You can't do it. Why? Because the spirit she got in her is the spirit of the street. The streets call her, she got to go, right? Okay. All you can do is leave them there, right? But now you start sexually involving yourself with them. Now you got one child, now you got two children, now you got 3 children.
Man.
That's why I'm pushing this sexual selecting properly situation. You gotta, if you're gonna have sex with somebody, man, you gotta make sure or even I would say this, I don't even want to restrict it to sexually selected. Just
I was getting ready to say that. It could be a friend, it could be anybody.
Anybody.
You know what I'm saying? You got to know how to vet people, man.
Exactly, right? But
you know, and listen, I've been on jobs. I've been on jobs where
shout out to Harris Tribe.
Listen, I've been on jobs where I knew for sure a few of my co-workers were shooters.
Yeah, man. Right.
And so I said, now if they ever get terminated, see, I'm gonna be watching as I come in and out, because I already know that they have the spirit of a shooter.
Right.
Yeah.
See, I always had to I had one in my job. Shout out to Mike. But you know what I'm saying? I had one in my job. But brother, man, he just walked around with if you saw the look on his face, it looked like he had just stepped in dog. He always had that I just stepped in dog mess look on his face, right? I mean, he just and he grumbled at everybody. Hey, morning, Mike. That's how he did, right? Every morning.
Yeah.
I always took the Michael Che, you know, the comedian Michael Che.
I know you're talking about.
Okay, he said something that was real. He said, people don't hurt people they like. They only hurt the people they love and they care about, right? So I always try to stay on Mike's good side. Hey, Mike, how you doing? You know?
Yeah, I was always on their good side, but the point is, I knew that they had a little bit of evilness and you know, devilment in them.
Oh yeah.
And if it ever came to that point, they would be that type of person.
Yeah, man.
To hey, you know, I didn't like the way lunch went yesterday. You know, just snap.
OG Patrice, are you in the building?
I'm in the building. What's good, my brothers? What's good?
What's up, OG?
You good? You good?
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everybody. Salute to the chat and love to all. How y'all feeling this great Sunday afternoon?
We feel good. We feel good. The story is tragic, of course, but
that needs to be discussed, Patrice. It needs to be talked about so we can find ways around it, so we can have people open their eyes to see the people you selecting and putting in your circle. You got a really good screening, because if you don't, this kind of stuff can happen. You got any words of wisdom for us, Patrice, on this?
Wow. Yeah, this is a tragic situation, right? That happened. And you guys are right. We have to pay attention to the signs. We have to pay attention to the red flags that a lot of people give off in our surroundings, whether it be family members, friends, co-workers, and be aware of your surroundings as well, you know, and how people act around you. Like, you know, unfortunately the times that we living in. And this brother right here, question is, was he mentally imbalanced? Does he have a history of it? Or is it just pure evilness in him, in his actions and what he did?
Definitely evilness. Definitely evilness. I don't know.
I don't know. It just seemed a little chronic to me. Like, this is something that has been going on over time. You know.
Yeah, I just been waiting to see if anything about his history or any mental illness is going to come out from from the news or his family or somebody speaking on.
We're gonna watch let's watch the rest of the news.
Okay, cool.
Some information up there.
Inside 3 were small children. Police tell News 9's Brittany Toulis the children died at the hands of their father.
Stuffed animals usually lining the floors of kids' rooms are sitting here on the curb where the 3 children were found Saturday morning. A block grieving the loss of 3 young lives.
We stood out on our driveway and watched the tow truck take the white SUV away, and it just made me sick. Made me wanted to just cry. Yeah, knowing what had happened in there.
Neighbors and mothers saying their hearts hurt for the mother learning all 3 of her children were killed at the hands of their father, Francois Littlejohn.
All I can think about is the mom, what she might be going through. It's hard. Couldn't imagine. You do too. Losing one, but let alone all 3.
Oklahoma City police say Littlejohn, the 3 kids, and their mom all lived together. They were called after Littlejohn went Facebook Live, making threats to kill himself and the kids.
We received a 911 call in regards to this at 4:14 that morning.
OCPD flooding the streets with officers, sending the helicopter for a bird's eye view, and we're in the process of getting an Amber Alert out. But that call came in just minutes too late.
The vehicle the man was driving pulled up into a neighborhood and parked at 4:11. This would have been about 3 minutes before police were notified. Sadly, he executed his own children and then turned the gun on himself.
The oldest child, just 6 years old.
The officers and detectives, they just looked more heartbroken than anything.
It's even worse to open the door and actually bear witness to that scene and actually see with your own 2 eyes what's happened there.
Police say they're still looking into what caused this. They also said that the father did not have a history of violence. In Northwest Oklahoma City, Brittany Toulis, Oklahoma's own News 9.
Not having a history of violence, but did he have a history of mental illness?
That's the thing. See, Patrice, a lot of people are running around undiagnosed, right? They undiagnosed. And so they're running around and nobody knows. And the person themselves, they don't even know that they probably need a clinical diagnosis. And they don't know, you know what I mean? So they just run around undiagnosed. So what I've always pushed is don't wait until they have to go get a clinical diagnosis. You just try to look for what you can look for that's going to add up to this person is not well. And what's the worst that could happen, right? Because like they said, he wasn't. What is Rico doing?
I agree, but like I said, I want to hear first about any mental illness history before I make a judgment, because if that is the case, then again, it still was a ball dropped here, right? From people that continuously allowed the children to be around him, knowing that he was mentally unstable.
Right.
You know, and the mom still staying in the household, allowing him to be alone with the children if he has a history of this. And it seems like it was discord that was obviously building up over time. Like this didn't just was one isolated incident that happened. This seemed like it stemmed from something that had been building up over a period of time between him and the mother or whoever else he was talking about. What he mentioning? Some guy or something in it too. I don't know, but
he was mentioning the guys that she was sleeping with. She gave him an STD. He forgave her for that. He forgave her for sleeping with all these other men. He forgave her for that.
Can we say, well, we don't know that for sure. That's just his side.
That's
we could say allegedly. We could say allegedly.
Allegedly.
Right. Because the only reason why I say that is because we know that, and that's the thing is, And I give her say, when I hear this young man, I'm like, okay, he's in the street, she's in the street, this, that, whatever. And I even hear my sons, who are the just kings of run through, but let them end up with an STD. They're gonna swear to God somebody gave it to them. But they the king of run throughs. You know what I'm saying? And I keep trying to tell them, and that's typically the narrative that these young men tell when they do find out that they've come in contact with some sort of STD.
But what did the kids have to do with it? That's my question. What did the kids have to do with her giving him an STD?
Absolutely.
Or him giving her one, or however it went?
Nothing.
The kids have absolutely no involvement in that.
Right. And that's what I
Wow.
said, Vaughn, earlier, was where his source of pain came from the mother and himself. Those
Yeah,
kids never inflicted any pain on him. Ever.
But that's his way of wanting to inflict more pain on her.
On
See,
her,
that
right.
that's a calculated thing. He know that if he not, she probably wouldn't care about him taking his own life, but she would care about him taking those children's life. And that is the ultimate thing that he know that he hurt that he can inflict on her, where she would live with that for the rest of her life. And that's what he wanted to do.
But isn't that a level of evilness that I'm going to inflict pain on
Absolutely.
on an innocent?
Absolutely.
That's all I keep saying is that, like, dude, your kids ain't have nothing to do with it. For all the shit that he did to Diatribe, those kids was like, Daddy, we on your side. And my point is, what I hated the most is, why did he terrorize those children before he deleted them?
But why do we see parents doing these things in real life, in real time, to get back at the other parent? They keep the kids from the father, or if the father got custody, it's vice versa.
This is what I'm talking about, is the terror that someone has you in custody, whether locked in a room, and they're talking about they're going to, and you have to hear it. So you're not just deleted. You spent
I can't even
in his car, but if
I can't even phantom
half an hour, an hour. Why would you put that fear on them before you?
I can't even phantom the amount of fear that was over those children that was definitely old enough to understand something bad was about to happen to them. And that is the sad, sick part of it all, is that the oldest one was 6 years old. So you can imagine the pain of the how afraid and petrified and horrified those children must have been at the last days of their life, probably begging their father not to hurt them.
Yes.
Like I can't even wrap my brain around this atrocity to the fullest extent, that if something like that was to happen to my grandchildren, like I can't even phantom. It is the most horrific thing, you know, that you can do to a child. And that's why I have zero tolerance for people that harm children. I'm sorry. That's when I believe in things like, and I'm gonna say it, the death penalty. When you listen, I'm sorry. I got zero tolerance for people that harm children. I believe you don't deserve to be on this earth when you do things like that to harm children. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
I agree with that, because we're not talking about, oh, you were driving on the street, the kid ran in front of the car and you hit him and killed him. Or you were just shooting up and and all those things are horrible. All those things are horrible.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to be a special kind of sick, twisted piece of shit to terrorize a person. I wouldn't even put an adult through a level of terror where, Vaughn, I'm gonna spend the next 2-3 hours with you. Know I'm gonna kill you, but I'm gonna terrorize you before I just do it. I wouldn't do that to an adult, because I think that takes a level of twistedness. But to do it for children,
and there's a level of
for this motherfucker.
There's a level of consciousness to me when you intentionally go on social media and you're saying these things because you want everybody to hear it. There is, to me, some extent of you're aware of what you're doing because you are going on a social media platform to make this announcement about how you're going to harm yourself and harm your children and all that she did to. There is some level of mental clarity there. Now, he may very well be mentally in some other way if it comes out that he has a history of that. But I'm saying so to not always mark and say it's mental illness, even people that suffer from mental illness still have moments of clarity of things where they know that they're making a conscious decision of something. So I want us to definitely be cognizant of that as well.
But here's the reality too. The majority of people suffering from mental illness, the vast majority, like 90% of people dealing with mental health crises never is moved to this. I just hate the way that like we always, anytime someone does an evil deed, we always put that mental illness. No, motherfuckers is just.
That's
evil.
what I said. The same thing,
That's
brother
all
Rico. It is. We just really, truly have some evil people walking this earth. If you believe in the spirit of good, you have to believe in the spirit of evil. Those two are. Listen, the Bible talks about both of those two things. Right? And it's just that's just pure evilness in the world. And then there's just pure good in the world. There's people with good spirits that's walking this earth that do good things and do good deeds. Just like there are people that are evil that's walking this earth that do evil deeds.
Yeah, but my point is this. However you want to look at it, my point is that we have to learn how to because none of us are qualified psychotherapists or anything like that. So we have to be able to discern quickly whether a person has the right type of temperament and spirituality and energy that is good for us. And my thing is that although there are some people that are just, their whole goal is to be evil to everybody else, right? Of course, I still say that they're mentally ill, but that's that. When it comes down to selecting your circle, who cares what it is, whether it happened a long time ago or they've been doing it or they doing it now. If they show you that they have some type of deficiency, mental defect, wherein they cannot relate to empathy, and for you as a person starting off, let alone your children or whatever, then we have to be able to discern quickly. This person ain't from my circle. I can't bring this person in.
Clint, isn't it simply the case of what we all do outside of the deed of evil, which we know that occurs as well, but even in relationships and even in friendships, where the nature of human is that we tend to ignore red flags, whether it's in a friendship, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's in a business relationship. We see things that causes concern, and for whatever reason, whatever that shit is in the back of our head, well, I really like Clarence. I loaned him money like 8 times. He never paid me back. I'm gonna loan him $10,000. He didn't pay you back the first fucking 8 times. You know what I'm saying? And those were red flags that you chose to ignore. So I think that, and I'm just throwing that out there just in a generality that I think we do that. So when you're sitting there saying the discernment, it's like, okay, you see a red flag. It is what it is. The girl be like, he was just my boo. That's how much he loved me because he fought me because, he didn't want me messing with nobody. So he decided to put hands on me. I'm like, bitch, that's a red flag. And we ignore.
But then again, Brother Rico. But then again, Brother Rico, we have to understand that people are very good at camouflaging some of these red flags that we seem to be unable to notice. Wait, hold on. They're good at camouflaging it. They're good at covering it up. And that's why you get the person on the news that say, well, wow, Sister Terry lived next to us for 30 years. I mean, she was always so kind. She was always, we've all heard that before. We don't understand why she killed her whole family.
But my question
she's never exhibit any of those traits.
But Vaughn, my question is this, and I agree with you that some people are that crafty and that good. I think they're in the minority. I think in most cases, it's there. People just don't want to see it, is what I'm saying. So
The character traits.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So
I agree with you. I agree with you on that.
Who can rip people off and the scams and the hustlers, they're good at it. That's fine. I give them that. But then why do we have so many people that weren't good at it and people still didn't do an intervention, didn't step in? Because we see these things and we don't want to believe what we see.
Well, just like the lady on the news said that the young man didn't exhibit any traits of violence. You know, he didn't have a history.
The thing about the neighbors, though, is they don't see what's going on inside the home. The neighbors don't see what's going on inside the home, though.
I hear what you're saying, but he, you know, the lady said that he didn't exhibit any history of violence, but that doesn't mean that he hasn't been irrational.
Mm-hmm.
And with the way that he presented himself on this video, definitely this brother has been that irrational before. He just has not acted on it. He just didn't act on it.
That was
that wasn't his first time saying, nigga.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Hey, listen, he's probably held a gun up to her head before.
Yes.
You don't even know.
Yes.
He's probably cursed the kids out and told them to go sit your so-and-so such and such.
Thank you, Vaughn.
See what I'm saying? So that's a red flag right there for the woman, you know, and all of the women that are listening. When you see a man
shout out to Marcus
acting like that or talking to you, you know, like that, you need to move on.
Yep.
Well, see, that's what we're talking about, you guys. You guys, that's what we're talking about. Why are women, in particular, but men too, holding on? I mean, if he's seen that she is for the streets, why didn't he let her go? That's the ultimate question. If he saw that and she not only was she for the street, she gave him an STD. I mean,
wow.
What else is there to say? What does she have to do?
Does he have to do
like that?
That's definitely a deal breaker. That's a deal breaker for me.
Pouring the coolant into the lemonade. I mean,
so
what
the thing
what
is,
more do you need to see?
That's a deal breaker.
He ignored her red flags and she ignored his. And the unfortunate problem is the outcome is the deletion of those 3 beautiful babies who never had a fucking chance. And it breaks my heart the way they had to go.
Right.
Yeah.
I hate the fact that they're gone. But if they had to go, they shouldn't have had to go. To think that those 3 children and here's the thing, Patrice, right? The 6-year-old who understood what was going on, right? The other 2 younger children who may not have fully understood what was going on, they felt the terror of their older sibling.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That something is wrong. Yep.
Pure fucking terror that those children had to go through. They should have never had to go through.
Right. But why did they, Rico?
Because their fucking father's a piece of shit. You can throw the mother in there too. But the bottom line is, I don't care what I'm going through. Even if I decide, okay, I'm gonna take me and my whole family out. You know what? Everybody go to sleep. I'm gonna stick a gas, the pipe from the gas in the house and get everybody in their sleep. I'm not gonna go around, tie everybody up, sit them in the living room, walk around with Joker paint on my face, and do some stupid shit like that. I'm not going to inflict
Joker paint
terror on them.
Zim actually makes a good point. Wow. Zim actually makes a good point. We all been a simps at least once. But he was a super simp. Yeah, he was. I'm
still a simp. Yeah, but I'm not going to inflict terror on someone is especially despicable. Remember that. Do you know the definition of terrorism?
Shout out to Big Rick Slaps.
If you look up the definition of terrorism, it is to inflict a level of fear. Don't hate, Clarence. You a hater. You a hater. Thank you, Big Rig. I look good. I
will admit that I am Rico. I'm Rico's biggest hater. You're right. I am. I'm definitely. The ladies love Rico, but I'm Rico's biggest hater.
I like the hat too. I just want to see the boots. You don't have the boots to match. Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
But see, that's
gonna get you some new glasses.
I'll tell you guys. Let me give you guys an example, right? Kavon, you West Coast, and Patrice, you Arizona, Chicago. I don't know what 2001, whatever. When we had you know why? When I remember living through pure terror, I'm living in the DC era, and brother Lou Gruff was here. Maybe he was living here at the time. And even Von Erich, who was up in Baltimore.
Shout out, Miss She Said.
Sniper. He inflicted terror on an entire region. Because all of a sudden, one day, people like somebody's riding around just shooting people random and killing them. He didn't kill a lot of people. But you guys have no idea for 2 to 3 weeks the level of terror that he inflicted on 2 to 3 million people. People were scared to leave out of their house. People were pumping gas on the ground because he shot and killed somebody at a gas station. He was shooting people randomly in 3 different states and with a sniper rifle nobody could ever see. Him and 16-year-old Lee Malvo. The terror that was in everybody. People were like fucking almost dying of heart attacks, and because the fear, when you inflict that level of fear on someone, it's almost worse than death. It's because death brings a certain level of peace. It's over. Pop 2 to the head, it's over. But nah, I ain't gonna kill your ass. I'm gonna scare you to death.
Well, that's
And
the thing.
that's
Rico.
what I'm saying. That's what I watched this motherfucker do to his kids. Don't scare them to death. If you're gonna do it, that's a whole twisted thing by itself. But the fear is inexcusable because you still ended up doing it anyway. Do it without the fear. Make it as peaceful as possible.
Well, I think
They don't even deserve it.
I think a bigger lesson to learn is select your circle with purpose, man. Make sure you bringing people into your circle that kind of align with you on the thinking process. You know, you're gonna have to see if how they feel about certain things before you bring them in, especially if you sexually select them. You really, because now, see, regular people in your circle that like friendships and stuff that may end, and everybody's gonna go their own way. But when you sexually select with someone, then a child may happen, or a disease may get passed, or something may connect you forever, right? So you have to really be purposeful when you're putting your circle together, because if you put a person in your circle that's wrong, so they can ruin everything. They can ruin everything. And this guy ruined everything for this lady. Her beautiful children gone. He can't be even held accountable for it anymore. Gone. Hopefully, if there is a hell, they put him at the back gate of hell, right? They put him at the highest burn. No, we got a special burner for you. Go over there to the fire is enormously high, right? Hopefully, I mean, this guy don't deserve no
and I'll be honest with
passion.
you, knowing the mother, I hope she can never
I agree. I definitely agree.
I just hope she never can procreate again, because I just don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of hard because I don't know her, but I mean, like, she didn't protect her babies.
Well,
But have we heard from the mother at
No,
all?
I haven't heard anything.
That's what I was gonna say. Has she
I haven't heard
spoken out at
anything.
all?
I don't. So I kind of feel like I'm prejudging, but it's kind of hard for me to believe. What I watched on that video, that nigga ain't never been good enough to hide nothing.
Yeah, I would say the same thing, Rico.
I just don't believe he don't look smart enough, and he don't look good enough to hide. I mean, I'm not saying that no one saw him doing that. I'm just saying,
that's
just looking at him, it's like, why would you want to have a baby with this piece of shit? Period.
He was probably pitching in some type of way.
No, he smelled like deadbeat daddy. Clarence, come on, that nigga smell like deadbeat daddy.
Well, she left the children with him, right?
They don't care, but plenty of these chicks will leave their kids with a deadbeat daddy. I'm just saying that's enough reason to say don't procreate with him, because he ain't gonna be responsible for his fucking children. So I'm not saying that she knew he would go to this level. But if you knew you was procreating with a deadbeat daddy and he deleted 3 of your children, I pray to God that you never have the gift of procreating again, because you just can't be able to. You just don't have the discernment, what we're talking about, the discernment and the wisdom, because the biggest thing for being a mother, as Patrice will tell you, is protecting your children. And sister, I'm sorry, you didn't.
Should be.
You didn't.
Yeah.
You
He
didn't.
And but like I said, you know, it's just a lot of stuff that I think it was just two people who are definitely not aligned with their goals getting in, sexually selecting each other, and it just turned into a horrific situation, man.
And the big
Okay.
rig slaps. Yeehaw!
See what you started, Big Rig Slaps. All right, so we're gonna ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna get into another video in another
Oh
situation.
wait! Oh wow! We have more.
We got more where people.
more.
Lord, so it gets worse.
Luckily, no children are harmed in the rest of our videos. No
No,
children. are
wait a
harmed.
minute.
Okay.
You got Louisiana on deck?
I don't know.
If you
I don't
got
think so.
Louisiana on deck, that's more kids.
No. I don't have that. I don't have
Okay.
that.
All right.
We're not gonna look
Okay.
at it. We
Good.
just
Okay.
right now we just
Like I
gonna
say,
look
buckle
at just a couple more videos of people not paying attention to who they bringing into their circles, and it eventually caught up to them. All right, so this is another one about the white lady that was the Instagram model that is accused of murking her boyfriend, the brother. All right, so we're gonna watch that right now, y'all. Here we go.
An Instagram model has been arrested and charged with murder in the stabbing death of her boyfriend.
The Instagram model accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend in a luxury Edgewater apartment back in April has been arrested on a murder charge. Courtney Cleaney was taken into custody in Hawaii, where she'd been in rehab. She will be extradited to Miami to face trial. Cleaney is being charged with second-degree murder with a deadly weapon in the death of Christian Obumseli. Tonight, her attorney sent us a statement saying, in part, "We are completely shocked at Courtney's arrest based upon the clear evidence of self-defense in this matter. Obumseli attacked her and choked her that evening. Courtney had no choice but to meet force with force." The arrest caps a 4-month investigation by Miami police. Miami State Attorney Catherine Fernandez-Rundle told CBS 4 she'll hold a press conference Thursday to announce the filing of criminal charges against Cleaney. Obumseli's family has been outspoken about this case.
I do believe she is the killer, and she does need to be arrested.
Devastation doesn't quite describe what my family's experiencing right now. Yesterday, we finally told our 93-year-old grandmother that her grandson, who was expected to come home to Texas to visit for his 28th birthday, will no longer or ever be returning home.
Miami police told us they were called to the condo to investigate a domestic violence call. There they found Obumseli suffering a knife wound. He died while being taken to the hospital.
Tomorrow, law.
All right, y'all. Okay, now in this particular case, they went back and they found some footage of her beating him up in a elevator, because they wanted to show that she was being violent with him on other occasions, right?
Yeah, they want to show that she's the aggressor.
Right. And so, but now, of course, they're saying that she did this, had to do this in self-defense, right? Right. And so, try to make it sound like he's the aggressor, right? But my point is, see, we're not looking for things that we need to look for in people, and then we are excusing bad behavior. We're excusing it, right? Like Rico said, we're excusing this behavior and allowing these things to continue that we see are clearly something that we need to get away from, right? Violence, abuse, manipulation. We need to get away from this stuff, right?
Clarence, though, but I before you get too far down, I'm gonna save you a little bit.
Okay, save me.
Because with this story, I just want you to tell there's also an aspect of this story that I didn't hear you say, or I think maybe you're not aware of. That's also because, like you said, everything that you said is spot on. Okay. However, the young man that she has been allegedly accused of murking and deleting, right? Okay. Prior to that, there's a little bit of backstory. This young man drugged the living motherfucking shit out of black women in favor.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that too.
So I just want to be clear about that. So before I feel bad, I'm all fucking throw Becky under the bus, burn that bitch. I don't care. But in this situation, you know, because a murder is a murder, I don't care. We got to be clear that he had a documented social media history of shitting on black women in favor of white women. He did. Even his family, I'm just saying, we need to tell that part of it, because even his family came out and said, well, that's no excuse. It's the very thing that you're about to say. That's no excuse for him being killed. And it's not. But it's ironic that you shitted on people who look like you in favor of someone who doesn't, and that's the person who deleted you. That's all I'm saying. So it's a double red flag for him, because he didn't want to have nothing to do with, I'm not saying that, right, you know, he didn't want to have nothing to do with people who look like him, and people who didn't look like him was the very people, and it wasn't the fact that he just didn't want to have nothing to do with them. It's the fact that he took the time out to disparage them. That's my issue. My issue is go be with a white woman and just be fucking quiet about black women, period. Because the very people now in your afterlife that is fighting for justice on behalf of you ain't the people you ran towards.
I don't know, Rico. That's
You mean it's not? No.
I don't know why that even has any place in this situation.
Really?
Yeah, because what difference does it make if who he was talking about? He got deleted, and it looks to me like it's very much possible that.
So then why should we care then? Since it doesn't matter. If I talked about you all your life and I got deleted, why should you care?
Well, it's just
Why
human
should you
life.
care?
It's just because of the
Why
way
should
it happened.
If all I did was drag the nation, drug you, did everything under the sun, and I ended up deleted. That not only just drug you, but drug you in favor. Oh, I prefer Asian people over them fucking niggas. And why should you care then, Clarence?
Because if I allow other people to take you out in a non-prescribed way, then eventually that's gonna find its way to my doorstep.
In spite of the fact that I got a history of saying that I don't
who
care
cares?
about
That's
you.
not the issue. Because
But you know what? But you know what, Brother Rico? If that's his opinion, that's his opinion. We may not. Listen. We may not agree with it, but he has a right to share where he's coming from. That doesn't necessarily mean. But that doesn't necessarily mean he should lose his life because he has an opinion about something.
No. I'm not promoting. Again, I said that. Remember when I started the conversation, I said Becky deserves. I don't give a fuck about Becky. Throw that bitch under the jail. I don't. No, because she killed somebody.
Right. So my point.
I'm not even saying to throw her under the jail because she's white. I'm saying throw her under the jail because she killed somebody.
But that's my point.
Do we know the
point is
circumstances but for the reason of her doing such a thing?
I got you, Jay. I'm about to bring you on.
They've had this long-standing.
I mean, I don't know if that's in the report.
They've had this long-standing relationship where they have been beating the shit out of each other. They've been beating up on each other when it was in Hawaii. They've been beating. They've basically been in a vitriolic domestic violence relationship for several years. Period.
Kind of like War of the Roses, right?
Yes, they just beat up on each other, and that's fine. So it was. She could have been black. She was gonna probably end up killing him, or we were gonna end up killing her. If she hadn't killed him,
it was just toxic.
Killed her anyway. It just
toxic relationship. Yeah,
got it.
It was just a toxic relationship. But the fact of the matter is, I'm saying to say that. So this was predictable. If you're in a relationship where one or both parties are putting hands on each other, somebody gonna end up dead. Full stop. Full stop. That's it. You could be. Let me tell you. You could be in a same-sex relationship. When y'all start putting hands on each other, somebody gonna kill somebody. It's just a matter of time. You can't be physically assaulting each other and think it's not going to escalate. It always does 100% until somebody decides, hey, fuck it, I had enough and I'm out of here. But what I'm sitting there saying is, all I'm pointing out is that it's difficult for me to be the social justice warrior for someone who would deem that me my daughter, my mother, my sister, or any other woman that looked like me is less than worthy. That's it. That's it. For him to
And
the way
also,
he
and
black
also, and
That's
also, can we have the conversation of if this was a white man that did this to a black woman? Remember what all the talk that happened on the YouTube streets about Lauren Smith Fields, when that happened to her being suspiciously, deleted by the white
Still
guy
on the
that came to see her that she met on the dating site. This was all the talk about. So at what point are we not going to say, okay, and Lauren Smith didn't dog black men. She didn't get on the social media and dog black men, but it was a
and
whole
nobody
thing.
cared because
It
she
was
was
a
dating
whole,
white men. That's
yep,
it.
and it was a whole thing about her with the white guy.
Then
So
the man
now,
was white boy, blue, boom, boom. Nobody
so
gave
so
a
so
fuck.
so just imagine that if this was a black woman that did this to the black guy, they will be all on these YouTube streets talking about how black women are ratchet, how black women are this, how black women are that. So at what point are we gonna say that this man did do this when it came to dogging black women? So are the passport bros, are they real quiet now? Where are they? When are they talking about this? Are
No.
they having this conversation? But they can have the conversation about how black women aren't this and that and how they need to go over because they not appreciated. But look, it was someone else it was another woman that was not black that did this to this black man, even though he was African. He wasn't
Still black.
yeah.
And that's
But
why
I mean, so that,
that's
and
why
I'm not saying that is a reason or excuse, because either way it go, yes, it's a sad situation that this happened to him, but him and her was just in a toxic domestic violence relationship, period. It was just toxic. And these relationships can be with anyone, no matter what their colors are. It could be black on black, black with white, white with black, white with Hispanic, black with Hispanic, black with Asian. It could be any of that. If it's toxic and domestic violence, it is what it is. But when it tends to be in these YouTube streets, specifically when it's interracial, then the fault is going to be on. The fault is going to be, oh yeah, see, look what happened when he went over there. See what happened with you when she went over there. If she'd have just stayed where she was, we can't necessarily say that because we don't know. Because toxic people are toxic people, no matter what color. I don't know how many people are that are in our specific race that is black man with black woman and are totally in toxic relationships. It's two channels right now that concentrates on nothing but the deletion predominantly of black women at the hands of black men.
And the numbers are there. That's the crazy part about it. You're right.
Yeah,
As much as I hate it, the numbers are there. They are. I'm like, I hate these motherfuckers that's right about this shit. The statistics are showing it.
Well, we can argue those statistics, but let me get Jay into here. And Jay, you have something you wanted to add into the
What's up, brother Jay?
Party.
How y'all doing? I just got
Shout out to brother.
Hey Jay.
How y'all doing?
Hey, hold on, Jay, I'm gonna let you rock. Brother Anderson, thank you for that super chat. Very generous, brother. I mean, not super chat. What is it? Cash App. Yeah, thank you for the cash app.
Brother Anderson, that Negro ain't gave me my half. He cheated me out my money.
Yeah, yeah.
We gonna have to talk backstage. That Negro stealing. He's stealing.
He messing. Look, he's messing with the church's money.
Yeah, I'm messing with the church money, man.
What?
Hey, brother Anderson, when you send me the cash app, I went straight to the Maserati.
How much you take from the church?
He went down the street and saw Big Booty Judy.
Man. All right, Jay, what you got for us, man?
No, I just wanted to make sure that's funny that this is the same story that's been covered for like the past 2 days since it came out. I assume this is the dude that the black brother that got killed by white sister.
Yeah,
pretty much.
OnlyFans model.
Yeah, the Instagram model.
Okay, so that was. I'm making sure we're on the same one because I'm gonna say there was another one.
No, same.
I'm just
one,
making
same
sure.
one.
And now that I got some context and clarification. Now that I know he was dogging out black ladies, so now I know that. And now I know that they were in a toxic relationship. Okay, if they're in a toxic relationship, then that's okay. He didn't win at all. He effed up. Number one on that. Number two, this isn't the same as Kobe to me. Like if you've had a reputation of just dogging them out and that's all you've been doing. I said this on Brother J Speed stuff. I'm not going to be part of any group of dudes that just does that. Like just talk negative. Like I have yet to you just hear say one positive thing about a sister, but more often than not say anything positive in general. And if that's all you're doing, then that's all you're going to be remembered by. In my eyes and in my mind, I don't care what you did. I don't. Because guess what? That's louder than anything you may have done. So I just want to say that right there. Now for the third part, nobody deserves to lose a life over that. But I'm going to say this right now. Ain't no lady going to put me in a fist fight with her. Because please believe I will win. That's not even a debate. So no, I would have done better, and I would have got out of a situation the first time I noticed something crooked. And I don't care anyone says, well, Jay, you're not vendor. No, I'm vendor properly, bro. Once something comes out crooked or she does an action that is very not unlike ladylike or very suspect in threat of my life, I am out. And after that, my sister can deal with her. One of my sisters is military.
Hey.
But do not with my family.
Hey, as a young guy, Jay, does it make sense to try to weed out the bad, like look for bad stuff in the beginning, or while you actually in a relationship and now you're already in a relationship
You mean actively singing it out first?
Yes. In other words,
that's kind of. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to sing out the bad stuff first, but you might get it the first round. And first of all, without even having a dater, you probably can figure it out about how she speaks at first. That's why I said a process of elimination, brother Clarence. I mean, that's how you do it. But you're saying like within the relationship, do I discover anything? I should have already found it before it escalated to a relationship.
But Jay, don't you do it both though? So even like say you can bet a woman, and let's pretend she just hides all her bullshit, right?
Right.
Okay.
She talks nice and daintily, right? Okay, all right, fine, boom, a couple of weeks. Okay, so even when you're in the dating process, you're still keeping an eye open, right? Like, okay,
in the ear, exactly.
See where all of a sudden I say something and she starts snapping and yelling and be like, "Whoa, boo, you know what? I mean, oh, it wasn't that serious. Oh, so I see how you gonna react." Or
your reactions,
things like that. So even and women should be doing that to men as well. You should be vetting each other because you know what your tolerance level is, right?
Right.
So, and I'll tell this too. I like with my wife, I'm like, okay, I got a high tolerance level, but I got a fucking limit. Now I don't know what you're used to. I don't know what you're used to. Maybe you're used to a higher level. And
mine's in the middle. Trust me.
Every dude is different. Every woman is different.
Yeah, that's true.
You vet before the relationship and you vet during the relationship.
Correct.
And you just say, okay, if I see something that's just a bridge I can't cross, it's a wrap.
Well, let me tell you, gentlemen, I've been married for quite some time now. And, we still have deal breakers. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it never stops. You know what I mean?
That's good.
Because you've been married for 5 or 10 years or 20.
The missus know not to go too far fucking with you, right?
But see, here's the thing, and I know where not to go with her.
Exactly.
Because there's deal breakers. There's deal breakers for her as well. Like she's not going to allow me to drag her by her hair across the room. See, that's a deal breaker.
You be thinking about it though, don't you? You be thinking about it, right?
No, brother Vaughn,
I never think about doing that because see, if I ponder on that,
you know why
that's going to be an issue within itself.
You know why you don't think about it, Vaughn? You be like, shit, I think she can read my mind.
Yeah, there you go. See, but yeah, so there's even in longevity, if you're in a relationship that has where you've had longevity, there are still going to be some red flags. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean because you were together for 15 years that you're going to remain together. You know, when these red flags start popping up, you know, she's slamming plates and getting knives and stuff. Like, listen, we're changing character now. You see what I'm
get
saying?
out the house, Brother Vaughn. That's what you do when you don't slam the plate.
Yeah. So you have to continually watch the behavior, and that goes for both sides. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure my wife wouldn't sit by. She wouldn't sit around for me to mistreat or abuse her as well. You see what I'm saying? She would be making her way out the door.
Well,
and also,
my mama different on that. She'd have freaking like you do.
Shout out to April Carter.
My son, you done.
And also look at all of these couples that were married for years and they end up deleting the spouse later, deleting the spouse that was pregnant with their child because they having an affair with somebody else and want to live a whole nother life, deleting their spouse for the insurance money.
Yeah.
Instead of just walking away.
Yeah.
So, and these were people that were married to each other for years, had other children with had children with each other. I mean, the whole Lacey Pearson story. Look what he did. He was married to her for years. Look at the brother in Colorado that was married to his wife and they had children, and he started having an affair with another woman. Like because you realize that you're gonna have to probably pay alimony and child support. You'd rather get rid of the wife and then try to start a whole nother life with your children with this other woman.
Yeah.
I mean, look at and we say we vet. These are people been together, have been married for years. So
Patrice. It's an ongoing process.
It's an ongoing it's an ongoing process. And then were there traits of mental unbalance and narcissistic personalities even in those marriages? It's people that are married to people like that every day, y'all.
But let me tell you,
they are choosing to ignore the signs that their spouse is narcissistic, their spouse got anger issues, their spouse got a little mental imbalance. It's happening.
Let me explain to y'all why y'all gotta continuously vet. Not y'all, all of us. You have to continuously vet. I don't care how many years you've been married to somebody. You always gotta every now and then flip them over and say, we still on the same page. What's going on, right? Because there are certain things that people have in their heart. Yes, sir. There's certain things that people have in their heart. They have secret desires, right? They're not even consciously aware of these secret desires they have. And the only thing that pushes those secret desires out is the pressure of being in a marriage. You're in the pressure of a marriage. That's the only thing, and the pressure and time, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, the pressure of that will push out this secret desire that this person didn't even know they had a desire to be. Hey, I've always had a longing to be a 304, but now I see the window closing. I got to do it now, right?
Oh,
and
wow.
So they may go out and do that.
That's
good.
good.
May go out.
Oh, so you're going to wait till the end and try to go out and be for the streets. Ain't that something?
That's clear.
Well, check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
Somebody play that. I love that.
Check this out. What about a woman that married young? She married as a virgin. The man was her husband was the only man she's ever been with, and now she's listening to conversations from other people, watching TV, watching something, and say, "Wow,
right?
I've never been with nobody else ever.
Right?
I wonder what it feels like." And then she's at work, and some guy starts giving her compliments and telling her how beautiful. Like now, she been married, she love her husband now. But then she started listening to this guy that's giving her these compliments. Because see, now she's been complacent in the marriage, and the husband ain't getting the compliments no more. So now she hearing this fresh new conversation, making her feel important and special and not. And then she starts having an affair.
Yep.
I mean, it happens every day to people.
I do want to say this. Oh man, my train of thought. She said something.
Stop being a hoe, Jay. Stop being a hoe. You think about being a hoe?
No. Relax.
Oh, 304,
I got it
Jay.
back. I got it back. I just got it
Jay
back.
is not a hoe.
Yeah, exactly.
Jay is a man of leisure.
Exactly. I'm not, dude. First of all, I can never do that. There's no way in hell. No, because trust me, my brothers are like, no, we G check every day, so we can't do that. But to what OG is saying, I think I'm more of a my actions will speak louder than my words. It's instead of me telling you, I can show you more often than not. Because I've always said like words are just words sometimes, and sometimes that gets stale and boring for a woman. So you got to stimulate her mind different ways, but also doing instead of just saying sometimes, because like even that gets boring for them. And through our relationships, I've really figured that out and weeded that little vice out, because it's a little stone in the road that happens to come upon some guys when they just keep saying the same damn thing. Now, granted, if she gets tired of hearing, like any woman gets tired of hearing the same thing, and whether you can be innovative with your words or you can be innovative with your actions. So, as to keep her from trying to leave you. But
you all see the movie, Tyler Perry movie, Temptation?
Yeah. Wes. You should say the Diary of a Mad Black Woman, because that's probably more funny than my mind.
No, but the reason why I say temptation is because she was that young woman that married young, was a virgin, and only was with the one man. And now here comes another man, sweeps her off her feet, and she gets caught up. I'm just saying these are things that happen, and she destroyed her marriage because of it. And plus, she ended up, being HIV out of the deal of dealing with someone outside her marriage. There's so many different scenarios that happens. Oh yeah, Jay, if you never watched that movie, you should watch that movie. That was one of Tyler Perry's good movies.
I forgot that part. Did she really get the disease? Because I forgot.
Yeah. In the movie, she ended up being HIV. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. I don't know what to say. Like, that shouldn't happen. Number one, but also
lost her husband. He moved on, married again, had a kid.
Again. Exactly.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, you think you know someone, but it's so easy because we're human beings and the flesh is weak a lot of times. And like you said, all it takes is somebody to come along and start to make you feel new again, important again, loved again, because you've been in this marriage for 10 years now and everything, you just complacent. You just go on with the punches. You know what I mean?
His name is Pretty Rico.
What?
And his name is Pretty Rico.
Oh my God.
That's Risa,
Stop it.
Risa started that.
I was trying to figure out what he was trying to say. I'm like, what are you talking about?
You gotta give Risa that one. She started that one. But my point is this, y'all. Many people have issues. See, the difference between a long-term relationship and a marriage. In a long-term relationship, the duty is not there. You don't have a duty that, good, like when you say your vows, for better or worse, sickness or health or whatever. You don't have those. You don't have that standard to live by in a long-term relationship. In a marriage, there is a standard that you have to live by, wherein things may not be the way you want them to be. You're still supposed to show up to work. Things may not be going the way you want them to go in the bedroom. You're still supposed to show up to work. Whereas in a long-term relationship, you can just say, all right, you know what, this ain't working. I'm out of here. Cool. Right?
Like it's been cool walking, boy, but I'm out of here,
man. I'm trying to have a serious conversation with y'all. Rico keep butt dialing me. And
Brother Chris, man, it's cool. It's cool, man. Like, Brother Rico is needed sometimes. Like, I know we have deep conversations, but you gotta lighten it up a little bit. I know it's
right.
I mean, don't want to get off this stream being depressed. Like, come on.
Jay, think about me.
I'm not gonna let him, Jay. I'm not gonna let him.
He think about me too. He don't want to admit it. He think about me too.
I think about that hat. Holy smokes!
Yeah,
all right,
it's the hat.
okay, so this is what I want to get across to the people. I want to get across to y'all that in a marriage, I know a lot of y'all say, "Oh yeah, I know what a marriage is like. It's just like a long-term relationship." Actually, it's really not. It's actually really not. The only thing that's similar is that you actually with somebody, you might be living with them, but you're not bound by your word that you put on the line that said, no matter what, I'm going to try to work this out with this person. Now, that is only works when the other person is willing to do the same. Now, if that at that point where a person ain't willing to do the same, then it might be an issue. Then it might be an issue because You can't drag somebody to marriage counseling. You can't drag somebody to the doctor. You can't drag somebody to want better for the situation. They have to have their eyes open and their desire open to want things to be better, right? But unfortunately, sometimes people get caught up. Now, I think I did see that movie. You're right, Patrice. I did see that movie. That was with that was with Brandy in it, right? Brandy and
Yeah, Brandy was in it.
That's the one.
I know you know who I'm talking about. But yeah, she was in it, and they were working at the guy was a pharmacist, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Great movie. That was really a good movie.
Yeah,
that was
good.
one of Tyler's best movies. That one in The Family That Prays. I like that one as well.
But the point of it is,
Patrice, you've got the you got the one with the Diary of a Mad Black Woman. You forgot about that one.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like that one too
because it's hilarious.
Yes. Yeah, I like that one too, but yeah, I like that one too. But The Family That Prays was a good one in my opinion too, as well as Temptation. He actually does better with his movies, in my opinion, than he does with his plays.
I'm not gonna let you do that, Patrice. I'm not gonna let you turn this into a show where we talking about.
No. Oh, I digress.
Stop you right here. Stop you right here, Patrice.
Oh wow.
Uh-oh.
You sound so serious.
I digress.
You okay, Patrice? He was just
you know, shout out to Tyler Perry, man. Shout out to the brother, man. He made his dreams come true. But you know,
for me,
Clarence is not a fan. To put it like that, Clarence is not a fan of his movie. But that one you talking about, Patrice, was that definitely a good movie. But I have a question for everybody on the panel.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what is a deal breaker? Now, I'm not even going to go into sexually selecting because we'll get to that later. But just taking people into your circle as an adult, into your friendships or into a working circle. You know, maybe you may have a circle at work because we have different circles, right? We got a circle at work. We got a circle on YouTube. We got a circle at home. We got a circle at whatever organizations we belong to, right? We got different circles. What are some deal breakers or something that you guys would see up front that you would say, hey, I better not bring this person into my circle? Anybody?
Okay. Simple one. You're not being okay. Damn, I was about to go real raw, but hold on. You're not being a jaded, self-loathing human to me. And I say that very wisely. And when by self-loathing, I mean like your depression lays onto us, and then you try to make us all feel down and depressed. And I'm like, I'm not with that. I can't have nobody like that in my group. Now, granted, if you're my boy and that fail you, then we will do our best to help you. But another requirement is just, like I said jadedness, self-loathing, and also someone who likes to self-sabotage. Like no, like the person that likes to sabotage relationships and just be very, very morbid and shit like that. Pardon my French, but things like that. And also, I'm gonna say this:
is that French or English? Okay. I'm just kidding.
French or English?
I'm joking.
Yeah, I know. But things like that, I think Brother Clinch gets what I'm saying. So, like I want all my boys to be real with me, be truthful with me, because I'll be truthful with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. There's no need for me to lie really now because I'm online. There's no reason for me to lie now or anything like that. Just like just be straight up with me. G check me and I'll G check you. Of course I will. And also, well, this goes to the ladies in the group. Just ladies. Don't make it about yourself. Just come in, speak your piece, and don't turn into a competition or not like that. If you can do that, you'll be at my good graces, but also you'll forward a conversation a lot better instead of trying to create a storm from X-Men. Like you got to stop. And the thing is, I'm gonna say this, and this might get every lady triggered. And I don't mean this offense to OG, because OG she's a sister and I respect her and everything. If you can't speak civilized, and this goes for the dudes too, this goes for both genders, but let me correct the ladies for this. If you can't speak civilized and you gotta run your damn mouth and be loud and abrasive, you gotta get the hell out of my goddamn house. Get out my damn corner. Get out of here. Because I ain't with that. These are for my goddamn headaches. If you giving me a headache, then you gotta get the hell away from me and get away from this group. Because we're not about being loud and ratchet and bullshit, none of that here. The same go for the dudes. If you're gonna be loud and ratchet, get the fuck out of here. Pardon my French again. But you gotta, like I said, because we're here about, like I said, we're more to hear about positive conversation, you know, progressive. We can disagree. It's cool. We can disagree. It's cool. Just let's not get stupid with it. And, you know, be reasonable and just, you know, just forward the flow of the freaking convo we're having. So those are only my requirements. Like I said, speak civilized. Nope. Like I said, don't self-sabotage stuff. And like I said, be respectful. That's it. Deal breaker. If you can't do it on things, like I said, you're in the wrong spot, brother. I'm gonna drop you up in the freaking hillbillies. Like, get out of here.
All right, Jay. Thanks, man. All right. So anybody else?
Yeah. I can address that. As far, you know, when I was younger, I had a whole bunch of comrades and friends, and, you know, had a big circle, you know. And some of these people I've grown to know for at least maybe 30 some odd years, 40 years, possibly. You know what I'm saying? And even now that I've matured, you know, it's not necessarily that we're always hanging out at the bowling alley. You know what I'm saying? We all have our separate lives and, you know, families and different things. We talk on the phone periodically. But as far as my circle is concerned, you know, I have a huge issue with people who are arrogant, you know, and when you display that type of character, that you know, I find it hard for me to kind of hang around you. You know, some people have different definitions of what arrogance is. You know, to me, arrogant is when you think you're better than someone else, and you're constantly looking down your nose at other people, and you have somewhat of a conceited type of spirit. You know, it's very narcissistic, and so I don't blend well with that. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Rico or Patrice?
I would say, and this is male and female, if you have no or very little moral compass, integrity, and values, if I see behavior that is toxic, full of drama, if you are gossiping to the point where you're literally causing discord amongst your family members and other friends, and then you wonder and look around and why you don't have any friends, is because people don't F with you, right? Because you that person, you know, but you want to always try to say it's somebody else and how you don't get down with nobody. Nah, sometimes it's you.
Right.
And I, you know, I try to look for like the people with that. Like if you have them type of major character flaws and personality traits where I see like, like, nah, because I'm this type of person. I'll give everybody a chance once. I'm sort of like, depending on how major it is, sometimes I'm a one and done. Sometimes, you know, I'll have the conversation. I'll be like, look, this can't go down no more. If this how you get down, then I can't roll with that. But if I see something that is just extreme, then I'm like, oh no, ain't no conversation. I'm just done. Bye. Because I once didn't know you. It doesn't have an effect one way or another on my life. I have no problem with missing something I never had. That's how I see it. But yeah, definitely just people that are just full of toxicity and drama in their life. They keep up drama with other people. You know, they go back and tell what the other person said about them to keep up drama with that person, and then they want to hide their hand, or they the type of people that will always tell you about what the other person said about you, but don't tell you what they say, because it takes two to have a conversation sometimes. And now, are you the one that's saying, look, you know, I understand what you're saying or whatever, but like, I ain't got that issue with this person, and I appreciate if you don't be talking about them to me in a negative way like that, because I actually have a relationship with them. See, sometimes we don't do that. We'll stop and we'll listen. We'll listen to these people talk about people that you say you rock with. You say so what part of the conversation are you having about me when I ain't there? So that's how I look at it. I don't fuck with people like that. I love that song. I ain't effing with you. I ain't effing with you.
OG, she knows.
That's why I love that song. Now that one song right there, it applies to certain people.
It really does.
Okay.
I get you. Rico, we don't want to see your dog, man. I mean, we understand you got a dog. We got it. Rico. We got it that you got a dog, man. Okay. You got a beautiful backyard, brother.
Yo, shoot, is Rico right?
That was the boss.
That was the boss. Are you
Yeah,
in trouble,
boss
brother?
The boss a piece of work. She a piece of work. She worse than the grandkids. I don't know what the grandkids get it from her ass. No, I mean, what was the question though?
Okay, the question was, Rico. The question was, in your circle, because we all have different circles, right? We got a circle at home, we got a circle at work, we got a circle on YouTube. We all have different circles.
Okay.
Now, not necessarily a sexual circle, but mostly the bigger circles we're gonna have are the circles of just people that you just meet. Now, what are some things that you could see in somebody which you would automatically say or be highly suspect to letting them into your circle? Like what would be some of the things that would cause you to hold back a little bit?
Let me be honest with you. I think for me, it's when I do reach out to people and I do talk to people, I look for authenticity. And authenticity to me is, like the young folks call it real, keeping it real, realness. So I mean, to be authentic is people being who they are. I can't decide how Clarence has to present himself, or Jay, or Vaughn, or Patrice. You present yourself the way you are.
Yeah, but if I present myself, Rico, what would you be?
Let me
What
finish.
would you see in me that will make you say?
But the thing is this again:
Clarence
is you can
solid.
look in a person to see if they are presenting themselves in an authentic way. What is a tell for me for authenticity is comfort. If a person is presenting themselves in a way and they don't feel wholly comfortable, or I don't see them looking comfortable, I generally know they're presenting themselves in an unauthentic way. They're like I can present myself in a way like I'm in my backyard with my cowboy hat and Sister April and my doggy Millie.
Hey, Millie.
With a big old ugly child. Nina.
Millie.
Come here, Nina. Let me invite the other one. Come here, Nina. This is Millie. The big old fat, so this is me. Is she fat like her daddy?
I don't think Millie appreciates that, Rico.
I don't care if she appreciates it or not, but
Stop the doggy verbal abuse, Rico, okay?
That was a slur, Rico.
Nina.
That was a slur.
That's Nina. That's the little one, right?
Hey, Nina.
She's a Japanese chin and a Lhasa Apso. Some shit my wife maybe spent a bunch of money for. There's Millie. Right? With her big old fat stuff, right? And I'm out here feeding them chicken, right? But these are my dogs, right? So what I'm saying is I try to present myself in an authentic manner. Now, I could present myself and be like, oh no, I'm living the life. And it's no, I'm suburban dad in a suburban neighborhood with these two fat ass dogs that my wife keeps telling me to get off.
Stop it with the verbal abuse.
Okay.
I'm gonna call the doggy patrol on you.
No, my wife tell me that all the time. She's like, you don't walk the dog, I'm gonna call animal abuse. The vet say, okay, she's too fat. We need to get the weight down. And my wife said, both of y'all need to walk. And I'm like, okay, so I'm starting to dry, right? So I'm trying to say
Driveway don't count, Rico. The driveway don't count.
Why not?
cuz. Gotta go around the
Why
corner.
doesn't the driveway count?
Gotta
So
go
all I'm
around the
saying is
Can't stop laughing.
I try to present myself in an authentic way, but now when I listen to people, oftentimes I listen for authenticity. So everybody here on the panel, you all present yourself in an authentic way. No one's trying to be grandiose.
Right.
No.
See, you know what I'm saying? Those are the things you listen to. Oh, okay, they talking too big about themselves. And I know, I've been in high level spaces, middle level spaces, low level. So I'm like, okay, people in grandiose spaces don't speak like that. So when you hear things like that, they sound inauthentic. Like they don't sound real. Like they just sound like they're selling you some shit. A salesman. So these are the cues and clues that I look for. I try to always present myself in a way that I don't want any. I tell people, don't listen to me, don't believe me. I say what I say, run your ass behind me and double check my research, because oftentimes I'm going to research a topic or a subject. And if I'm wrong, Patrice, let me tell you this, okay? Let me say this to you and Brother Vaughn, okay? Clarence embarrassed us yesterday, okay? We
Wait
were
a
on
minute.
Brother John.
Wait, what did he do?
Okay, now where are we going? Where are we going, Rico? Where are we going now?
Where we going?
I want to hear this.
He just blabbered on and blabbered on and blabbered on. He wouldn't shut up. He just talked too much. But I saved the day. I came in and represented. And but again, he was
where did this happen?
Oh, on the Dominican route. And Clarence was a blabbering old fool. Just talked and talked and talked and talked. And
Manuel,
I said, I apologize, John.
Manuel, no, I ain't gonna let you do that, Manuel. I ain't gonna let you do that, Manuel. Hold on, John. Hold on. Rico, we want to move on to the next subject. No.
That was Clarence, old blabbering old fool, right? And let me tell you this. If in fact what he's saying is true.
Shout out to the
and
Dominican
drunken
root,
old fool. I make drunken old fool look good.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. If there's drunken old fool, I make it look
Ladies love
good.
Rico.
Rico, I swear, Rico, you still have to show us the boots, though. The boots.
I'm gonna get the boots.
You can't have a hat without the boots, man. Come on.
He only got one. He got one boot in the house.
Rico really reminds me of my grandfather.
But at the end.
Wait, what's the name of that brother's channel? What is the name? Dominican what?
The Dominican root.
And
the Dominican root. The Dominican root. Shout out to you, brother, for putting up with these two.
The Dominican root.
You should have been there, Patrice. John, he's coming back stateside, but I'm like, he's solid. Me and Clarence is tapped in with him. We
Good
got
brother,
some big
man.
things coming, but we're gonna keep it on the hush. But what I'm gonna say is this: is that again, like I always knew this brother was authentic, and people I try to reach out to, I reach out to them for their authenticity, and I try to always maintain it because there's nothing special about me. I'm just trying to be just regular old dude, Joe Schmo, and I think that if you're an authentic person, people are receptive to you.
Hold on. April Carter. Don't hype Rico up, please.
They see the honeys put Rico out there, and Rico just be crazy. Then he'd be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna go off for it."
Thank you, April. Thank you, Sister April. Thank you. But
that's all right, Sister April. We're gonna get you some
Patrice,
glasses.
you would love his show, his channel. You would love to come and visit. You would love everything about it because when we got there, I swear to God, right, Clarence, yesterday's show with him was almost just like this. It was just like we just talking our shit.
Real comfortable. Yeah.
We getting down, and these are people that are authentic. There's no fakeness. There's no BS. There's no bullshit. And it's like talking to your friend. Like you really feel like you're sitting on a porch, which is why I why I really love this page.
I know, April. Forgive me.
No, seriously. Which is why I love this space, right, Vaughn? I feel like right now I'm sitting in my backyard and I'm talking to you guys, and I feel like you guys are sitting in my backyard with me.
Right.
That's an important thing. That's an important thing. And if
I agree. I agree with that.
I'll come over there next time. I know I did talk to Clarence right before he went over there, but I had a hot date, so you know how it is.
Okay. Go ahead, sister. Get your shine
Handle your
on.
business.
But
Handle your
what I'm
business.
saying is, if we can't create spaces of authenticity where people feel like, hey, look, I tap into your show, Brother Vaughn, Brother Clarence, Sister OG, Brother Jet, and I feel like, hell, I'm sitting on the porch just shooting the shit with them.
Right.
People don't feel comfortable coming back to those spaces. So we try to create that space here. John does the same thing. That's why I stay from some of them other spaces where it's a stage. I don't want to go on a stage. I
Yeah,
want to go
just
to somebody's
easy conversation. Easy
somebody's
conversation.
backyard, somebody's
I love it.
cookout.
Yeah.
Right, just chill.
That's what we
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, just like Jay says, just chill. He has that on his platform as well. You
And
know,
that's it.
Yeah, Jay does. I like coming up on Jay's
I've always
panel
felt
too.
comfortable coming on his platform
it's a
because I know that
cookout.
that's what he promotes.
It's a cookout. Make it a cookout, a front yard, a front porch, or a backyard. Then we feel comfortable, and people feel comfortable about open and sharing. And when we don't do that, we fail. And we only can do that if we show ourselves. And Jay does a good job of it, which I got to get over there, of showing his authenticity. Saying, hey, I'm just a regular dude.
I'm just a guy. Simple enough. I talk about it. I'm just a guy. I'm not anybody special. Just a good.
Great job.
And then the good part is when you feel comfortable enough to come on the platform because you're put in a place where your opinion, a lot of people try to make it seem like your opinion is pointless and you see what I'm saying? Because it doesn't fit whatever their opinions are,
Right.
But when people can disrespect, when people can disagree with your opinion, but at the same time respect your opinion, it makes it easier. It makes it more welcoming. It does. We can agree to disagree respectfully, though. And so that's what I like about this panel that you guys have
appreciate
created.
everybody.
And let me say this: nothing's gonna ever change here as long as I'm here. Now, when you see Clarence kick my old dusty ass off, then maybe it might have done changed.
It ain't
Other
never
than
gonna
that, nothing's never gonna change.
What's gonna happen? He's gonna be late. That's what's gonna happen.
Rico, you can't. You're a part of the show, man. You can't go
nowhere.
Yeah, you can't like clown yourself for that.
I'm not going in. What I'm just saying is that I've always told Clarence, it's like, look, man, brother, this is why I'm here. This is why this is my home. That's why I love it. It's just the authenticity, the seriousness. It's like, and I'm hell, Clarence will tell you I'm wrong 70% of the time. He kicked my ass in the backstage. Whatever. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is, I know he respects my authenticity. And what drew me here was his authenticity.
Right.
It was seeing him. And I'm like, this brother's real. This brother's not bullshit. He's OG, and he is real. And you don't find that enough in these spaces. And when we were talking to John yesterday, John Emmanuel, I'm telling you, go to the Dominican route. Ignore the guy that looked like me that's drunk. That's actually Clarence. That's actually him. The one that looked like me that's drunk.
Shout out to New Growth.
Too much. But what I'm saying is that screen, it has a lot of jewels and gems, right, Clarence?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where they were dropping about how things were, things that I have been saying forever, and I was glad. And I was like, okay, Clarence, you hear it from a guy in the DR and a Dominican telling you what I've been saying, how things are.
Yeah.
To show you that I've
one
been
really funny
authentic.
part. One of the really funny parts about yesterday is when somebody asked a question of the brother that was on there with John, and she said, "Hey, is it difficult to change a working girl into a housewife in the DR?" And so the brother that was on there with them said, "Oh yeah, it's no problem." And then Rico was like, "Wait, what?" Because he didn't understand what working girl meant, right? They had to break that down to him.
He thought that meant a girl with a job. I'm like,
right?
That's what no. That ain't what they talking about.
That ain't what they talking about.
A working girl. And when I explained it, it was like, oh hell no.
No.
Yeah, you meant a working girl, not a working girl.
And the funny thing about it is, I was glad because He's a Dominican man, been living. He's 34 years old. Patrice, you fall in love with him.
Man,
Oh, he's nothing but man.
that was half of the chat was telling him how good he looked.
Man can.
Wait, who was this? Not the brother that run the channel, not
No,
him.
no.
Oh, another young man. Okay.
34 years old, man can. Oh,
Oh,
y'all
nice.
licking y'all lips behind him.
Yeah, he
Okay.
and the whole chat was like,
Well, maybe some of these younger sisters, need to be over there, checking the brother out.
But the thing was with the fact that he was honest about how things was. Like I had been trying. Remember, I told you, Clarence, how when my sons go, people at the airport. What did he? What did John say? Hell, I go to the doctor's office and it's a nurse, and she let it be known. Oh, you can get this, and I'm a nurse.
Yeah,
I'm a registered nurse. If you want it, you can get this, right or wrong. Am I making that up, Clarence?
No. And a lot of other places too. Yeah.
And that's what I said. I said you can be at the grocery store, you can be at the airport, you can be at the gas station, you can be wherever. So when guys sit there and try to use that narrative about, and he also said, yes, they have high rates of domestic violence. It is a machismo society. And I was like, that's all I'm just trying to say. I'm like, I'm not knocking these guys for doing what they're doing. I'm just knocking them for sitting there being dishonest about why these women are more. And what did he say? The women are more submissive to the foreigners because you're an opportunity out.
Yeah.
Financially, you can take them to another. That's why they're being submissive to your ass. They ain't submissive to you because they want to be.
Wow.
You the latest lick. And that's
not always Rico, because your boy,
Rico, you know what it is? But basically, what you said that to every cat out there that believes this, there is no hope.
No, I'm not telling them there's no hope. I'm just sitting there trying to tell them that, look, the very thing that you deal with here in America, you're gonna deal with overseas. But what I will tell you is this, Jay, it's cheaper dealing with it over there.
Well, that's true.
That's all I just keep knocking. It's like, bruh, you're going to deal with the same shit, but it's cheaper.
Yeah.
So still go do it.
Y'all,
bro, let me add one thing real quick before you go.
Okay.
He means Rico means you'll deal with it in different forms. Just like there's different forms of love, there's different forms of a snake. So please know that.
Okay.
I've only figured out 3 things of one, and there's probably some other things I'm not paying attention to.
And I just don't want you to go believe, oh, they perfect over there. I'm like, bruh, no. Don't do that.
Y'all. If you want to know more about the Dominican lifestyle, go on over to the Dominican Root. Check that out, brother John. John is running that show over there. It's absolutely outstanding show, outstanding page. Go on over there.
Amazing.
Check him out. Yeah, so it's a good show. But let me get back to my question.
Real quick, did you see the video? You see the video he dropped about the Dominican grandmother that didn't want the baby to play with the black dog? Patrice.
No, I heard about it. He was telling us
it's
about
up. It's up.
Okay,
it's up,
okay.
The video.
I'll go check it out.
His video where the Dominican grandmother would not let the baby
they kept slapping the darker baby out of their hand.
And Patrice, this Dominican grandmother darker than your ass.
Wow. I gotta go check that out.
The grandbaby to play with a black doll, but she can play with a white doll. John pushed that whole video. And then he went and interviewed, and I was like, see, but that's what I keep trying to talk about. And I'm not trying to talk about it to put them to shame or anything like that. But I'm just to open our eyes that, it's not just the DR. That's in Africa, in India. The whole cake soap shit. It comes out of that ideology of white is right and black is bad.
Rico.
Go ahead, old Negro.
Gotta finish my question, man.
Watch the video. Come on, Negrosaurus.
But yeah, if you get a chance, go on over to the Dominican Root. You got a lot of good videos. A lot of good videos.
And Clarence, you talk too much on it, so
of course. That's exactly how I went yesterday. All right. So anyway, some things that I would look for, the things I look for when I put my circle together, I look for a person to be able to, if a person can be wrong, because we're all wrong sometimes, right? None of us are right 100% of the time, right? We all could be wrong, and that's what I look for. That's one of the first things I look for in a person is if they can be told that they were wrong and how they accept that. If they don't accept that properly, then I got some really nervous feelings about trying to accept them into my circle, because I don't want people in my circle that when I say, hey, you need to improve XYZ, you did this, they feel some type of way because because of me telling them that they did something wrong. That's because we all do stuff wrong, right? Rico has told me I done stuff wrong. Patrice have told me. Vaughn have told me. I think Jay, at some point, you probably have told me. But I don't have it. I don't look at it like, well, why are you telling me? I always look at it like, man, maybe that is something I need to improve. Let me try to improve it. But when you see conflicts of thinking in the person's head, that's let you know that there may be other conflicts down the road somewhere. And that's what we got to keep your eyes open for, because you might still be like, okay, I'm gonna give this person a chance, even though I see some of this stuff up front. But maybe we can hang out, just go hang out at the club or hang out at the comedy club or whatever, right? But as you start pulling them closer into your circle, as they start a lot of times they try to move in, they try to step in closer to your circle because of what you got, right? Brother John has a lot of stuff going on, right? And of course, being the kind of type of dude he is, he was like, hey, Brother Rico, Brother Clarence, I want y'all to, participate with me with some of these things I got going on, right? But me and Rico, we went there because of what he could do for us. We was there because of him being a good dude to the people. You know what I'm saying? Because of him being a good dude. That's what we didn't care nothing about, none of that stuff. Now he's just a nice enough guy to say, hey man, I vibe with y'all and I'm willing to do this and that. But we are like, you ain't gotta do nothing. We here because of you, right? Because of stuff we see you doing, just like Patrice, you know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff I just see Patrice doing. I say, okay, that's just a good sister, man. If I can learn off of her, I can get same thing with John. If I can learn off of him, same thing. I make a lot of fun about Rico, but the same thing about Rico, I can learn something from Rico, learn something from him. Same thing with Vaughn, same thing with you, Jay. I don't think that you can't teach me nothing just because you're young. You got that fire. You bring that fire that youth has with it. You bring that fire, and if I could just learn how to get some of that fire, because and sometimes I may get it off of you, man, because sometimes I have been known to go off on some people, but
well, see, brother, you already got it. I think the difference is for you cultivating and making it your own. Your own like utility, your own weapon, your own. I would say this: your own chakra, in a sense. If you can do it like that, then you're fine. But like I said, it is yours, and how you utilize it is up to you, and how you're gonna like use it henceforth. So, like I said, you already have it.
Yeah, thank you.
To me, it's like people who have will. A lot of people have a lot of will sometimes. And if you live long, and I know I haven't lived life as long as you cats right here, but like I said, if I live it long enough, I'll get that wise mentality like y'all have. Hopefully.
You know what? For me, brother, always look at somebody as a learning opportunity. I don't care where they are in life, they can teach you something. If they're sitting on a $10 million penthouse in Manhattan, or if they are laying on the street somewhere, you can learn something from everyone. You can learn something from everyone. And so always be open to learning and never say to yourself, oh, I'm too good of a person you ain't good enough to teach me anything. You don't know. You know what I mean? That we say that could be God in disguise. You never know, right? That could be God in disguise testing you to see what kind of spirit you got, just to how you gonna respond to them. So
that's true. True.
So what we want to do is always just treat people like we want to be treated, because like I said, Elijah Muhammad was asked what's the best religion, and he didn't say Christianity, he didn't say Islam, he didn't say Judaism. He said the best religion is do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Do unto you.
That's the best religion that you can follow. So that's what we want to do. That's what
you said a mouthful, Brother Clarence. You said a mouthful.
Right.
Jay, thank you so much for saying that, young man. I appreciate that you are, giving us some flowers. We also want to thank you and give you yours, young man, because you bring lots of wisdom to this panel as a young man that has a perspective from a young man's point of view that is constantly evolving, that is constantly growing, that is constantly maturing. We hear your voice as well. I want you to know that. And we
Shout out to Blaze Brown.
We like the fact that you respect yourself enough to even have the conversation with elders. I told you guys, I just lost my great aunt. I so enjoyed listening to her as an elder have conversations and talk about life and tell stories. And I think that is sort of a lost art in a way in our communities, is that some of the younger generation don't want to hear the stories, don't want to even have the conversations with elders or someone. And they're not just saying for us, even in their own families. You know, I would love to hear like some of the greatest moments and stories that they would have to tell that they've gotten from someone that is an elder in their own family, whether it be an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a parent, or whoever. Just an elder is somebody that they know they got some wisdom from. So when you come up here, and I watch who comes up here and for which conversations that we have that you're up here, you give such a bright perspective from a young mind point of view. And it actually helps each one of us, you know, give us a little pep in our step to keep us young, to keep us alive, right? Because we all were young once too. And we know what it feels like, you know, to be out here in the world, being young, having the pressures of the world and trying to find your way in it. So thank you. And I give you your flowers, young man.
I do as well. I do as well.
Yeah, always.
Yeah. You know, that zealousness that you have, that genuineness, that honesty that you bring to the table, but at the same time, you let your peers know that, you know, we just can't throw the older ones aside, because they're the ones that have wisdom as well, and they've been through some things that we haven't even gone through yet. And so I appreciate how you incorporate that in you know, your platform. And so, yeah, I feel the same way Patrice does. You know, I've always felt comfortable to come over there. And if you haven't subscribe to Jay Tekashi's channel. I'll put it in the chat later. But this young man here is doing great things, great conversations. You know, if you want to learn a little bit about anime and some of those type of things too, he has discussions about that. So many different topics that he addresses. You know, and it's very well rounded. You see,
like, and I have every ethnicity technically over there if I wanted to. Like, I have different people on there, and the thing is, I tell people, listen, all I care about is the person you are. I don't care about your skin color. I don't give a damn about that.
Right.
Because I was not raised to the ministry.
It's about the character.
Exactly.
Right.
It was about character.
Yeah.
Just like how ladies would judge men on their characters, I'm gonna judge ladies. I'm gonna judge other men on their characters, and that's what I go by. And the thing is, like I said, honestly, I'm a student in all this. Like, I heard everybody said they're a student here. Like, nah, I'm the student here, y'all. I'm trying to learn from y'all. I'm trying to learn from.
Well, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. And I mean, I feel comfortable coming to your channel and sitting and talking with you guys. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, brother, you in truth made those streams awesome. Even OG when she had one-on-ones with me and Marcus.
I did. I enjoyed that so much.
Yeah. I actually loved those conversations we had with her. Like, honestly, I'm like, just me and Marcus. Her and OG just shooting the shit, talking about just any old things and things that she may be dealing with and stuff like that. And I'm like, I love that person.
And that other young man, what's his name? Because yes, and I love talking with you guys too about anime and about the movies and stuff.
Right,
talking about you guys learned that I am an avid Bruce Lee movie lover and all of the history of it. It's just so much we talked about, and I so enjoyed it.
Talked about a lot, and also, and the thing is that was just a reaction video I did, and we turned into an hour or something. And I'll be honest, I want to thank OG for this. That video has 1.7K right now. I don't know why, but it keeps going up.
That's what's up. Congratulations.
And I'm like, what? Like, because of the talk that I suggested towards you.
That's what's up. Congratulations.
Oh, John,
somebody
you got to turn the sound down on that YouTube video, man. Because that's what's giving us the echo. gotta turn the sound down on that
I'm not sure if he heard you.
Can you hear us?
Can y'all, am I all right? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
we can hear you.
We can hear you, but John, you got two tabs. Close the first tab on the left.
Thank you, April Carter.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, you gotta close the
Give me a
YouTube
second. Let me
tab.
call.
Let me put it on mute. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay, sir.
It's all right.
It's all good. It's all good,
It's
man.
good.
We wait for you, brother. We're not gonna let the train take off without you, man.
All right, I think we're there now.
Turn down the sound if you're listening.
Can
in
you
the
hear us,
back.
John?
You got to turn it down. Oh, okay. I see the
You hear us,
comment.
John?
John, can you hear us?
I don't think you can hear.
Hang on.
Oh no, just give him some help. That way he can come in.
Or tell him to go out and come back in and only have one thing up. Only,
Just tell him to put his YouTube on pause.
Yeah, YouTube, just the stream.
Put his
Stream
YouTube
Fighter.
on pause and then hit the link. You can do that.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just put your YouTube on pause and then hit the link.
Let me see where we at, y'all. Let me see where we at. Okay. All right, y'all. I got another question for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
If we are selecting people and putting them in our circle, let's say we already selected somebody, we did not see that they had some issues. Now, once we see that they got some issues, how are we going to get them out of the circle? Because a lot of people are trapped because they try to be good people, right? You want to be a good person. You don't want to be that person that hits the eject button on somebody, right? But sometimes if you don't, what happens is when you have people in your circle that are not aligned with you, and you discover that they're a bad person, and so they go through your circle, messing a whole lot of stuff up, right? And when I say that, they start talking to people, right? And then they connect themselves to you. Oh, well, I'm Jay's friend, right? And then so they say, I'm Jay's friend. And then when they say they're Jay's friend, then the people think that because they're a sucker, you a sucker.
Now I'm
right?
good.
Yeah, I can hear him over here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good.
Okay, y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound perfect.
I'm great.
Yep, you good to go.
Perfect.
Business. All right.
Rico's the man. He walked me through it. Appreciate it, brother.
Hey. Every clock
man.
is right twice a day at least, right, John. All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna ask y'all to help me bring on a special guest.
Man, that's cold.
And what we're gonna do
cold,
is I'm gonna delay my question for a second.
Hey, but John,
words.
be honest. Who was talking too much yesterday? It was Clarence, right? Let's get that out the way.
Well,
Clarence was talking too much, right? Okay.
Hey, John. I don't know if he sent you a check. Don't cash that check though. Don't cash it because you know.
It looks like all these politicians. They pleading the fifth. So I'm gonna plead the fifth on that one.
I was just getting ready to say that, John. I was just getting ready to say, plead the fifth. Stay safe. Plead the fifth.
There you go. Don't incriminate yourself, brother. Don't incriminate yourself.
I want to say this. I've never met the brother, Miss Patrice. I met her, but I never met the brother to the right. But I pay attention to you guys all the time, and man, I wish I had the wisdom you had when I was coming up, man. And I really look up to you, and you keep keeping your eyes on the prize.
That's you, Jay. He talking to you, Jay Takashi.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
You.
I'm sorry. I thought him and Rico were having a conversation right now, so I'm just kind of just hearing right now.
No. But I'm just telling you, sir. That not only do I see your wisdom, but other people see it too.
Right.
Other people see it from afar, and I ain't told them nothing about you. Me and Clarence, we talked to him about me and Clarence, but he watched this show, and I guess he see you here regularly. You too, Vaughn, and people see the wisdom. Me and Clarence is just the host and the entertainers.
Right.
The
episodes that I saw, I think I might have seen Vaughn for like one little piece, but introduce me to him, man, and just tell me a little bit about yourself if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Vaughn. You got
Yeah,
the
man.
floor.
Well, yeah, I'm a person that I'm a family man. Been married for about 20 years. I have a son who is approaching 18. He's 17 right now. He's just starting the 12th grade a couple of days ago. And I'm just a person that loves God, a person who loves to have a good, genuine conversation. A person that has an open mind to receive information as well as reject some improper information. But I'm the type of person that is somewhat easygoing. I like to get along with people, but not to the point to where I have to undermine, my principles and my morals.
I like
You know what
that.
I'm saying? So yes, I'm a Christian. I will say that, but I'm not perfect. You see, I cuss a little bit. And God knows about that. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And he deals with my mouth at times. And so yeah, but I'm just a regular person who enjoys the conversations that we have in some of these spaces, and whatever I can learn from you, man,
nice to
believe
meet
me,
you,
I'll
brother.
listen.
It's so nice to meet you.
Hey,
Thank
so
you,
John,
sir.
do me
Nice
a
to meet
favor.
you as well.
Real quick, little question. Just so, not a question, but a request. Can you give, Brother Vaughn, and like me and Clarence know you. We've gotten to know you over these past few weeks. I've been following your ass for about a year, whatever. But what I'm saying, I'm saying me and Clarence, but with me and Clarence have been interacting with you, and I know Jay and Vaughn hasn't. So every time I try to tell people, like, look, we did the interview with you, be like, who's this guy? Who's this guy? And I'm not sure if Jay or Vaughn saw it, but give them a little bit of your background, your history, where you are, how you got there, in a short abbreviated version, where you are, how you got there, how long you've been there, and who you are in your own terms, sir. If you could, please. Por favor.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it again. I'd definitely like to hear that story again.
Yeah, just to give you a quick version of it, man. I'm at peace right now. I'm going to the end, but I'm at peace, and I was blessed to be a very good athlete in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I was one of the fastest athletes to play baseball, and they wanted me to run track, but I didn't. But I even competed with Warrick Dunn. Me and Warrick Dunn were kind of in the same era, and I don't know if you guys ever heard of Warrick Dunn, but he came from
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, running back.
That's right.
Yeah, I know him very well. Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Atlanta Falcons.
Yep, his mother. That's it. His mother and my father were on the police force together. She was killed. She was killed.
I forgot his mother was a police officer.
Yeah, she was killed at Piggly Wiggly over, I think, $250 the night box, night drop, and yeah. So he was an awesome guy. He really took care of his family, and so I came through that era right there. So I was drafted. Before I was drafted, I got a scholarship at Dallas Baptist University, and my parents kept me involved in positive things, and I appreciate them for that. And I've played in movies. I've written 2 books. I'm working on a documentary now, and I received the NAACP Humanitarian Award. I'm the youngest person to ever receive that in Hollywood, California. And then I received the Martin Luther King Award, and I spent time with the King family. So, and those accolades are awesome, but we have a lot of people that do the same thing that I do, and I look up to them as well. So, I appreciate the awards and the accolades, but I don't do it for that. I do it to try to help everybody, especially my Black people, but everybody as a whole. I don't care if you're Black, green, white, or whatever color you are.
John, but can you tell us some of the movies you played in and your base and your professional sports background? I just want my.
No, you good. I just didn't want to just take up too much time.
No, bro. We family. And
I appreciate it, brother.
And I
How
just
you
want
doing,
to
brother?
the background so people don't sit there and say that I'm embellishing anything. I want you to tell your truth. Because I know it. You better
how
tell
you
it.
doing, Sister
We got a
Patrice? How you
problem.
doing?
I am good, brother. How are you doing?
Good. It's so good to hear your voice again.
And yours as well. And I was coming over to your channel, but I had a date. So Brother Clarence told me that him and Rico was going over there. I was like, well, y'all going over there and support the brother. I'll catch y'all next time. Because I did check out your channel already, but I will be over there, my brother. Just know that.
And can you tell her that Clarence was the one that was talking too much?
I plead the fifth.
Ignore it.
I already know.
Ignore
Let
it.
me see my
with us, brother. Don't worry.
Hey, we got a donation. Man, we got the gunman. He said a donation on your behalf because you were talking so much. We got a $5 donation because
whatever it takes to get the money, we're gonna do it. Thank you. I'll dance, whatever. But continue on with your background just a little bit more, John.
Yeah, and thank you for your donation too, brother. Yesterday, I appreciate it.
Hush, I told you about that. You talking
all
too
right?
much.
I shut up.
Hey. Can I ask John a question, Rico?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because
Is it gonna be good or not?
It's always gonna be good, Rico.
It better be.
Give me a minute, man.
Don't embarrass me. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask him the question the same like I asked everybody else on the panel. Brother John, do you think? Okay. So what we're talking about today is selecting people for our circle, right? Like you have a circle at home, you have a circle at work, you have a social circle, you have a YouTube circle, right? What is something or some things that will make you say, maybe this person ain't somebody I need to bring into the circle? Like what things could you see up front that you may be able to see, to say that, like for me, example, people that are never wrong, that is very suspect to me. That's very suspect to me. Wait a minute, you never wrong? Hold on, wait a minute. So in your opinion, what are things that you could see up front that maybe you could say?
It's about 3 or 4 things, but 2 things that I really look at is when somebody says, and everybody has met a person like this, like when you say, "Oh man, me and my family going to Disney World tomorrow." Oh man, I've been to Disney World, and you got to do this and do this and do that, or you say, "Oh man, I met such and such. Oh, I met him too, man."
Right.
And I kind of feed into that, and I say, well, you know what? Really, I'm just talking about my experience and what we're getting ready to go through. And if somebody always talking about, oh, I did that before, and I did that, and I know him, and that's my cousin, and we can all relate to stuff, but sometimes you just got to sit back and don't self-absorb yourself and make it about you. I did that before. It was me. Me. And that's kind of a turnoff for me when somebody always I like what Brother Rico does, and you too, Brother Clarence. But I noticed Brother Rico always take the energy off of him and don't make it about himself. And that's what I love about you too, Brother Clarence. And I do that. If somebody asks me a question, I'll answer that question. But I don't make it this whole thing about me, because we can all learn from each other and love one another, and iron sharpens iron.
Correct.
So that's one thing. And then probably the second thing is I just feed off of energy, just energy itself.
Right.
And I can feel people energy and eye contact and sincerity and like I told you guys before when I first talked to you guys, when somebody's answering a question before you can tell them the total thing, and so you can tell your side of the story, they already trying to prove you wrong or trying to top you. So what I have learned is listen to the person all the way through, and that's kind of a turn off for me too. Not what Rico does. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about. Well, I'm talking about because he has positive energy. I'm talking about when somebody gives. I'm talking about when somebody gives like a negative vibe and like, you know. Well,
Rico
man,
gets a pass, right?
John, fuck you when you said not like Rico does.
You know,
fuck you,
you know,
John.
No.
I love you, brother, but you're right.
There's a difference.
John,
that's hilarious.
John,
there's a difference.
But John, listen. I'm open to the criticism. Clients give it to me all the time, and I look for it. Push back, kick me in the ass with like, hey, you where? Don't you fucking pull back.
No.
Because if I catch you slipping,
me and Rico fight like cats and dogs on the phone, man. We fight like cats and dogs. And you know what, John? When we're really fighting good, I say, you know what, this is good. I'll stop Rico. Hey, I'll talk to you later. I'll stop him because I say this is gonna be a good conversation we're gonna have on the air.
And facts of the matter, John.
And I'm talking about
stay in your ass if I catch you wrong. So you better stay in my ass.
Hey, I don't mind.
If you catch me slipping, tear me a new asshole because I don't know no better.
That's right. That's right.
I want that, brother. I look for brothers like that's why I fuck with Clarence because Clarence ain't gonna pull back. They're like, nah, you wrong. Fuck this shit. I don't want people that's gonna let me get away with shit.
That's right.
Don't do that.
Yeah, and I listened to Jay probably about 2 weeks ago, and he was saying something.
Jay, you hear your name, Jay?
Yeah, I hear
He was saying something about moving to, possibly moving to another country and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he just that's because he wants that energy to be positive all the way around him. So and I just got that energy wanting the right thing to do probably in the last 10 years, 15 years. So man, how old are you, Jay? You were 20 what?
I'm 31 now.
31, man. Shoot, I wish I knew what you knew at 31 years old.
I mean, brother. I was after you came on your one stream. I know Brother Clarence had hosted you one time, and I heard your story. Like I said, you touched me in a way that I never had a brother literally tell me his story. It made me sympathize with some of the hardships he went with, but also a brother who finally found his peace. I love to hear that a lot. More than just him just being, not him being like roughhouse or anything like that, but him like just being in more down situations, but him finally going to the end of his journey and getting his peace. That's something I've always wanted to have, but also something I've always admired other brothers for having more often than not. And I said, whether it's with a lady or without a lady, like you having your peace is probably the best thing a man could ever achieve. More often than not, at least one of the many things he should experience before he passed on to the next life. So I was really happy to hear that you found it.
I appreciate that. Go ahead.
John, can I ask you a question, right? And I'm going to ask you this. Be quiet, Millie. I'm going to ask you this question, right? But I want to ask you this question because you showed it's your video.
Right.
It's your video. It has nothing to do with me.
I need a theme song to that, though, man. I can hear that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Rico.
I know that's my stupid dog, right? Okay. But listen, John, the reason why I want to ask you this question was
okay.
Was you showed this video about this Dominican right?
I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry.
You showed this video.
Brother Clarence was making too much noise. My bad.
He always cheesing ass up.
I didn't blend it in with the family real quick.
He in the family now, man. He in the family now, man. Get in the truck, John. You with us. You with the rest of us, man.
But John, look. I seriously, I just take a minute, right? You did this video clip because we were telling OG Patrice about it, about the Dominican grandmother. So you know what video we talking about? And I'm like, wow, that shit just like it blew me away.
Well, Rico, before you get into that, maybe one of the panelists want to ask John a question. Just want to ask him a question while we got him here.
You a
Is
fucking hater,
anybody?
man. You a hater. Go ahead, panelist. Ask the question.
Maybe
But
somebody
John,
got
I'm
a
come back to
question.
that.
See,
Go
I
ahead.
told you
Clarence
the
Hill
hood,
hating
the
ass. You a
hood,
fucking hater.
the hood odd couple. I told you the
Just
hood
put a
odd
pin in
couple.
it for right
That
now.
was
You a
so
fucking
good,
hater.
Devon. That's
Hey,
a
you know
perfect
what?
name for them, the
Listen,
Hood
and
Odd
I
Couple.
and I could hear the remix on the theme song too, man. Oh, if I could come up with it, you know. But
And John, now you see what I have to go through being the only female on the panel with these old coops.
Yeah.
With these old coops.
Yeah.
That's she
You gotta do
true.
it,
She
Rico.
true. She got to
Yeah,
put up with both
somebody-
our old asses.
Somebody has to put up with Rico. All right, so
and my old ass too. So don't forget mine.
Hell yeah, you old dinosaur too.
You
Don't
hey,
you even dare ask that question.
still claiming 60, like I said.
One. All right, so this is
And
what we're gonna
John
do.
creeping up there with us too, with his old ass.
Rico. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. Right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna say if anybody wants to ask John a question, and then if not, then we can proceed with your question, Rico. But does anybody have anything since we got this man? And I'm telling you, man, this guy is downplaying so many different things. He didn't add into that, man. So many different things. He's got a lot of experience.
So I have a
A lot
question.
of
I have a
different things.
question.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
And you know, great to have you on the panel today, brother. But I just wanted to know a little bit about your channel. I posted it in the chat area, but I've never really been to it. I subscribed, by the way, so you have a new
Thank you.
subscriber.
Thank you so much for subscribing.
And I would love to see your content, but maybe before I see it, you could tell me a little bit about what the channel is about, what you do, and all of that stuff.
The channel is about a person that decided to move to the Dominican Republic with me and my family after I was assaulted and became permanently disabled, and I was going through a lot of hard times. I don't know. I got an echo. Why am I echoing? I don't know.
I'm on mute, so can't be me.
Maybe it's I didn't do different, but
Sound good.
Oh, I sound good.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I decided to do something, and my two kids said, "Hey, Dad, why don't you just try to start a YouTube channel?" And I kept that. I was going to delete that first video, but I always go back to that first video, and you could just see me talking like, "Hey, y'all, I'm thinking about moving to the Dominican Republic, and I was assaulted and blah blah blah." And man, my channel is growing. I'm starting to learn a lot of stuff. I tell Brother Clarence, I told him yesterday, I learned how to cut and paste not too long ago. I'm doing. So it really gave me energy to start this YouTube channel. And my kids, they really said, "Dad, you ought to try this YouTube channel and talk to people and give people life and tell people about your story and talk about the Dominican Republic." The name of the channel initially was called Moving the Family to the Dominican Republic. And then after we moved there, I said, I'm not moving them to the Dominican Republic. So I changed it to the Dominican route. And that's the route I decided to go because I knew so many baseball players when I played with the Yankees that were Dominican. And I felt right on in. I look Dominican. I know a lot of Dominican people here, and it's awesome. a 2.5 hour flight, and I didn't want to move far away, but so I decided to move to the Dominican Republic, and I love it, and I don't see myself moving anytime soon.
Awesome.
I was gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. And again, welcome, Brother John, to the channel again, and it's a pleasure talking to you. I was going to elaborate more on why Dominican, other than the fact that you knew people. Tell us like about the culture. Tell us about the cost of living. Tell us about like some of the great benefits in your experience of moving there and living there.
Okay, and sometimes y'all might see me moving around a lot because my nerve damage in my back, it locks up on me, and I have to, being disabled, I have to move around. So I'm not moving around because just sometimes I have to move around. So
I know what you're going through, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I thank God for the small stuff, that I'm not paralyzed, that I'm not in and stuff like that. So I got feeling. I got nerve damage, but at least I can feel what's going on. You know. So you count your blessings. So I'm sorry, Miss Patrice. So I the cost of living. What was the first thing you asked? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I asked if you could just elaborate a little bit more about why you moved there, other than the fact that you knew other Dominicans, like culture, food, cost of living, and things like. Can you go into detail and like what's the difference between living there and living in America?
The number one reason I moved here, one of the number one reasons, and I don't talk about it too much on my channel because I have so many white people and so many blacks, and I have different nationalities. The reason I moved here is because these people are really black people. That's why I moved here. But I don't go into detail about it on my channel because I don't focus, and I have nothing against talking about black. You know, I uplift my black people, but I have a wide band of people. But the main reason I moved here is because I feel so good around my Afro Dominican people. It makes me feel like I'm back in the 80s. It makes me feel like I'm back in this, you know. I remember the end of this. I was born in '76, but I remember the '80s very well, where you can go to somebody's house and they'll boil you hot dogs and put some wieners and some ketchup on it and or some sausage or everybody drinking out the water hose. And so I have that same feeling here. I brought some memories back to you, huh, Brother Clarence?
So the hospitality. Okay.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
about culturally, and how do they treat? Definitely talk about the culture there and the food, but how do they treat Black Americans that come there and acquiesce into their culture and community?
They as long as you give them, and just like we were talking about when y'all came in, like Brother Clarence and everybody was talking about it, man, it has a lot to do with energy and what you feed off and what you give. But as long as you ain't trying to thinking that you better than Americans are better or you better, they gonna welcome you with open arms. They actually welcome you more than the black people do in the United States.
But look, John.
Did I answer that question right, Miss Patrice? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did. Do they got good food there?
Oh, the food is awesome, but they do not put seasoning in their food at all.
What?
John, you admit, but like based on
So their food is more bland.
It's salt, and they take lime. They call it limon, but that's a lime. That's lime.
Mm-hmm.
But they squeeze the lime juice on rice, on fish, on everything. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
on that lobster,
everything.
chicken.
Beef,
Yep,
chicken, everything.
that's right, Brother Rico. So it's like now I have my Louisiana hot sauce here. My mom brought me some.
I was getting ready to say, where the hot sauce, where the seasoning salt, some Lawry's, a little bit something.
But John,
and that slap your mama
Patrice.
seasoning.
Easy, Patrice. Easy.
You admit,
Brother Brian said, "Slap your mama." I don't have none of that, but I've had some of it.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, bro.
You admit and you acknowledge, even when we had the conversation last night with Manuel, and I see you struggle with it with every interview. Every interview I see you struggle with it. It's like, fuck, how do I talk to these motherfuckers about this? Because they won't talk about it. They just pretend. They just pretend, oh no, it's not a problem. Like, because
talking about, Rico?
I want to say this, and Rico just said something that somebody just sent me a comment on the last video I did. It's like, oh man, you need to stop talking about all this black and white shit and all this racism stuff.
Right.
And I said, well, everybody's just giving their voice and their opinion. I could tell it was a white guy. And man, in an hour, he came back. He said, I watched all your videos. He said, I just subscribed to your channel and I want to apologize because I thought you were just on the black people or white people are just tearing the white man. I mean, they're just tearing. White people are tearing us down thing. And he was like, I want to really apologize. He said, I deleted all my mean messages. And he said, you got a subscriber for life. I'm telling you, it's in the comments right now.
Because John, what I'm saying is like, and here's the thing is I understand that in the DR, we walk on eggshells because they don't want to discuss the discussion. And I mean, literally, let me tell you something, John, I'm going to do interviews with Dominicans that will make Clarence look light-skinned.
Oh yeah, I know it. And green eyes,
Clarence,
and hazel eyes, all that
you
shit.
fucking laugh, but I bullshit you not.
Right.
They are beyond darkness.
Yeah.
And they just don't see themselves as black.
Let me tell you this. It's two things you don't talk about in the Dominican Republic. I have learned this, and let me tell you the two things you never talk about. You never talk about Trujillo. You never talk about him.
And
because
he was a brutal, murderous dictator.
You don't know whose side was on whose side.
Right,
you don't know if that person family loved him, or you don't know if that family had one of their 12-year-old children raped and molested and killed by him. So you look at it and you stay away. A friend of mine told me, Melvin told me this. He said, just like you look at like God and biblical stuff, and
they say the same about Christopher Columbus. This motherfucker has an entire history of pillaging, raping, and killing and diseasing the entire island.
Rico, you can get away with Christopher Columbus, but you can't get away with you need to everybody be quiet about Trujillo.
Wait, guys. For everybody that don't know who Trujillo is, John, who is Trujillo?
He was the dictator of the Dominican Republic.
How many years?
I want to say 15,
almost 30.
30 years. 30 years.
Almost 30 years.
Yeah,
for
and he was
30 years. He brutalized and dictated that country, and he.
Okay, so when somebody brings him up in the conversation, then I guess you just kind of blow it off a little bit, right?
No one ever brings him up in a conversation. What happens is I was starting to ask people about Trujillo, and I realized, as a matter of fact, the video I did the other day, Darlene's grandfather, I asked him about Trujillo. He started tearing up a little bit, and I didn't put it in there, and he did like this right here. He did like this. He said,
"Like cut it."
But listen,
you need
John.
to cut
listen, John. And here's the thing. It's the same way Cubans feel like about Castro. Okay? It's not like they don't know what happened. Certain generations are afraid to speak, but older and younger generations are not. So when I sit there say, like, they did in the DR, they do what is it called? Something to the butterflies. They talk about these two sisters. It was two women who were going against Trujillo in the DR, and that's what started his downfall.
That's right.
He kidnapped, raped, and had them killed. It was 3 sisters and a brother who were going against him.
They're on the 200 peso bill right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There were 2 sisters that he fucking assassinated.
And after that, they
call them sisters of the butterflies.
Yeah, and after that, he killed a lot of people and raped 11, 12-year-old girls and had sex with
everyone. He killed something like 10, 20,000 Haitians.
Right, he killed a lot of Haitians.
There's a massacre there at the Haitian border. So that's why when I always sit there and I say, look, okay, again, when I get frustrated at Dominicans, I'm like, look, do you motherfuckers know all your history, or do you guys? It's the same way. Like I tell them like this. It's the same way like in American history. So I always tell them, like, as Black Americans, we don't spend all our time celebrating thinking George Washington and Thomas Jefferson is the greatest thing in the world because we know they own slaves.
Right.
Y'all don't say that about Dominican history. Y'all will sit there and look at your heroes and ignore the wrong shit they do. As a Black American, I was like, George Washington was great, but that nigga owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson owned slaves.
And I wouldn't tell a Dominican person this about Trujillo, but I think Trujillo is up there with Adolf Hitler.
Yes.
And
It
you
was
can't
horrible.
you can't
Oh,
really
wow.
Yes.
you can't compare him with
That's infamous.
you can't
Yes.
compare him with like anybody else. I
And
don't
but the thing is, they're so because for 30 or 40 years, he dominated the country so much. And he spent a lot of times whitening the country. So
Right.
anybody that was black, they suppressed their blackness. So I saw the interview you did with Darlene's grandfather. He was just like,
Yeah.
You
But the thing about him is that he brought a lot of jobs, and Dominicans say that. They say, I tell you this, he bought a whole bunch of jobs, and he really
but you had to erase your blackness.
right. The inner he built
And look, but here's the truth, John. It's God's honest truth. This is 2022. I think it was 2015. They had that huge thing where they made all the Haitians go back to Haiti that didn't have papers. People who had been living in the DR, this is no exaggeration. Look up the history. I'm going to look up the history. I'm going to give you the exact date. Because the United Nations said that the Dominican Republic was wrong for what they did. They sat there and determined, if you don't have papers and you can't prove that you've been 2 or 3 or however many generations Dominican, we're going to deport you. And they deported a lot of Haitians who had never lived in Haiti, who literally had been born 2 and 3 generations of Haitians who had lived and were born in the DR. They deported them back to Haiti because they didn't have Dominican papers.
That's
That
right.
is a known motherfucking fact. So the DR, as much as I love the DR, they have a high level of anti-blackness, especially towards Haitians. Am I making that shit up, John?
You're not, but they
Am I making it up, John? Just
no,
be clear.
not at all, not at all. But Manuel said something. He said it was way worse before, but he said it's getting better now.
Yes,
and
it's getting better
it's
now.
getting better now. Yeah,
But
it was
the
worse.
fact of the matter is, for decades, they've had an anti-blackness. Because to be honest with you, you guys got to understand, Hispaniola is one island.
That's
the
right.
DR and Haiti is the same fucking piece of dirt.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's one motherfucking island.
That's right.
Knock it the fuck off.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh,
granted,
yeah.
the Haitian side is more impoverished because there's no foreign investment in it. Most of the foreign investment is on the DR side. It used to be.
Well,
Spain,
that's because we all know what happened there with the
right.
French.
Exactly. So the whole fucking point is and I get so frustrated because and this is the thing, John, that gets me is like I told somebody, I told you last night. I said, look, Dominicans look at Haitians like they Mexicans, like they less than.
Mm-hmm.
But when they go cross the water, Patrice, I tell you no lie. Dominicans get on the boat and they go to the fucking Puerto Rico because it's easier to get to Puerto Rico than mainland America. And Puerto Ricans treat them like what, John? Like Mexicans.
That's
Like
right.
ain't shit.
Yeah. But let me say this, going back to what you said, brother Rico, you are absolutely right about the Haitians, and Sister Patrice, I think she was getting ready to chime in on this. I don't know if y'all know this, but the Haitians they have been dogged. They actually, I'll say it like this. They kicked the French ass. They kicked
They did. Yes, they did.
And then the French had to go back and go get some more boats. And they had to they had to re-up. And they said, well, we're going to kill everybody. The French eventually would have killed all the Haitians. They would have. Right. But they said, I tell you what, you give us all y'all fruit, vegetables, gold, all
took everything from them. Plus they had to buy their way to not be colonized again by them.
That's right. And they said for the next, I forgot, I don't quote me on it. I want to say 100 years or 75 years.
They literally just got through paying that debt, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago or something like that?
John, you know what makes me mad is I sit there and say to myself, right? In my house in Punta Cana, the average Haitian that will come to my house speak no less than 3 languages, 3 or more. Oftentimes they speak 4 and 5 languages. The average Dominican speaks 2.
Haitians are
Spanish.
Let me tell you,
Haitians will speak French.
Haitians are
English,
smart. They smart
Spanish,
and they hard workers.
German and Portuguese. These motherfuckers will speak up to 5 languages. I'm like, you got.
Yeah, no, I got a girlfriend that's Haitian. She speaks 3 for sure. I know English, French, and Spanish. I know for sure she speaks English, French, and Spanish. So yeah, 3 languages.
3 and oftentimes up to 5 motherfucking languages. I
see, brother, in New Grove old school, they didn't pay it. They dissolved it. Let me tell you why they dissolved it. You're right, brother. Let me tell you, it was so tapped out. It ain't nothing but dry land and dirt out there. You can't grow nothing out there. They tapped everything out. So they dissolved it. They call it dissolved it, but it ain't have shit to get out from Haiti no more because they had tapped it out.
After 200 years, they dissolved.
That's right.
And you wonder why people wonder why Haiti is so poor now. They were one of the richest countries, and they took all of their resources from them.
I'm gonna tell you one step better, because guess what? Okay, we can go fuck Africa, because let me tell you about some of the African continents that's rich in resources. I want to say it was Sudan. I saw the other day.
They won't be if they keep on after China get through with them.
No, China fucking them now. They found multi-billions or trillions of dollars worth of cobalt that's used in all of these electronics. So and it's like, who's getting all the money? The Chinese, who are coming in, giving them loans, and they're doing all the mining. Somebody found like multi-trillions of dollars of gold. Another African country. Are they getting it? Nope. Foreign investment. So it's like this is like, I'm like, this shit is crazy. So I get into the whole narrative, and that's why I love like the conversation we had with you and Manuel and so on and so forth. It's like, guys, we gotta wake up, we gotta knock it off, we gotta stop the whole, oh, I'm gonna beat these people up, I'm gonna beat these people up. I love and more than anything else, before Clarence let you go with the bullshit, I want you to get back to the doll baby experiment and talk about that.
And then I want to ask Miss Patrice something, because she gave me a vibe about something, but I'm gonna ask her a little bit later. But the doll, that's where the mom was trying to give the girl the baby the black doll, and the grandmother was like, no, she needs to just play with the white doll. And it was just so disturbing that dark-skinned doll, the grandmother had implanted in her head that was the bad doll. That's the doll that's the nasty doll. That's the unclean doll. And it's just amazing. This lady's 65, 70 years old, and
was that grandmother like 3 shades darker than you?
Oh, she was black as that damn doll.
Thank you. That's what I'm sitting there saying is right.
That's right.
She would not let her grandbaby
play with that
a doll that looked like her. She wanted that grandbaby to play with a lily white doll.
That's right.
It was so disturbing to watch that. And I don't know, what was it, John? The mother, somebody was trying to introduce to the baby, said, look, I went out and bought a black doll that looked just like the baby. And
Bro Rico, that is such a very deep, embedded conditioning and form of self-hate. That's all that is.
But that's what me and John showed it, and I was like, thank God it wasn't from me, to show that when they try to say that it doesn't exist, I'm like, I don't know where the fuck John found it at, but it exists. It exists that in these spaces, in these Hispanic spaces, and I love my Salvadorian, what they said, whatever. I'm like, don't tell me. So like I love like John. My granddaughter's Salvadorian. You don't look at my Facebook page. The one in the fucking the hammock. That's my granddaughter. And literally, I told her mother was like, well, she's Salvadorian. Like, I mean, she's Dominican. I said, no, she's fucking black. Stop it. Your ass is black too. Because you live in America. So stop with that whole you speak Spanish, that's fine. And I want Zoe to speak Spanish, that's fine. But y'all black. Because the bottom line, when your ass get pulled over by the police, they're not gonna say you Dominican. They're not gonna give a fuck that you Dominican. They're gonna look at your ass and your ass is black. So goddamn it, you better raise my granddaughter that way. And my son, who don't speak a lick of Spanish, he gets upset about it. And I'm like, no, Delonte, I got you. And I'm like, Leslie, I protect you on her Hispanic heritage. But she is black in this world that we live in. And don't be teaching her that the police or society at large will not see her melanated skin and view her as anything else, because it won't. We ain't reached to that place where they go, oh, they don't look at a brown person. They go, oh, that's Dominican. Oh, that's Colombian. Oh, that's Cuban. No, they see all brown skin the same. Y'all all niggas. That's what they fucking see.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Rico. Rico, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
John, you say you want to ask me something?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to ask you something. Why are you so I don't care. You can ask me 1,000 questions, but it seems like when I talk to you, you really want to absorb and know a lot about the Dominican Republic. And I think, is it that you want to move here, or are you tired of the United States, or are you trying to find more peace somewhere? And that's just, you don't have to answer that question. That's just the vibe that I'm getting. That's all.
No, I don't mind answering that at all. And when I do ask questions like that, it is because I have a certain ulterior motive behind it, because I was thinking about buying a home somewhere else, like a second home to go to. So I'm just kind of researching a couple places. So that's why I asked you about Dominican. I definitely want to have a second home somewhere, or a retirement home somewhere where I know when I go there, I'm comfortable, I'm safe, I'm protected, and what are the laws and statutes there. So, I'll know what to, look out for.
I tell you what, if you just want like peace, the Dominican Republic is a great place to go. But like the place I live, I love it right now, but eventually I'm going to move to a countryside, or I'm going to move to like where brother Rico is, or I'm going to move like Puerto Plata, Punta Cana, or Santiago, or places are in the country or something like that. I'm a person that's really not scared of anything, because if it's your time to go, it's your time to go. So I'm a person that lives with Dominicans, and I love the people. I just need to learn how to speak Spanish a little bit better, but I love and then everything is more affordable. You can block off a nice big block concrete, 2 acres amongst the Dominicans, amongst the compost was what they call it, the compost area, and you can pay $50,000 for a nice 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and 2 acres, and next to some water, or river, or ocean, or something, and you can live just fine. That's just me. That's what I want to do. But some people might want to live close by where all the Americans are. They can speak English and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
No problem. So I really, go ahead, Brother Clarence.
John, I wanted, because you were before you got so rudely interrupted by the man in the hat, you were saying that there's 2 things that you
the handsome man in the hat. The handsome man.
There's 2 things
The cat in the hat.
There's two things in the cowboy hat, I should say. There's two things you don't talk about in the DR. Now you said one was Generalissimo Trujillo, right?
Trujillo.
Okay, and what was the other thing? Because I was just curious.
The second thing was what Brother Rico was talking about. That's the man. What did he say? God dog it. That was what did we bring the conversation about?
Probably tapping into maybe I don't think of it.
Colorism.
Tapping into your Afro.
The African. That's it. The African. Yeah. People get mad at you. They get mad at you when you start bringing up, you don't bring that black white shit over here to the Dominican.
No matter how unambiguously black they are, it's like, are you serious?
I'm Dominican. They say I'm Dominican. Now, some of them I have fun with you and talk to you like the older people, whatever. But some of the ones that want to, talk shit, or some people that's on my YouTube channel, they like, man, y'all need to stop talking about that because that's some American shit. That's American shit.
But
Stop
it's not
talking about that.
And what I'm saying is this. This is the thing that gets me. Is like they push that narrative because they could. I've even seen spaces where I'm like, you can't be no darker than dark,
right?
And you literally are telling me you're Dominican. I'm like, Dominican is not a color.
So let me give you an example.
Dark.
Let me give you an example how Dominicans take it.
And John, let me just say this. This is the thing that gets me, and I say that the same thing exists in Brazil, right? It's just like, okay. So you said it when you talk to Melvin, and I get it all the time. Like, you say it, you touch on it, but then they run away from it. It's like, okay, well, all the dark people are in the back of the kitchen, right? You say it all the time, John.
That's right.
All the blackest people are in the back of the kitchen, and all the light-skinned people are to the front. Why is that? Every restaurant I go into.
Yeah, that's color. They have a problem with colorism too. Then they have a problem with colorism.
Patrice, they got a problem with black people. It's not just colorism, because every restaurant you go to, the blackest people are in the back picking up trash, eating shit, whatever, and all the white-looking people are front and presenting. That's not accidental, and that's every fucking where. That's not just in the DR. That's in El Salvador. That's in Panama. That's in Costa Rica. That's in Honduras. That's everywhere. And we walk through these spaces and that's just the way it is. No, that's bullshit. That's anti-blackness. That's when the darker the skin looks, that society says it should be looked at as lesser than.
And that's also a form of colorism too, though, Brother Rico, if you think about it.
But what I'm saying is, as me being a traveler, going to other countries, and me contributing my dollars, every time I go to the DR, I look for the blackest motherfucker I can to spend my money with. Because that's my small measure. That's my small measured way to say that I'm doing the best I can to counter it. Because typically when I go to those resorts and those hotels, everybody I see, they 3 shades lighter than me.
Right.
But guess what? Guess who cleaned in my room and my fucking hotel and my shit in the bathroom? They black as black.
Right.
I don't see. And that's what I'm saying is, we have to be careful about how we participate in it. And I'm not saying that we should or we shouldn't, and we're not guilty. I'm just saying that, look, if we talk about it, so when I talk to a Dominican, a Costa Rican, a Salvadorian, a Honduran, a Panamanian, I'm like, and I always talk to them. I'm like, look, I can't fix it for you. I'm an American. Oh, you don't understand you're American. Okay, but guess what? Your younger generation got to stand up and speak up and fight, because you old motherfuckers won't. So even in Brazil, it's not old Brazilians that are fighting. It's young Brazilians like Jay age, that's 30 and less, that's saying, you know what, we're sick and tired of this shit. Because when the favela, where all the ghettos in Brazil, they're 98% full of black people. There's no white people in those fucking ghettos. It's black people because they don't give a fuck about black people. And we ignore that. So when you go to Brazil, understand that most of the poor
Where
people.
was Jay? Where was Jay? Jay, where were you thinking about going? I forgot.
Oh, no, where I was gonna pretty much gonna move over, but like Japan. More
Yeah,
often
they ain't
than not.
got no black people, so he good.
Yeah.
He good. There's no black people over there.
Well, there's reasons why over there more so. Like you know how if you're in Korea too, it's the same thing.
Well, it's fine.
It's more so like they treat you as if
The only one, yeah, the only ones is over there are the ones like when I was, touring and we did bouts in Japan or Okinawa, the USO. And I was over there for like 3-6 months periods at a time over in Japan, and they love our music, they love our culture when it comes to that. So it's people over there like that.
But if you go into a black country, you gotta understand, like whether it, like I said, Brazil, who has the largest black population outside of Africa, other than Africa. All the black people are in destitute poverty. And that shit is not an accident. And we got to stop acting like it is. Like, it's just like, oh, well, I don't know. All the black people end up poor and all the white people end up rich. Like, no, that's by fucking design. Stop it. By design.
Well, it sounds a lot like America. It sounds a lot like what goes on in America to me.
But Patrice, it's 100% like America. So again, and I'm not blaming. I'm just saying, well, okay. So when you go over there, understand. Don't go over there. Oh, Brazil is great. No, it's not. It's the same.
Well, I'm gonna go visit. I do plan to visit, and my other place was Costa Rica, and y'all talked about that one too. So that was the other place on the list.
OG. Like I said, me and my boy, our Costa Rica trip is next year. We're planning on go. We had to push it back.
Go to Hako. Go to Hako.
Yeah, Hako. No, Rico, definitely Rico. You and me gonna talk.
Yeah,
you got
and when you go to Hako, great surfing town. But again, great people save everything. But invest your dollars in communities that look like you, because even in Costa Rica, now Hako's not. It's mostly a white side. I get that, but I didn't realize till I got there. The other side of Costa Rica is mostly black. And people don't go over there and spend their tourist dollar. So if you're going to sit there, and so I tried to educate myself, like, you know what? I got to start educating myself and investing my tourist dollars. Now, in the DR, I'm like, okay, I'm already in Punta Cana. Fuck this shit. I go hoeing everywhere else, but I'm already in Punta Cana. And I'm going, and you know, John,
wait, hold on. You ain't gonna just let that slide. You ain't gonna just. What you say? You do what? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'm checking. You ain't gonna just let that slide, brother.
I'm enjoying myself. But John, you know, like, and here's the thing, right? People will sit there and they'll talk about, like, when I try to tell Clarence, and I was so glad when you and Manuel said, right, when you even said, Patrice, John said, when I go to the doctor and I go see a nurse, that nurse let me be known, hey, holler at me, you can play with me. So when I sit there and said that, little John, am I making that shit up, John? Or did you say that yes or no?
And that happens all the time. The women just, I don't care what, if you're short, small, big, tall.
Thank you.
Even if you look like Rico. Even if you look like Rico.
Yes. No.
I didn't say that.
Listen, John.
Hey, John. Even if you look like Rico, you got to have 2 tickets at the zoo. One to get in and one to get out.
No, John. Don't apologize, John. Look, listen what I'm saying. You see what I deal with. You see the shit I deal with, right? But John, look, this is the guy.
If you got money, you can look at however you want.
Look, but John, look. This is God's honest truth.
Call me, Clarence. Call me after. I talked about something. Call me.
Look, John. I tried to tell him, right. I was there in April, right. So I'm there in April, and me and my wife, we're the young couple. I'm 58. I'll be 58 in a couple of weeks. My wife's 12 younger, so she's the youngest out of the bunch. She's 40 something. The other couple, Mike is in his 60, his wife Diane is in her 60, and then Rob is 70, and his wife is almost 70. So we're like three old ass couples sitting in the DR in Los Corrales and Punta Cana, and we're watching prostitutes walk up and down the street flirting with us. And literally, the funny part about it was I'm not making this up. No. Just the funny part about it was my boy Mike was like, Rob, I think she like you. And I was like, she like you, right? I mean, they're flirting with us at dinner with our wives. It's 6 of us. We're having dinner.
That's crazy.
And no bullshit. These had to be
Jay, have you ever been?
These had to be 18, 19, 20-year-old working girls, and they're soliciting us as if.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time. But have you?
Who has come as a couple? And
who has been to the Dominican? Who has been to the Dominican Republic?
I've been 1,000 times. Just me. They don't believe this shit exists.
No. Rico, we believe it exists.
No, we believe it. We believe it.
I want you to
I
want you to let John lay it out as well, because like I was trying to tell you after we talked to them yesterday, the way you laying it out is like, damn, you can't walk nowhere. You're gonna kick it. You're gonna
John, am I lying?
A prostitute everywhere you go.
John, lay it out. Lay it out as if I'm making it up.
They may be around, but
okay. Be quiet. John, lay it out as if I'm making it up. And I'm in a tourist area in Punta Cana, and I'm literally saying we're at dinner.
Right.
And they literally in those areas don't get what they do is they signal if you want to play.
So like what Rico's talking about, like if you're sitting down with your wife and your wife has her back turned, if they can make eye contact with you, they will make eye contact with you, and then they will let you know, hey, as soon as your wife walk away, if you want to give me a piece of paper or you want to get with me later on, that's no problem. And that happens every day, all the time.
What the fuck am I saying, John? What am I saying that's different than what you saying? Thanks, sir.
Nothing.
It happens out here too. Rico, if you go to Beverly Hills or you go to Santa Monica, the same thing happens out there.
So, but what I'm saying is, right? But literally, what I'm saying is, so
not on that level. Not on that level.
I would agree with you guys. It's probably not on that level. But John, yesterday, Rico, I was trying to tell Rico, you kind of making it out to like every person you're gonna want to walk into is gonna be a prostitute. It's not like that. It may be certain areas where they say, well, we're probably gonna have more success if we go after guys in this area.
Okay, John,
all over the country.
Let me ask you a question, John.
Or is it?
John, let me ask you a question.
It's in that certain area that Brother Rico's talking about, because that's where the tourists go.
Right.
So, John, let me ask you a question. Okay. You land at Las Americas Airport, because that's the airport you fly into in Santo Domingo. Right?
That's right. That's correct.
Can you get out the airport before maybe half a dozen people solicit you?
It's 3 or 4 of them when I'm walking in and walking out. It's 3
You
of
ain't
them.
even out the airport. You ain't even out the fucking airport.
I know.
You ain't even out the fucking airport.
But that's the tourist area, Rico.
You ain't even out the fucking airport.
Right.
Let me give you.
And I'm not saying that that's their primary job, but they just let you know that, like, hey, because like John said, oh, you in America? Oh, damn, you look good, and you don't look that good, right? Hey, but it's like, you know, but it's just like you.
Bro, Rico,
you don't need to have a whole bunch of money
to
get these beautiful women, and then
thank you.
The beautiful women outnumbers the beautiful women in America, like hands down. It's not even close.
Thank you. 100-1.
Yeah, like their bodies are just like goddesses.
But you gotta pay for it.
Yeah, but you paying $25, $30 compared to
and let
Paying
me
500,
just
600, a grand.
and let me just say this.
That's
and
it,
let me
right,
say
Jay?
this too, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You go to Las Vegas. Let me say this: you go to Las Vegas, you're gonna pay $500. You're gonna pay
Right.
$700. You know,
Facts.
Actually,
Facts.
no, more than that. You
For quality, you are.
I keep saying that. I don't
What'd you
know.
say, Jay?
why-
I said, yes, you
and
go
my
pay your
thing
life
is this.
insurance in Vegas.
Right.
And you know the stories.
And I
That's
agree
it.
with that, but my thing is, I keep saying that, and that's the only thing I keep getting frustrated about. Everybody like, oh no, like, no, they do. It just is what it is. Because again, when me and my son, we land in Punta Cana, I'm like, okay, we can't even get out the airport. They done got 2-3 numbers. Okay, we get out there to the fucking cab stand. The car guy come with the car. Okay, bam. Okay, he ain't bring no gas. I go straight to the first gas station. They might got another phone number. I'm getting fucking gas. I'm gonna go to the
Damn.
bar to get the things to get the Wi-Fi, the portable the portable
Router.
Wi-Fi.
The
So I
router,
can
right.
get the router. They done got another number. By the time we now I'm go to Jumbo or National or Super Pollo to get food because we're gonna be here for several days so we can cook. They done got several other numbers. It's like these are all the steps I'm going through trying to get to my motherfucking house. And they may have accumulated half a dozen because, and what I always try to tell people is like, look, these people have regular jobs. So even when they're sitting there hollering at my sons and them, they're like, oh, they may be thinking, oh, well, maybe he's going to. No. Literally what they're thinking is, oh, well, maybe if I can make him fall in love with me, he'll take me back to the States. So that's number one. But if he don't take me back to the States, he'll buy this pussy. That's
right.
Number two.
It's a
Number
win-win.
one,
It's a win-win.
when I sit there and whip it on him so good that he gonna make me a wife, no, okay, well, he'll buy this pussy. Number two.
Okay, now I have a question. I've been studying to be quiet. I've been doing good, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent, Vaughn.
All right.
Come on.
Maybe somebody in the hack can learn something from you.
I have definitely been studying to be quiet right now, but I do have a question for my brother John.
Ooh, that's funny.
Yeah. Now, when we talk about Americans and people that are coming to your area, what would you say are some of the top scams that are being used on some of these naive Americans that come over into that space? And or do you see that happening at all?
I think the number one scam, in my opinion, from what I see, is they have a lot of people out here, and Rico can vouch for this, that might be, let's say me, let's say I'm Dominican, and they say, hey man, what do you need? And you say, hey, I need some cocaine, I want to buy some prostitutes, I need some women, I need this, I need that, I need this. You have to really be careful with that, because number one, you don't need a man that's from the Dominican Republic to get a woman over there in the Dominican Republic. They have a lot of guys that say, hey, you need this woman? And oh yeah, okay, yeah, you need a woman, okay. All right, she might really charge $40 or $50, but he gonna charge you $250.
Wow.
And so you really have to be careful with people like that. But it's the same scamming stuff everywhere, but it's no big difference in the Dominican Republic. The hustling, this is the best way I can answer your question, brother. What's your name again? I'm sorry, brother. Brother Vaughn.
Yeah.
You have never in your life, I promise you, and I put this on everything, you have never in your life seen somebody hustle as hard as a Dominican person.
and brother, you a lick. You a lick. They waiting on your ass.
Let me tell you, they will walk up. Let me tell you how tough they hustle. The shoe shine people, They don't even ask you, do you need your shoe shine? No. They will spray your shoes with foam if you have your back
Hey, look, John, do me a favor, John, and let me just say this, because I told Clarence, am I lying? On the fucking highway, like, I'm coming up 3. I'm coming up 3, the highway going to Santo Domingo, and I'm like, y'all laugh at niggas in New York, grown ass men washing your windshield. I'm coming up 3. It's 7 and 8-year-old kids in the middle of the fucking highway trying to wash your windshield, squirting that dirty ass water on your windshield.
I saw that in Jamaica, man. And
7 and 8-year-old children.
And then they get that's right. Then they get mad if they spray it with Rico right. They spray it with water and a little bit of soap. And if you don't pay them,
get mad.
They get mad and you don't.
I ride around with a car full of fucking coins just to pay these little motherfuckers off. Like, fuck it, I don't want you to clean it. Matter of fact, come here. I'm up. Don't spray it. Here you go. And I actually stick money out so they don't spray that dirty ass water on my car.
That's right.
But literally,
but brother Vaughn, you really don't have. The only thing that's gonna frustrate you, and you don't have to worry about the scamming and stuff like that. It's the doggone hustling that will kind of make you like, especially if you're having a rough day and the traffic bad and you're trying to get to the house, and then you be like, man, here come another one. You pull up
Okay.
the red light. Lord, please change for this motherfucker. Please change for this motherfucker. Go.
All right, y'all. We got to start wrapping this thing
Interesting.
up. We got to start wrapping this thing up. I'm so glad that John came and joined us, man. You added another little spark to the conversation, man. And appreciate you. If you haven't already, subscribe to the Dominican Root. Go on over to the Dominican Root.
I'm already subscribed to you, bro. I got you.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely be over there, my brother. So
check it out.
Look for me, my brother, because I'm gonna be over there.
I want to interview this brother now. Shoot.
Yeah, man. Hey, you guys want to see a real funny video? Watch the one where his neighbors are just working him, and John is like, "What? Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute! I thought if you supposed to move it," and they were like, "No, we move this way now." That was so funny.
Oh, and since old people, they don't play.
I'm cheating. You know I'm cheating. I'm cheating, and I know I'm cheating, and you better not say nothing.
And you in my country, so you can't say.
Yeah, you can't say that. You gonna do?
No. Watch the doll baby video. The baby video will move you and make you.
Right. You got a lot of good videos.
And one more thing for Miss
videos.
Thank you, brother. For Miss Patrice, go to everybody. My number 1 video is 5 things I dislike about the Dominican Republic. That's that's like one of my ones that kind of went viral. So check that one out.
Okay.
It's
I will.
5 things I dislike about the Dominican Republic, and you guys can kind of understand what what me and brother Rico are talking about.
Okay, y'all. We're gonna give everybody 2 minutes to kind of wrap up, man. And, get a little spiel, man, and we're gonna go around the room. Brother Jay, if you want to start out, man, got 2 minutes, brother.
That's funny, man. Lamb, I gotta go first.
You the youngest. The youngest gotta go first.
Yeah.
He the youngest. He the youngest. We make him go first. The youngest gotta go first.
Shout out to Queen Status. Shout out to Queen Status.
Last because you the guest of honor. So get your thoughts together. Get your shit together.
I'm just like y'all.
I love this. No. All in all, like everybody here, like subscribe to my man, brother Clarence's channel. Subscribe to my man's Dominican route. Is it the Dominican route? Yeah, the Dominican route. Yeah, subscribe. You watch his videos because I got like 3 videos I want to check out before I go to sleep of his. And all in all, like I said, take the advice from the OGs. Literally, like just. Take it with a grain of salt, but also, get out of your biasness and actually try to listen to what people have to say here. This channel does show you that they actually give you opportunity to speak, but also a chance to listen to you. and also cover really good topics. Like I said, brother Clarence been on a freaking roll today. Jeez, this whole week. What the hell, man? You've been like, it's been like maybe 6 videos almost, and I'm just like, wow. And I'm like, I had to drop it too. I dropped it in one last time. I'm dropping this one too. So yeah, man. Let's show some love and support to my man here, and also, like I said, be sure to hit the like button. Also, y'all, like I said, y'all have a great day. I gotta get to the gym in about an hour, and then I gotta
wait. Jay, when's the next time you going on, man?
Next time I'm gonna go on. Like I said, I have 2 more weeks before I come back fully.
Oh, okay.
My brother Marcus, he's gonna host the next chill out session we have again this coming Thursday, and I'm gonna try to make that one specifically because you know, I might not have too much to do right now. Like I said, I've been working with programs lately.
Jay, are you still on vacation?
From other people's BS, yeah, I am.
I heard that. Okay, say no more.
Yes, ma'am. But but all in all, like I said, the next chill out is gonna be Thursday. I'm gonna make sure my man Marcus hosted it because he hosted it last time. He did a really great job, and also I would love to have Rico, brother Clarence, Vaughn, OG, and my man Dominican right over there. And like I said, and the thing is, we cover, like I told you, we cover any type of topic, whatever you want to talk about. And listen, it can even be about the freaking cat that pissed in your lawn. We'll talk about that. All right.
I hate that cat. No.
Yeah, right. I mean, not just your aunties or your moms. You can't say nothing. I mean, not to her directly, but yeah. I'm like I said, I'm gonna host it Thursday, and then, like I said, I got Marcus being ahead of that. So you know, just be on the lookout for that at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and you know, like I said, you know, just be on the lookout for it. All in all, y'all have a great night, and like I said, subscribe to these people here. Seriously, like I said, they're really great people. And love the conversations here. Can't stress that enough. That's really good here, man. All right, y'all take care.
All right, Jay. You too. Take care, young man.
If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Tekashi, go on over to Jay Tekashi. Subscribe to the young brother, man. Help the brother build his channel, man. There's a good brother right there, man. So help the brother. You know what I mean? He's a good young man. And he's very respectful. He don't always agree with us, but he's very respectful. And then we can dig that. We can dig that. All right. Who we gonna leave John for last?
Yeah. Leave John for last.
Okay, so then
I'll go next. I'll go next. No. But again, like, thank you, John, for coming up, tapping into the channel. We went over it yesterday, and I apologize for Clarence and his talking too much.
Thank
and
you.
Him, let me say, look, I understand. So I will come over there later on and apologize for his behavior and his unruliness and his drunken foolishness.
I don't know what got
and
it.
I just want people to understand that it's not a reflection on the channel. We do good.
Drinking.
Me,
Brother
Brother Vaughn, Sister Patrice, we do good.
Drinking.
We're not responsible for all the drunken foolishness that Brother
Ice water with lemon in it.
So I just wanted to say that. Just put that out there. So if anybody got any
the hypocrisy is real. The hypocrisy is real.
If anybody got any problem about the foolishness that he did yesterday, let them know I send my deepest heartfelt apology on behalf of his drunken foolishness. Okay.
Nobody said nothing yet, but I'll let you know if they do. But they said some stuff about you, but they ain't say nothing about Brother Clarence.
Oh no!
Okay, now look. Now I know I gotta go back.
That says a lot. That says a lot.
Look now. I gotta go back and look now. For real, I'm gonna go back and look now.
But brother, look. Thank you for coming over. And you know how we do, John. We family, and we try to treat everybody like family. And this stream is one of what we try to do all the time. Sometimes I'm not gonna promise you that it's always goes this well. We try to do our best. Sometimes we get a little left, this, that, whatever.
Still learning, brother.
But we come back together as family. You know what I'm saying? And jump in our ass and like, Rico and Clarence, like, okay, I'm sorry, I messed up, this, that, whatever. And I want to, and that's why I tap into you. I tap into you because, to be honest, I feel the genuineness and the authenticity of you and the Dominican route. Like, I'm not trying to cop into you or just whatever. It's just you're an authentic channel. You're an authentic.
And John ain't trying to tell all the black men to come over there to get all the Dominican women to leave America.
The bottom line is, to be honest with you, is
that's what you do. That's what you do.
No, that's what some of these other channels do. That's what some of these other men are saying.
The way you do it, John, is the way that I want black men to do it. I want them to do it the way you did.
Yeah, because he's kind of like come to Jamaica, you know. he's inviting, you know. That's a good thing.
Here's my problem: is John is like, I love John. When he went to the DR, he didn't give a shit about no women. He gave a shit about the country. He took his child. You don't take your child looking for tail. You don't do that. He took his children. And that's what I'm trying to tell young black men. It's like, look, go to other places, not just the I don't even tell them to go to DR. I tell them, look, as a black man, there are better places in the world to be a black man other than the U.S. Jamaica, the DR, Trinidad, Central America, South America, Colombia, Brazil, Africa, Asia. I want you to travel the world, but don't.
One thing you and I know it's your turn, Brother Rico. One thing that I felt that came away from my body when I got here was that I don't have to deal with racism no more.
Thank you.
That was like the biggest thing. That's all I wanted to say. Sister Patrice, I was trying to give you some more, but that's another thing.
I wish you listen, we gotta have a conversation. Okay, brother.
That's the thing you would actually feel, that just the whole load of just come off your body when you don't have to worry about no racism. Is this white man gonna pull me over? Is he gonna call me a coon? Is he gonna do? You don't have to worry about none of that.
That's what I was getting at. Where I'm constantly trying to tell people, black men, like, look, you can go to other. So when I always say there are better places to be a black man, where even if you go to Asia, nobody's not gonna look at you because you're black. Yes, you are different. You're this, that, whatever, but because there ain't enough of your asses there for them to profile you. We're not gonna profile you for being black because there ain't enough of you here. But when America, it's worse. So I try to tell black men, look, there are other places. Go to Africa where everybody's black. Go to Asia where you're so uniquely black, no one's not going to look at you that way. And that's the narrative I try to push. And again, I don't have much.
So can we right quick address Queen Status, that comment that's still up, because we did not, and I just wanted to get John's perspective right quick on that before we close, if we can, just right quick. And I don't have to say nothing behind it. I just want to hear his perspective on that.
Okay, so I wish you all would do a show on the scams Dominicans play on American women. So when you say American women, there's really they don't have any scams that I can think of on American women. I mean, I don't know if I'm understanding that question correctly, but I know American women do get scammed sometimes, but it's just not something that just happens all the time.
Yeah, so, and I just don't see it as a. I mean, I get it kind of sounds like what she's trying to say is that like Dominicans are doing scams at the same level that Nigerians do on American women. And at this point in time, I'm like, look, if an American woman is being scammed by a Nigerian, that bitch want to be scammed. Bottom line, because it's so old now. It's like 20, 30 years old of Nigerian scamming. Oh, I'm a Nigerian prince. I'm like, okay, if you get a fucking email and somebody tell you a Nigerian prince and you believe it, then you know what? You just want to fucking believe it. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to.
I'll say this.
But wouldn't it depend on the area that you're in? And I'm not sure because I haven't been in abroad. I haven't been abroad like that. But I'm saying, wouldn't it depend on the area that you're in?
No,
they have some areas that are more high crime than others.
But Vaughn, 30 years later,
could that be the case, or is that not the case?
Rico, let John talk. Rico.
I'm trying to address Von Eric.
Von
Brian. I'm sorry.
Where's Von Eric at?
I'm just saying,
Oh, I
30
almost
years
said
later,
something.
you can't keep saying.
Nah.
See, Patrice,
Shout
this is
out
why
to- shout out to
to
Von
have
Erich.
another show.
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
want to have another show where John came back and addressed this kind of stuff. We
Right,
can
but-
really get into it.
But Brother Vaughn,
Yes, sir.
it's pretty much it's the same everywhere. In the
Right,
Dominican
exactly.
Republic. So I'll say this, and I'm not taking up for them. White women get scammed more than black women. The reason is because they know we know your game, and we on top of your shit. So shoot, they'll try to scam a black man before they scam a black woman. So now this person Queen Status says American women, but if you break it down, I have seen white women and foreigners from Russia and Germany and all that stuff. They'll get scammed because they know, like, hey, this person got money. But when black people give you that look, and a black woman give you that look, shoot, they be like, nah, that's the wrong one right there, brother. Let me keep on see if I can scam somebody else. So that's
but would you say it depends on the area that you're in? I'm just saying
I don't think so. In my opinion, I don't.
So is it a difference between the good areas and the bad areas? Is there a difference?
See, the way we think in the United
out
States,
here it is, even in Chicago. I'm just saying,
right? Our good and bad areas in the Dominican Republic ain't even close to the good.
So
and
it's
bad
different.
areas.
Okay.
It's totally different. So, I mean, and you can get robbed, you can get your chain snatched or something, but it's really not. You can't scam nobody. Like they can take your credit card or snatch your purse or something like that, but I just really don't see that much scamming going on. If you had some type of resort area or something like that, and they take your credit card and they take a quick screenshot of it or something like that, that's how you can get scammed. But it's really
that can happen anywhere. That can happen anywhere.
So right. Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Rico. Do we need to talk?
No,
I'm gonna pull you down, brother. You don't need to talk.
No. I'm get Queen Status next question.
Okay, because I thought we getting the last remarks from you. Are you done?
No. I mean, I thought Queen.
And what now? What she say? Or just stanky panky? What does she mean by that? Or maybe I'm
hanky panky. She's okay. So her question says, I'm asking if the Dominican men are sincere in the relationships with American women, or do most of them only want money and visa to hook up to get married just for your money and your visa, or do they just want to get in the draws, basically?
No, they want. I would lean toward they want money and visas. I would lean toward that. That's me personally. I would lean to, but because they can get stanky panky anytime they want to over here, so that's no big deal. So yeah. It's pretty easy to get.
Yeah, I could see that. That's just like if you go to Africa or Jamaica, like a lot of the women over there in Africa, they are on the dating sites trying to get these men to marry them so that they can come over here and become citizens, and they want to live the American dream. They do it in Jamaica. They're doing it, so I can see that totally making sense in the Dominican as well with the men and the women over there.
Queen Status, just think about watching 90 Day Fiance on steroids over here.
Wow.
It's like that. I mean, you see these white women hugged up with these black Dominican men, and they fall in love with them, and I see.
And they marry them and take them back to America.
That's right. And then the Dominican man change up on real quick when they get
right.
Not all of them. Some of them probably really fall in love, but not all of them. Yeah. So that's the best. That's the best I can answer that question.
But Queen Status, you can get played here too. You can get played here in America as well.
Right.
So you just got to watch who. It goes back to what we were saying in the beginning. You got to watch your circle. You got to watch who you select. Because if you put the wrong person in your circle, they will cause all kind of different stuff. Yeah, and the family Chantel, right? I mean, they are constantly
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
They
right. That's
constantly
right.
stepping on the Dominican part of the family, right?
I love
Oh
it.
man.
Yeah.
But shout out to everybody. Okay, so Rico, you went. That's all you had to say.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to say.
Okay, I'm gonna pull you down, Rico. Hold tight. All right. Who else gonna go? Because we're gonna let John have the last word. So it's either Patrice or Vaughn. Which one of you guys?
Oh, I can go. I can go. Go ahead, Patrice.
Oh,
Go
wait.
ahead.
Here's
Go
a
ahead.
question, John. Before you guys go, here's a question for John.
John, is Manuel
Seemed
a good Dominican man? He's a great Dominican man. I don't get into people's personal life, and as far as like women and how many women he's been with and all of that stuff. I don't really get into that. But this guy, I have wired him money. I have sent him stuff to pay my bills, him and Melvin. And I've never had a problem with him, so he's a good Dominican man, because he's a good friend of mine to me. But if you're asking about as far as a woman and is he honest and faithful and all of that stuff, I don't get into people's personal stuff. And it's stuff that I might know about you, Brother Clarence, or somebody else. I just don't get into like, oh yeah, he was with 10 girls, but I just don't get into that.
I know. I made a bad mistake. I did that one time. I did a bad mistake, man. I said, a dude I knew from the basketball courts. He was always a solid dude from the court. And a friend of my wife's was telling me about dating him, and he mentioned me, and he was he was a basketball coach at this point. And so I said, yeah, I never had no problem. I mean, I seem like he's still solid. And man, he drug her all across the mat. So I said, okay, well, I don't know. See, I don't know him in this capacity. I don't know him in that capacity. So I don't do that anymore. You're gonna have to find out. Ask him. Ask him. He'll tell you. Shout out to
That's
Queen
why
B.
we gotta vet people, right?
Yes.
Gotta vet people.
Yes. Gotta watch who you put in your circle. You gotta not so much test, but vet and investigate them and look at their lifestyle and see. But I'm gonna speak to that later. I might do a little bonus round, but I'm gonna speak to that later. Okay, Vaughn and Patrice, because I know John's got to get out here. So Vaughn and Patrice, one of y'all got to go, and then the other one, and then we gonna let John have the last word.
Go ahead, Patrice.
Oh yeah, mine is just short and sweet. Just even on a topic earlier where we talked about with the incident that happened with the young man and deleting himself and his children. It's always a tragedy when something like that happens, and we all lose in a sense. It's just as a community we lose indirectly to know that these type of things are happening, and what can we do to avoid them? We have to be honest and true and have the conversations with family, with friends, when we see loved ones or people in our circle that are showing some type of mental imbalance or just showing some type of toxic behavior in general, right? We really do. And stop sweeping it under the rug and avoiding the conversation. And then when things happen and it's too late and it's woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'll just say that in short, because it's just tragic that it ended the way that it did.
Yeah. Terrible.
It's definitely important to vet people, especially new people coming into your life. And it's just like we all meeting each other, here in these YouTube streets. I've been on here almost 2 years now. Met a lot of wonderful people indirectly, right, on these panels. And I pay attention to behavior. I pay attention to character. I pay attention to conversations people have. And a lot of times, sometimes what they show you is not always who they are. I've found this a lot of pretenders. And then I found this a lot of people that I believe is possibly genuine people if they stay consistent in who they are. But sometimes you see people falling off and they, doing a bunch of crazy. And it's like, okay, now I got to side eye this person, right? Because they low key doing this, low key doing that. So yeah, it's a vetting process, even, in these YouTube streets. who you choose to rock with, character-wise, morals, integrity, and things of that. All those things are important to me because they're important to me in my real life. So, yeah. So vetting is important, and I learned something from the old school, singers and artists from back in the day. Even though when you see him on stage, and he used to have a big entourage in his band, and he's one of my favorites that I had the pleasure of working with, and all of that. And that's Bootsy Collins.
Bootsy,
but when you see him, other than when he's on stage, circle is always real small. And that was the best advice that he ever gave me. He said, all of this is for the act of the artistry, the love. We all love what we do. He said, but when I'm away from that, my circle is small. Small with my family, small with my friends. And I always just kept that advice. I thought it was some of the best advice that he ever gave. And he was, still is a big star, but back in the 70s and 80s, he was one of the kings of funk, right? So it's important that we do that in all walks of life. So I just say that, John, thank you so much for coming and blessing us on the panel again. I love having a conversation with you, and I'm gonna come over there and rock with you and have the conversation over there and support you.
We got some good things coming up in the future
as well.
Yes, and I really love your energy, and I sometimes I can't answer your question because I don't want to lie to you and tell you something that's not true. So that's why.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and I definitely will do. I'm gonna do my own research too. But yeah, those are two places I was definitely thinking about possibly getting a retirement home in, because I heard you can get it cheap and the cost of living and all of that, and I'm thinking about that for the latter years of retirement. So thank you for that.
Just come down here. Come down here.
I do plan on visiting. Yeah,
get a feel of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll talk even more about that as well too. But bruh Clarence, thank you. Salute to the chat. The chat is where it's at. The chat is where it's at. We got the bomb chat. Thank you for the questions. Salute to the panel, everybody that was up here. I love y'all and rock with y'all. Y'all already know what it is, and I digress.
All right, Patrice, do we need to talk?
Yes, we need to talk. So drop me down and I'll holler.
Okay. I hope I didn't do nothing, man. I'll make sure I'm out of trouble.
You in trouble.
Sometimes we get together, John, after the show.
We
talk about the show. We talk about different things. And then Vaughn gets in trouble, not me. I don't know. Let's stay out of trouble. Vaughn gets in trouble. All right, Brother Vaughn, why don't you drop something real quick, man?
Yes, sir. Very quickly. Brother John, I enjoyed you on the panel today. I look forward to seeing some of your content. I mean, these two brothers here, I've grown to be fond of them and their content, and their channel has definitely, become home for me. You know what I'm saying? And I do go to a lot of other places and moderate, do a lot of things. But I have to deem this aspect of the YouTube space as home, So, and I appreciate that. But the conversation today, the topic today, although it was very, very intense, man, very tragic, subject matter that we covered today, and unfortunately, this is life. This is what we're dealing with, man. When we're dealing with mental illness and all kind of heinous crimes, and people are doing all kind of things, you know what I'm saying? And these are the times that we're living in, And so at least, we had a space where we could bring it to light and discuss our opinions concerning the matter. You know what I'm saying? And so I appreciate that opportunity. The conversation even changed into, learning more about this brother and his platform. So even though you start out one way, it's okay to end up another way. That's right. Because it's all relative. It's all informative, Yeah. So thank you again, Brother Clarence. I'm here. Sir. You can put me in the back. And like I say, I look forward to the next opportunity.
Okay,
Vaughn. It was so nice to meet you, Brother Vaughn. And I look forward to talking to you more.
Yes, sir. Me as
All right,
well.
Juan, I'm gonna put you down, brother.
God bless.
Hang tight. All right, big brother. Just you and
Man,
me, man.
You doing a great job, man. I just you are the captain, man. You're the captain of the ship, and you're doing a great job.
Same here, man. Same here. I feel the same way about you, man. I was watching you teach those young men about baseball, but not only baseball, man, just work ethic, how to be a man, sometimes it's painful. Sometimes it's, sometimes if you really want it, you're going to be tested to see how bad you really want it, man. And then at the same time, counseling the young cats, man, and just bringing them into manhood, but giving them a tool to use, which is competition, to help grow that, man. And I just saw so many different levels on what you was doing, man. I really appreciated what you were doing, man. I wish there was a way where people could actually just get involved, donate or whatever to you, man. Hopefully you can put something like that together, man.
I appreciate it. I recently I have been life coaching a lot of kids. So if you want to put that on your platform, you can give them my phone number, especially what you guys were talking about today with I missed the beginning of it, but like the suicide and depression and things like that. Yeah. If anyone has any children that might be depressed or they can't get through to their child because they don't want to listen to mama or daddy or something like that, you can give them my phone number, man, and I will uplift that child, put them in good spirits, and try to do my best to give a different perspective. And they can use my platform. Yeah, he played with the Yankees, and he's sort of a celebrity. He's a celebrity/celebrity and things like that. Whatever it takes, I'll be whatever you want me to be if we can help that child out. So so if you guys know anybody that are having problems with their child, what so go ahead. What you say?
I said shout out to Reza. Sometimes I'll see something in the chat. I'll say shout out to them. Sister said brother C is the GOAT. I said shout out to her.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So whoever it'll be silent. I won't ever talk about it. I won't say that person's name or embarrass somebody. So
confidential.
That's right, confidential. So if anybody wants to reach out to me and they want to just talk to me about their child, or I can talk to their child or their teenage child, that's no problem.
All right, right on, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
And last thing before I we cut it off, man. Your platform. People look down on your platform sometimes. Your platform personally. Don't ever push your platform away, because that's people that just only want to focus on white. And this is the old school, old country, good old boys way. And it ain't about the old good old boys way. They have other ways too. So I love your platform, uplifting Black people, and you welcome everybody. So that's what I love about your platform.
Right, man. Everybody, as long as they on the right energy, you know what I'm saying? As long as they on the right energy, we're good. You know what I mean? Because we ain't here to attack nobody. We're trying to build everybody up. We just starting with our people who seem to be in the worst situation. But yeah, definitely trying to make everybody grow and think, man. But I appreciate you, brother John. Patrice wants to talk to you in the back, so you don't have to do nothing, John. I'm gonna pull you down. You just stay just like how you are. Don't touch nothing.
Okay,
I'm gonna
don't
bring
touch
you
that.
down.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring you down, and then what's gonna happen is once I close it out, the show, I'm gonna bring you back up. So you're gonna be back like how we are, and then, but it's not gonna be broadcast. It's just gonna be those of us that's still here talking. Okay.
Sounds good.
So give me a few minutes, John.
All right.
All right. That was John. Holy smokes. That was John Darjan. What do y'all think about John? Ay. All right, y'all. So I was gonna give y'all a little bonus round, but I got too many people sitting back in the back waiting. so I'm gonna have to give y'all a bonus round next time. So I'm gonna just give y'all this. When you out there and you making connections with people, man, because that's what life is about, connecting with people, man. And so when you trying to connect with people and you trying to make the decision, should I bring them in closer to my circle, or should I leave them out there in the stratosphere? You're gonna have to decide, man. You're gonna look for little situations. Look for situations. Thank you, Negro. Look for little situations that will let you know that they are aligned with you spiritually, morally, and mentally. They align with you, and they don't have you don't have to worry about them doing something way out of pocket, right? That's what you got to look for, man. You want to align with people, because if you don't align with them, what happens is you unevenly yoked, and that can present a problem, right? It might not present a problem because one person is going to have to just suppress their wants and desires, right? To have this other person be involved in the program. But even that's going to get old after a while. So what you want to do is be as closely as, and you ain't going to be exactly matched with nobody, but I mean, at least you guys have the same philosophy about life, philosophy about love, philosophy about respect. Then you got to start. There's a start. But when you have people that their idea of respect is, not thinking enough of your feelings to not tell you they're sleeping with your best friend, that is not respect. All right? It sounds like it from their perspective. I didn't want to hurt your feelings, so I didn't tell you that we was doing this. How about you just don't do it? See, you want people to have the same idea about fundamental things that make a relationship work: duty, honor, respect. You know what I mean? You want to have that. So anyway, I'm not gonna go into a long thing about it because I got a lot of people waiting in the background. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the rundown real quick. Okay. The first people who ever are the MVP. Who's the MVP? The most valuable people we got is the people in the chat. Shout out to Risa. I don't know if I shouted you out, Risa, before I came, but the most valuable people we got is the people in the chat. Chat is where it's at. Patrice is right. The chat's where it's at. That's where we got all the people. That's what makes this thing work good. It looks good and looks easy from where I'm sitting, but that's because we got the chat. We got everybody in the chat, man. That reputation precede them. We don't have the riffraff to come over here and try to get in the chat and put a whole bunch of drama in the chat. And we only really talk to people that really want to do something and make a positive change for other people. We may have different methodologies about doing that, but most of us have the same ideologies. That's why the people that come over here. Right on, Brother John. Okay, appreciate you, man. So that's what we do. In the chat, y'all help us do that, man. We ain't gonna say I was gonna say the mothership. Nah, not the mothership. Shout out to the mothership though, man. They got their own way of doing things, and they do things over there, you know what I mean? And I guess it's working for them. They got all the subscribers and all the views and everything like that. So that's good for them. But for them, it's what they earn. For us, is what we earn. So we are just gonna stay on our little path, the little engine that kept on trying, and that's what all we doing, man. And hopefully one or two can be pulled out of the mill, right? Two be at the mill, and I'm gonna take one and leave one, right? So some gonna come, some will not come, right? But we got to keep doing what we got to do. Shout out to Brother Negro. All right, so the chat is where it's at. Y'all are incredible, and we appreciate y'all. So as far as the chat goes today, strong performance, very, very solid, very, very solid. Always keeps y'all keep the riffraff out. And Brother Clarence, I can look stuff up while I'm over here and do a bunch of different stuff, and I don't have to keep looking in the chat to see if shenanigans are going on over there, man. Everything is cool. I don't have to worry about it. So y'all, I appreciate y'all. But y'all, don't get comfortable over there in the chat, because the knuckleheads are coming. Once they see us picking up steam and people starting to really say, wow, there's another option other than just talking about how bad black women are and how single mothers and relationships and all. Once they start seeing there's another option out there with people that got sense, they're gonna start coming over here. So y'all keep y'all stay focused. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got a good track record, right? The chat is undefeated, but y'all got to stay that way because them knuckleheads are coming. I told Rico the other day, I said, they're coming over here. So we got to be ready when they come over here, man, and know how to just get rid of them when they do. But shout out to the chat. Strong performance. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. Okay, let's run down the people that was on the platform. Rico, what did y'all think about Brother Rico? How did he do today? How did Brother Rico do today? I think he did pretty good. Came in, you know, man. I mean, it was a tough subject when we first started out, man. It's tough. That kind of thing is gonna turn almost anybody's stomach when you see something like that. But we tried to handle it for y'all, man. So tough. But the reason why we bringing stuff up like this is because we may be coming in contact with people like this, and they may be trying to enter our circle. I've had this happen on YouTube where people just try to manipulate their way into your circle, and so you got to be able to recognize the conflicts in their own speaking, in their own thinking. You got to be able to recognize conflicts. Not to say that they're gonna do something like this, but they definitely are not stable mentally to where at some point you're going to have to deal with their mental instability. So you want to be able to recognize that up front as soon as possible, so you can decide whether you're gonna continue with the relationship or just keep them as an orbiter out there. But I thought Rico did a good job. Solid performance. Very, very strong performance. As always. You know, and Rico is a bit of a clown, but you know, very smart brother, man. Don't let Rico's clowning fool you, man. Very smart brother. And the brother can definitely, if you need some advice, Rico is the kind of guy you can go to, you know, to get some advice. But you ask. Don't let him ask you. You ask. Because if you get too many libations in him and he start giving you advice, then But if you ask him, even if he got libations in him, he will snap right together and give you some good information. But shout out to Rico. Shout out to Brother Rico. Strong performance. Very, very strong performance. Who else? What about John? What about Brother John? Came through from the Dominican route. Have you haven't already subscribed to the Dominican route? Gone over to the Dominican route and subscribe to that channel. The brother has a lot of good information, not only just about the Dominican, but just about himself, kind of guy he is, kind of people he hangs out with. You kind of see, you know, a lot of different stuff. And, you know, I think most of us are, you know, we good people. We like to see good people doing good stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, because we've all made mistakes, right? We've all done stuff that oh man. So it's nice to be able to see people winning, you know what I'm saying? And whether they got a bunch of money or not, they just winning at, you know, being a good person, man. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. But Brother John came through, talked about the DR, talked about some of the good stuff, some of the bad stuff. You know what I mean? But, you know, he never tries to say, this is what you got to do. He just said, this is my perspective. This is how I feel about it. But, you know, you can come down here and see for yourself what, you know, whether it's good or bad or whatever. I thought that was, you know, pretty good. He offered his number for somebody who might have a child that might be thinking about they might have some issue. We got to figure out a way to be able to push that. So I'll think that over and, you know, see if I can come up with something, because I would kind of like to do the same thing as well. But Brother John Dejan, strong performance, very strong performance, very solid. I think this is the second time over here. Very, very, very solid performance. And we're going to see, hopefully we see the brother, you know, much more, man, come on over here, because he's got a lot of good information, man. He didn't even scratch the surface on all the stuff this brother done. So hopefully he can get over here and you know, drop some more gems on us. Appreciate that. Solid performance for Brother John. All right, let's move on, because I got them waiting in the back. What about Von Bryant? Holy smokes, man. Von Bryant, man. You know, the silent killer, right? Von Bryant can come in and just put it down on everybody, man. Stay quiet for another hour and then come in and just drop gems right after that, you know, and then stay quiet, and then drop gems after that. Von Bryant, man, we are so honored to have a guy like that coming over here because he's been on so many different channels, been moderating, been on the panels. So he's been around, man. He ain't no Rudy Poot dude, man. He's seen a lot of different stuff. He can tell when people are about it and people are not about it. So shout out to Brother Von Bryant, and thank you, brother, for being a part of the Let's Talk to Brother Black Life family, man. We appreciate you, brother, because a cat like Von Bryant brings a certain air of prestige to your channel. If you can have a cat like that come on, so that helps us. And then on top of that, you know, he ain't no dummy. You know what I'm saying? He'll drop some stuff on you, and you know, and you got to just submit to it because it's just common sense, makes sense, right? Right on. So shout out to Von Bryant, man. You know, man, very, very solid performance, very, very strong performance, very solid. Okay. What about Jay Tekashi? Jay Tekashi came through, the youngster, right? Jay Tekashi comes in. What I like about Jay, man, Jay's got that fire, man. You know, that young man fire, man. You know what I'm saying? That vigor. He comes through, man. Plus, like I said, he ain't no dummy either, right? Jay ain't no dummy either. Jay has got a lot of sense, and you know, and he can put it together. And but he puts it with that fire, and you just like you glued to him, right? Sometimes I gotta stop Jay, man, and I hate it because man, the brother just got so much going. You know, he's cooking, and I'm like, dang, but I got other people on the panel. So that's the only reason why I have to stop him is because I gotta. If it's just me and him on the panel, I let him talk forever. But you know, sometimes I got people waiting, and so I gotta clip him. But go over to Jay Tekashi's channel, check it out. He got a chill session. He said he got coming up. Go over there and check that out. He said Brother Marcus gonna be running it. So go over there and check that out, man. But that's a dynamic. That's another young brother to watch. New Growth is a brother you need to watch because that's another young brother y'all need to watch. Big Rick Slaps is another young brother y'all need to watch. E.B. Easy is another young brother. Daryl Long, another young brother. E Black is another young brother y'all need to watch. But this brother right here, Jay Tekashi, is a young brother y'all need to watch, man. These young guys are coming up, man, and they learning, you know, different things to do, and they learning. Hopefully, you know, all of them are learning. But I see it in young Jay Tekashi, man. He's really learning, man. He's got his mind, he got his ears and eyes open to see whether he needs to correct something or not correct something, and he'll listen. So shout out to Jay Tekashi. Go on over to his channel and check him out and see if that is kind of content you can get with. But very strong performance from Jay Tekashi, as always. Very strong performance. Last but not least. Well, that's it, y'all. We'll see y'all later. No, I'm just kidding. Patrice, right? We got Patrice. What y'all think about OG Patrice? What did y'all think about OG Patrice today? Very, very solid. Very, very solid, man. You know, like I said, you know, Patrice knows when to shoot her shots, and you know, sometimes she'll come in the beginning, sometimes she'll come in the middle, sometimes she'll come in the end, depending on what she got going on. You know, Patrice is a busy lady, man. So sometimes we can't be like, you know, sometimes I'll be like, man, dang, I want Patrice right at the beginning, but I understand she's got a lot of stuff to do, right? You can't just, you know what I'm saying, expect she's gonna be here every moment of the broadcast, right? So she might have some stuff she got to take care of. So I gotta stop being selfish about her and understand that she got other people's lives to affect. That you know, other people want to hear and talk to her too. So, but anyway, shout out to OG Patrice. She came through, knocked it down. She always has relevant questions. That's another sister that's very intelligent sister, man. Very intelligent, right? You know, but she could be silly too. She could be silly like the rest of us, but very intelligent. But at the time when we need somebody to pull us back, when we really coming apart the rails, Patrice is that person, man, that can pull everybody back and say, okay, come on, y'all, let's go. Let's get back to the topic. Or let's get back to this or that. I mean, this is stuff Patrice will do behind the scenes. You guys don't even see it. Anyway, shout out to OG Patrice. Very solid performance. Very, very solid performance. Shout out to Patrice. Very strong performance. Okay, I think that's everybody. That was everybody on the panel. That's everybody in the chat. Let me go through some of these comments real quick, and then we're going to be out of here. Risa, I was in the John chat with Brother C, and Pretty Rico was there. Pretty Rico. Okay, Risa, we're gonna have to get you some glasses. That's for sure. I see that we're gonna have to do that for sure. You know what, Queen? Rico doesn't have a channel in particular. This is a channel he has, but so you can come over here and post something for him. Shout out to you, Queen. Appreciate you. And thanks for stopping by, Queen. Appreciate you. What else we got over here? Thank you, New Growth. Said yes, great job. Love the work putting in for the youth. Yeah, man. This brother right here, Brother John, man, I'm telling you, man, we need to be doing half of what he's doing, man. Appreciate you. You doing the same work though, New Growth. I appreciate you. You want Von Bryant to sing? Well, you got to wait till the next time. Let's see, everybody. Everybody's good. Okay, y'all. We will be back on Tuesday. So just look for that one. And thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. Thank you, everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. Thank you all, everybody in the bushes. Thank everybody everywhere. And y'all have the great rest of the Sunday and start your week off right and be thankful. All right. Peace.